traveling. Chicks pack one when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack one when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack one when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack one when I'm traveling.
The attributes of the man that I deserve is a communicative man, understanding, patient, spiritual, and a leader.
But I think I kind of want to ask, can women even handle the rejection if they had to approach men?
I did. I handled it pretty well because I got rejected in the end.
But if you are confident enough to go up to the man and approach him, then you should be confident enough to take the rejection. Yeah, so I definitely don't want to be rejected by no man.
Do women have game?
A lot of women actually do have game to the point where, because we don't put it out front and we don't let you know what we're doing, you don't see it.
Bro, do women have game?
Only certain women have game.
In states like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, there can be successful all black communities around these racist ass white people.
Who's to say that the whites are racist in the first place? I don't think that you've experienced racism in your life.
And that's your opinion. We'll be able to be billionaires, have Maseratis, all this shit. I said that, right? What the fuck does that have to do with me really experiencing racism?
There's no woman on this earth more beautiful than a black woman.
Like, we come in different complexions, even our hair texture. I mean, like the bone structure, like that's just so like dope. Like, black people are just so dope, and we're like multifaceted. All the talents that we have, like nobody's better.
First, Tyler Perry can go eat a bag of them.
Women, don't miss your blessing because he makes less than you.
You wouldn't date no man that could only pay the light bill? Everything else is perfect. He can only pay the light bill. You wouldn't date no man like that? All the ladies? Love, Dana, Q, none of y'all?
No.
And they should.
How difficult is it dating modern women?
I'm not going to say it's difficult. And you can take it how you want. But I don't think I've never had a problem getting women. It's about just finding the one that's compatible to take it to that next level.
Do you have fuck nigga tendencies?
Absolutely, we all got it.
True or false? Your value is objective based on standards set by society. Intrinsic value only matters to you.
All right, so break that down. I'm a little slow.
Wow.
But if you know you dumb, then aren't you acknowledging that value isn't subjective?
But I'll say, for the most, I say no.
And I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone.
Those that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like, come on. How you just gonna act like
you got a degree.
No, you have to explain.
Wait, so
how
you
did I
got
disrespect
a degree.
HBCU?
You went to an HBCU, you got a degree, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I misspoke. Pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7-1.
So my thing is, with you feeling like you're not agreeable, is it because you haven't come across somebody that you can actually agree with, that would be on the same page as you?
No, what I'm saying is I should be allowed to express my opinion.
So if he wanted to invest in something, which is like, say, a gamble, and it's your mortgage, would you agree with that?
That's why I said something that's not detrimental.
Oh, okay. So that would be detrimental. Okay.
Right. Could be missing a tooth. She a smart age. Even the lowest of the low whites.
Because she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me off.
Well, we're on a podcast, and we're going to talk. So we're not going to gas. We're not
let him finish. Let him
finish.
I just wanted some clarity on a few things, and we having our picnic. You know, spring is here, so we're gonna make that happen.
Like I said, B, I'll get back to you.
I want answers.
Weather outside is humid. She turn up her location, she must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag Do the Right Thing.
When I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling. Six pack run when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling. Six pack run when I'm traveling. The shit speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack run when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling. Six pack run when I'm traveling. The shit speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit speaking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack run when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling.
Check. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hamp and P, we in the building. Let's get it, man. Put a one in the chat if I sound all right. Salute. Hit the like button, tell a friend, man. Share the stream real quick. Let me see who in here so we can get it popping, man. Salute. Feel like it's been a little minute. Even though we're just on Wednesday, but you know how it go. Mel, you already know. E-Dub in the building. D Majesty, what up, my boy? E-Dub. Oh, I got E-Dub already, but salute. Appreciate you. Hope all is well. Darvell was popping. Good to see you. Saw it in the building. Was goody. Miss Val was popping. Salute to Miss Val. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Valerie Smith in the chat. Marcus was goody. Good to see you, man. Salute. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Nightbot is behaving. Yeah, man. Let's do all these good things for sure. I like it. Homeboy, Shalom was popping. My bad. Miss Val in the building. Wow. Salute to Miss Valerie Smith in the building with a 20 ball, man. We appreciate you, Miss Val. Hope all is well. Hope you enjoy your weekend. Be safe and do the right thing for sure. Salute to Miss Valerie Smith in the building for the first 20 ball of the day. Didn't fit. Let me see. Got Morgan. Yep. Good. Let me see. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Val in the chat. Appreciate y'all wholeheartedly. Let me see. I ain't see Miss Julie yet. DC was popping. Was goody. KG was popping. Wow. I got you. Mind your own business. Where we at? So, Homeboy Blaze. The deadline is June 7th, man. We at $840. We need $160 more to meet the $1,000 goal. You feel me? So please contribute. Wow. I appreciate everybody who matched me last week. God bless, all praises, man. Let me see. Dale Lee was popping with the $2. Shit like that,
Shit like that.
Chase Lee was good. Good to see you. Let me see. E-Dub with the membership. Salute.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to my brother E-Dub who gifted that one membership. I think Dawn got it. So salute, man. Appreciate you, Dawn. Please maintain that membership. Ron, what up, my boy? Good to see you, B. Okay, yep. Dawn got blessed. That's good. Rainbow was goody. You know what I'm saying? Love is love, man. Love is love. Get your tickets, riskyweekenddc.eventbrite.com. riskyweekenddc.eventbrite.com is going down. I just showed you the slate of the common events, and there's probably going to be one more, and there's going to be some special VIP events if you purchase that ticket as well. Perfect. Let's get it, man. Impress, putting in work. That's always a blessing, man. Appreciate you. Check. Royce, what up, kid? Call me Queen T. What's going on? Grape T, what up, my boy? Good to see you. Miss Bell's in the building. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe. Matreon, what's up, old dude? Salute. Keisha, hope you being safe, man. Happy Friday. D, what's popping, man? I ain't seen you in a month of Sundays. James, what's shaking? Rashada, what's good? Good to see you. Miss Jilly in the building. Okay. Perfect. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. Impress, thank you. Yo, D-Town was popping. I don't know if you got my message in the thing, but regardless, man, God is good. You heard? Cali was popping, putting in work as always. Nathaniel was goody. Good to see you, man. Excuse me. Sorry. Cali putting in work. Vet Life, OG Vet Life in the building. I like it. 1015 was good, my boy.
Perfect.
1015 came through for the community in Atlanta, man. Salute. I mean, let me see. Dukinson, Miss Val. So it is for the homeboy is at it's Solo Dolo 334. And we're trying to get him to $1,000. He's $160 short. Excuse me. So let's see if we can get him there. Rob, what's good, my boy? The good bros, man. Appreciate y'all. Let me see. Terrell, what's goody?
Shit like that.
Feel like I ain't seen you in a little minute. Could just be me. Rock solid. What up, kid? TJ, what's good? What's popping? Marcus, what up, my boy? How you, man? Salute. Yeah, man, get these tickets, yo. The early birds is already creeping out the door and we 2 months out. Yo, Free Zone was good. Hope everything is everything, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We have 114 people in the building so far, and we have 51 likes. Please stop what you're doing just for a second. Drop out and hit the like button. Sozan, what's up, my boy? How you, man? Let me see. Let me put this poll up real quick. Pause. All right. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. When we had a hell of a show. All the shows was fire. Monday was fire. Tuesday was fire. And I was looking at Tuesday, and then we rolled it into Wednesday in terms of nature versus nurture. And it was such an interesting conversation. You know, we talked about the men pretty much one aspect of it was focused on, but we mined through that. Hold on. Kind of ad nauseum, but it was fun though. I'll say that it was fun. And there's definitely another side of it, right? If we saying that men aren't natural protectors, then what is that? Then what do we have to put in question for women? If we saying men being protective is not innate, man, that gave me cause for pause. So let's play through this clip right here just to set the stage, because I'm just not so sure about it. But the conversation was magnificent, you know, for sure. Where I stand is that men have natural proclivities to be better at things such as physical prowess, right? So protection would fall under that, guys, right? The aggression that you get from testosterone, right, and to have a little bit more bravado and to be bullheaded goes exactly towards the traits necessary to be a successful protector, right? So if you have a natural proclivity, a natural inclination to do something, and then you're molded to do that thing, it was natural to you, which is why you are good at it, right? Like, so there are certain people that play certain sports, and you know, as you say, somebody has a knack for something. So when you see that somebody has a knack for something, then you build upon that, right? You play into it, you foster it. But if there's nothing there to begin with, it don't matter how much you pour into that person, they will not be capable of doing the thing that you ask them to do. So I liken the protection for most men being protectors and certainly not being cowards, because the God-given gifts that we're given allow us to be more successful in that realm. You know, so then when you see those things fostered, you know, and boys become men and they protect everything that's theirs, things around them, things that are vulnerable, it's because they already had that capability and then it was molded, right? Yeah, Troy was great, James. Fucking great. And I wasn't even trying to say no sports, but yeah, just a knack for it, man. And then you hone that skill, or you help him hone that skill, then he becomes, you know, top 10 football players to ever live. If we put that shit in question, so then do we question the natural nurture of women? I mean, simply put, it has to go in question, right? We have to assess it to see if women are natural nurturers. Do they have innate traits that can be fostered to get them to be uberly successful in that particular realm? So that question has to be laid out on the table, and I got a couple clips. Yeah, Marcus, we're gonna see. I got a couple clips in here that we gotta go through. Because if these clips define women and nurture isn't indeed natural, I guess these clips would still man it. Let's talk about it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me play this. Facts, James. So let me play this first and foremost, right? I just want to set the baseline of which is the what's the word? Catalyst for the reason why I wanted to continue this conversation, as opposed to doing a recap of all the shows. You know what I mean? Jay Miller, what's good? All right, y'all. I've been up since like 4 o'clock. Then I worked out today. I'm trying to get my mojo. Feel me? I'm getting there though. So, all right, let me show y'all this, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Let's get it popping. All right, so This is a clip I put out this morning. Dope clip. It's the women talking. Now, in terms of prefacing the clip specifically, Sean Antonio agreed with the sentiment that the women are about to share, right? Now, a lot of what he's saying is from tangible experience, right? If you know Sean, you know he's been through hell and high water. He's also uberly successful, went to college, was outside. You know what I'm saying? He come from that old Chicago life where he's seen it, he been through it, and he put in whatever pain he needed to as well. You feel me? So his is coming from tangible experience, and although it be anecdotal, right? You take it at face value, and what he's saying is honest and truthful based on his experience. Feel me? So, but the reason why I thought this clip, one, it was fun just the back and forth, you know. But two, look how they talking. Look how the women are talking and see us. The majority of men are cowards. The majority of men are cowards. The majority of men are cowards. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the like button right now. Let's get it popping, man. Salute, salute. Let me first and foremost, let me ask y'all. UFO said he a certified coward. Now, knowing UFO, this is cloak. This is cloaking, right? You have to read between the lines with UFO. He know too much. He's seen too. So I need to understand what he means, right? So UFO, is this how I see UFO saying that? UFO saying that meaning he is not afraid to walk away from the fight for the betterment of the community, for the betterment of somebody's health or his people. So if he can be the bigger person in a given situation, right, and get home safe, unscathed, he ain't scared. He ain't fearful. He making a smart decision, right? That ain't cowardice. You know what I'm saying? That's not see, UFO, I already know you too well. That ain't cowardice, right? There's been times when I've been out and I'm about to DJ and like two cats is drunk as hell. They bumping everybody, trying to fight and shit like that. And like, I got my book bag on, right? And one dude like bumped me. He's like, yo, what you, da-da-da. And he like touched my book bag. I'm like, bro, chill. No, Lee, we were having a conversation about what would be cowardice and what wouldn't. You see what I'm saying? So we were just trying to understand it. In that particular conversation in the Discord, which was good. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, so the dude like bump into me, he like grabbed my book bag on some weird shit. I'm like, yo, chill, like, you know what I'm saying? And I kind of like tapped him on his head, like, yo, come on. Like, now the tap on the head was probably diabolical. I ain't gonna hold you, right? Because it did irk me, you know, that he like tugged on my book bag. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of tapped him like, chill, beloved. Like, it ain't that deep. And he was kind of taken aback like by that. You know what I'm saying? But it's interesting, man. And Lee, that was a dope matter of fact, if you could hit the link so we could rehash it. Because if you right, then damn, it's interesting. Yeah, I had to, James. Like, I had to, like, yo, like, cause it irked me, like, you know, it irked me so bad. Like, why you pull on my fucking book bag? Like, you know how a nigga do, like, hit your book bag, like, oh, who you be? How you get in here with a book bag? I'm like, come on. So I'm like, oh, chill, man. You know what I'm saying? But let's take a look at this, man. Y'all stupid. So if y'all was here for Wednesday show, Wednesday was popping too. So I clipped this. Let's listen to it. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead. I got you, bro. Go ahead. You said most men are cowards. Why?
Sean basically said it.
Let me know if y'all want me to slow it down. Is this speed good? Is this 1.25 speed good? Put a 1 in the chat. This is good. Or put a 2 in the chat if you want me to slow it down to the normal version. So say it again. Say it again. Come on. You got it. Why do you think men are cowards?
I would say that most of them are not. Oh Lord, most of them are not really taught how to really be in touch with their masculinity. They're taught how to perform in a masculine way.
Look at Shy face.
they're taught how to perform in a masculine way, but not when it comes down to it and they really have to defend themselves and survive. Most of them will bow out. They're not brave enough to do it.
So you saying men, they wouldn't protect themselves? So Jay says most men are cowards. Not only won't they protect other people, they won't even protect themselves. That shit sounds crazy to me. They won't even protect themselves. So
most of them will.
Keys, you agree with that? She said facts. Riri was popping.
Run.
Hands up, don't kill me.
Nick, what up, my boy?
No.
I'm not saying you. Oh my God. I didn't say no name. I said most. So if you're not most, take yourself out of the most.
No, that's not how most works though, Jay. It's 1, 2. No, take this one for me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you say most, you gotta be including men. Because he tried to say, and not talking about y'all, but if you say most, you gotta be including people that's sitting here. You have to. Know what I'm saying? Sitting here right now.
Okay, well. If the shoe fit, man, I'm sorry. Shoe fit.
Oh, you're just saying most men. Have you seen most men run?
Yeah.
When?
From a fight?
How many fights have you seen?
From their life being put on the line? And they gotta die? I've seen most of them run. What you mean?
Yeah, but Jalen, where give us one of these scenarios though? That's what I'm saying.
Why?
What is happening in this scenario where his life was on the line, so he booked? You saying he didn't have the strap and the other nigga did?
Man, outside of the hood, most men are running if there's a sign of danger.
I know, but I asked you specifically. You seen this? You like, yeah, I seen wild niggas running and all that.
Niggas not running.
I seen a bunch of niggas run.
Jalen, if there is a man bigger and badder than you, most of y'all ain't gonna take his ass on.
It's 7 of us. How many of us running?
7.
Depending on the situation.
Everybody on YouTube where they draws outside their pants.
Hey,
Jalen, how many of us running?
I was on 87 bus and then Blackstone's about to move on me, nigga. Gotta get about that jam, nigga.
No. Here's the thing, right? Here's what Jay. This reason why we asked, because I asked, you seen this from most men, and you like, hell yeah. And we just asking for like, what was the time where you seen this?
Yeah. What was the context? What was the situation?
Like I said, if a man is bigger, stronger, he just looks more intimidating, most of y'all gonna run.
Can we get specific on the situation you seen specifically?
Yeah, you said you've been seeing this shit all over the place.
One of your
situations. You're a cop. Anybody who has
cop got a gun.
So I thought you were brave and shit. Y'all gonna take him
away. That's avoiding being arrested. That's not the same thing.
How is it not the same?
You can't fight the cop and win. That's why. There's no situation where I put up my dukes with
them YNs be still trying. But okay.
No, they don't.
They don't now. They don't. They don't be doing it. So they be running. They be running out here. No, the YNs be running too.
No,
I thought y'all just said they be fighting for their life.
No, Jalen, what it is you have to understand what's happening in these situations, right?
Sure.
When Jake come, you said men are running from bigger and stronger men. Pause. Right. I don't know who introduced Jake. I think Sean said cop a plea. You thought he said cop. He's saying niggas cop a plea like when somebody run down on him like a man to man shit.
Yeah, niggas get punked every day, B.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's what you were saying. I think she thought you said cop. That's all. Yeah. But then, what you said, you seen niggas running all like Scooby Doo in this motherfucker. I mean, we just trying to understand like where was you seeing this at? Because then you said it's outside the hood too. Are you saying that's your notion?
No, that's what I've seen.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
what happened? Fight you. And all that. Huh? Most men ain't fighting. They gonna find any reason not to fight.
Can you tell us some stories?
Like, I don't get how else I need to say it. Why do you need a story? It's very.
So, y'all heard that so far. Most men are running. Most men are scared. Most men are cowards. From what she said so far, put a 1 in the chat if you agree, put a 2 in the chat if you have doubt. Put 1 in the chat if you agree, put 2 in the chat if you have doubt. You know what I mean? Mr. Snazzy, you a little late. You missed. Yeah, you probably missed like 15 minutes or so. So 2. Sean, what's goody? What's poppin'? My brother Sean Antonio in the building with the $5 says this was a great conversation. That's a fact, though. For sure. Twos. Quincy, what up? Black Dawn 2 EP, what up? Black Dawn, what up? Salute. Lux put mad ones. Hell nah. Yo, it is crazy. Hold on. Damn. Okay. So most twos. Yeah, it's almost like he just a straight up like a wimp. You know what I'm saying? Damn.
Direct what I'm saying.
Well, because it gives it.
Okay.
If I say a story, it's going to be anecdotal, so I don't want to go.
That's
there.
what we was asking though. We was asking
we wanted
like,
anecdotal.
what was the situation? I want to laugh. Niggas can't laugh. I want to laugh. You know what I mean? Now I thought you was gonna say this. I'm gonna go to Shaw and Mr. Fantastic. I thought you was gonna say this, Jalen. When it was time to put the gloves on, niggas disappeared.
He gave you one.
I thought you was gonna use that.
Hell no! Why would I do that? Why would I do
Because
that?
that's the only situation you actually know about. You ain't around no killing, letting niggas die. You ain't around.
I ain't around nobody. You
No,
right.
you just said it also outside the hood. You ain't doing that type of shit.
I don't know nothing.
You go to tea parties and zoos and fucking what's the other thing? Art museums and shit. You ain't. You know what I mean, you got your head on your
I
shoulders.
don't know nothing. You're right.
I'm just saying you don't know that, and that's a good thing. That's all I'm saying.
Jalen, if they come spinning on the block, niggas with guns gonna drop.
And plus, Jay told us she don't even like men who are remember we did the shows like hood adjacent or thug adjacent. She want men that's on all the way the other side. Feel me? So that's not what she put herself around. She not in those type of environments. You know what I'm saying? The tea party was crazy. You know?
They're scary. Their pockets.
Okay, now Relly says she opens up. Hold on, let me rewind a little bit.
I don't know nothing. You're right.
I'm just saying you don't know that, and that's a good thing. That's all I'm saying.
Jalen, if they come spinning on the block, niggas with guns gonna drop.
So she said if they come spinning on the block, niggas with guns are gonna drop. Right. This is what like behooves me, or baffles me a bit. Right. It leave me confounded. Right. Because Rel also told us she got 20 niggas that'll spin for her. She got 20 niggas around her way that'll spin for her. But now everybody that got the strap around the way gonna drop. I don't know. Let's listen some more though. Yo, you know I attend tea parties at least once a week. You know, free zone tea parties on my mind. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's look at it. Let's see.
They're scary. Their pockets gonna turn.
I already know they're scary, but I don't know nothing, Sherelle. I don't know nothing.
Ask them to empty their clip because the majority of them never let one off, and so many people have lost their friendships like that. Even with guns in their pockets.
You naming cowards, right?
Cowards.
You introduce guns. You introduce guns.
With dictators.
You introduce guns.
The majority of the population, and they let one man in a group of principalities rule over them.
What countries are a dictatorship? What countries are a dictatorship?
Groups of men all over the world are.
What countries are a dictatorship?
A bunch of countries are in dictatorship. We damn near in a dictatorship.
Which one? No. You can't just say it's like a dictatorship. When I'm asking very specifically, what country? No. What countries are dictatorships? Go.
Men are
no. I need to know. This is also a lesson in getting great equipment. So my microphone is so much louder than hers and crisp. I was just noticing like how well you can hear me over her actually. But the couple things that she presented was a bunch of dictatorships. I was simply saying where, who, what, and then basically the United States is a dictatorship. And then the introduction of guns is what Sean and I was talking about, where the dude who's gonna go run and get a gun during the confrontation that was hand to hand is a coward. And instantly she started talking about people who have guns are cowards, and I'm just trying to follow the logic. You know what I mean? All right, let's keep rolling. What countries are dictatorships?
Google countries that's
no, I didn't say that. I asked the question because she said it as though there's a whole rack of countries being ruled by dictators. So we asked the question, name them. She could have said China. She could have said North Korea or China. Well, even if China even counts, right? But you could say North Korea, but rattle them off because the allegation is that there's all these countries that are ruled by one man, and therefore that makes all other men cowards. So you can't say a thing and then say the United States might as well be a dictatorship. That's not it. But I mean, that doesn't make sense, right? That's why I asked that question. Come on. You Google them. You said niggas is living all around the world with dictatorships.
No, that
What
there's countries
country?
with dictators.
Tell me. Go ahead. You said it. Go
You
ahead.
Google it. That's not the point. The
No,
point is
because
we know it.
it's a false premise.
It's not a false premise.
You're
So
just
telling me
saying
there's
it.
no countries
Where are the? Go ahead. Name me the countries. Go
You
ahead.
saying there's no countries with dictators?
I didn't say none, but you said it's all over the world. So tell me where.
Dictators and them
Tell me
people
where.
standing up to the little bit. At the end of the day,
Tell me
majority-
where. Damn, that's crazy, right? So like right there, right? We talking about all these cowards in the world because she's saying men are cowards. But those are Asian. Well, interesting.
Like that, where the vast minority of
where.
people are controlling groups of people. Niggas is cowards. Niggas is getting pushed around, getting told what to do, following in lines.
See,
and the moment that you break out of line, you're gonna get put in jail. You're controlled. I keep
bro, how many countries are
Y'all
dictatorships?
keep proving my premise. Y'all in a controlled environment. Y'all ain't innately shit.
Mm.
Y'all being told what to do.
So now the allegation is because we abide by the laws, we're cowards. Think about this. Because you obey the laws, that makes you a coward. Because you obey the laws of the land, that makes you a coward. Why? What benefit do I have to break a bunch of laws? Do I benefit from breaking said laws? So like, because we not wilding? So we not wilding, so we cowards. Davey, let's rewind it back. She said, we abide by the laws. And if we don't abide by the laws, we go to jail. We don't want to go to jail, so we cowards. Come on.
The moment that you break out of line, you're gonna get put in jail.
See? The moment that you break out of line, you're going to get put in jail. The moment that you break out of line, you're going to get put in jail. So if you follow the laws, you're a coward. Come on, man. Come on. All right, come on.
Controlled. I keep
how many countries are
Y'all
dictatorships?
keep proving my premise. Y'all in a controlled environment. Y'all ain't innately shit.
Mm.
Y'all being told what to do. That's what y'all told to do.
And that makes them a coward?
Y'all being told what to do. Yeah, most of y'all niggas is scary. That's why y'all be talking shit on the
So you're
internet.
saying,
Y'all wanna meet up at them
so
phones,
think about this, right?
That's why y'all talk shit to each other on the internet, and then when you get up at them,
Yeah, we already did that one.
Scary.
We've already mentioned that one. You have one anecdotal sample of a very small micro. Good point, but you have to say that specifically, right? You can't just say if we break out of line, we go to jail for doing what, right? So, like for instance, there was a man who broke into a CVS, right, to get his wife's medicine. And then he went back the next day, let him know, and actually paid his little copay. Right? So he broke the law knowingly, but for a greater cause. But if you don't put a qualifier in here, right, that blanket statement it becomes moot. Because the statement was, you break out of line, you go to jail. And I'm just wondering if because men follow laws that make men cowards. And I disagree. And let's say a law is put in place. What do you do to actually change a law? You have to legislate. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. And like I said, see, you and Callie might be saying the same thing. I'm just listening at what she said. You see? You know? All right, let's keep going. Pro group, right? So now, the men that were in the military, right? And they're under a hierarchy, right? When they have agreed, if necessary, they may have to go to war for the country. Are you saying that those men are cowards because they obey the hierarchy that they subscribe to?
No, I'm not talking about them. Them niggas got guns, right? But at the end of the day, a lot of them don't feel like they going to war when they join the military. A lot of niggas join the military for benefits. You know?
Terrell, you just said the niggas around the way.
Because I'm not talking about the military. I'm talking about dictators.
Wait,
I'm talking about people.
You have to reconcile these points though. So you said they got guns. Maybe you didn't mean to say that. Because you just said previously, all these niggas around your way that got guns is folding. So guns don't mean nothing.
So that's what I'm saying. It's still gonna be the same shit in the military. They gotta be training them with guns. If they had to go combat for combat, when they had to go combat for combat and the weapons wasn't as big and them niggas could really die, y'all used to have to physically draft them. Still right now is a selective service.
So this part interesting. The guns wasn't as big. What guns does she think they were using in Vietnam? You think they have muskets, really? You think they have muskets? they had automatic weapons. You know that, right? Niggas was really dying. You know that, right? Like that's so she's saying that we had a draft for that war specifically. But let's keep going.
Because they're gonna have to force y'all. They're gonna say, they saying go to war and go to jail. Because niggas,
it's not in action.
They wouldn't have laws that say y'all gotta go to war or go to jail if niggas wasn't scary. They know niggas would be like, fuck it, I ain't going to war. So they give you an option to go to jail.
Was you ready to kill?
That's what selective services is, right?
Was you ready to kill?
Is not the selective service is not no.
That's because that's so that you can be right there for the draft. That's what the draft was about. The draft was about.
Let me see. Sorry, the draft isn't active.
You're going to go to jail. Why did they make that law? Because niggas is scary.
When the last time they drafted somebody?
It don't matter. Why did they make that law?
It gotta matter.
It do matter because it's peaceful.
When are we? Let me ask y'all a question. If you know what occupancy means, right? When are we not at war? We're at war.
We're controlling shit.
Hold on, Sherelle. Here's the thing. We occupy so many countries, right? You understand that we are always at war, right? We haven't had to draft anybody since the 60s, right? Am I mistaken? Or late 70s or early 70s.
Long ago, y'all still be bringing up.
What
I'm saying is we've been at war. Hold on. We've been at war and we haven't had to draft anybody for, well, how many years is that? 70, 60? 70?
But Hamp, you're being obtuse right now because you understand this because we're literally the big fish. We're not occupying shit. We're not warming them. We're bullying people all around. Exactly what you're proving.
Wait. Watch this though.
Other countries.
Watch this though. Watch this. Watch how crazy that is. So now it's a bunch of men from here bullying other men, but now we cowards.
Majority.
We bullying all around the globe, but we cowards.
No, America is bullies. The cowards are the ones that are controlling more people.
This is crazy. So the military, and this was a fun conversation. The military, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, is like 86% men, right? And so she's saying we bullying all around the globe, we holding shit down, we occupy, but that's a bunch of cowards doing that job, doing that work. You know, and we fought wars after, and you know we have different insurgents, all types of stuff happening. And they haven't had to draft anybody. You know? I don't know, man. It's interesting. Let me let her finish, though. Hey, yo, this is crazy, though. All right, hold your horses.
Because you're being obtuse.
No, I'm just breaking down the points. The points is nasty work.
You've been losing. And you
No, see, I don't even have to. See, here's the thing about the actual conversation. I don't even have to yell out no dumb shit like, Sherelle, I'm kicking your ass. It's just obvious. Sha, what's poppin'? Let's y'all go. So that's a dope clip, man. Make sure y'all go watch this clip again in slow motion. But that's essentially kind of what pushed us. I know, Leslie. That's what pushed me to say, okay, so we mined it out through the men. Make sure y'all go watch that live stream if y'all can, you know. So then what do we put in question? So it said men aren't innately protectors and providers. That's what's on the table, right? Men innately aren't protectors and providers. Innately, we don't do that. We had to be strictly nurtured in or pushed that way, you know? And that was the discourse back and forth saying, no. Men do these things innately, right? Just because they're fostered, that's already in them, which is why you can make them be that way, you know? So what we were pinpointing on was protection, right? That protective nature of men, you know? Over, you know, women and children, each other, and etc. So now, if we turn the tide, if men are cowards, women are forsaken. And what I mean by that is they aren't nurturers. That nurturer mantra, that say women are natural nurturers, they're the best nurturers, etc. Sean actually made a statement at the end of the show. He said men are the best nurturers, but we have to put that under the microscope, because I feel like, and I'm saying feel, that that protection and that nurture are kind of on the same vein, right? But for the opposite sides. So I said, okay, let's say women aren't natural nurturers. Can I find a bunch of examples that prove that point? And there's some diabolical shit that's going on out here. That's for damn sure, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Once again, Sean Antonio in the building with the $5 says this was a great conversation. Please, I think Empress is here. Empress, if you can, I know you got the link somewhere for Sean Antonio's richbully.shop, man. The clothing is amazing. The quality is fresh. Please go support for sure. Follow him on Instagram, because he was working on his website. You feel me? So we could grow together, man. Salute direct-to-cyop.com. Bub is in the building. You know what I mean? We see y'all saw the commercial and all that. Summer lines coming soon. Be the first to order, man. Oh, Gun with the $2 says, this is a wild time when women call men cowards. D with the $2 says, in combat sports, they teach you to avoid fights. Yeah. Black Dawn with the $5 says, Sherelle, you either crash out or a female dog. She ain't say that. Black Dawn with the $5 says, there is a fine line between cowardice and stupidity. Yep. Good point. Curtis with $5 says, we are simultaneously oppressors, conquerors, and shapers of the world, but we are also cowards. Make it make sense. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So I'm just looking at a couple different things, and I just use Forsaking, right? Because literally willing to cast things aside, push stuff away, push it away, leave it out hanging, leave it to dry. And which is the absolute opposite of nurturing something, So there's a couple of things that I wanted to go through. We actually did a whole show on this here, but let me show you this. This is the case of Travis Rudolph.
You see in this video right here, she's clearly beating on him. Whoa. Crazy.
Oh. True that you were the first person to become physically violent with Travis and not the other way around? No. Not at all?
Liar.
Something or show me something if I can't recall the exact steps of the moments.
Lying ass bitch.
Okay, so you were the first one to become physically violent with Travis, not the other way around. Answer, correct. Yes, is it correct? You remember that? Yes. So you smashed his iPhone not out of anger, but because you were hurt? Yes. And I didn't send my brothers to kill him. You just sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right? I didn't say shoot him. You sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right? Correct. What the shit is. When you're angry, you say things. I'm sure everyone in this.
4 men: Kayshawn Jones, Christopher Lowe, Sebastian John Jakes, Tyler Robinson appeared on Rudolph's doorstep shortly after midnight to confront Rudolph. The dispute turned violent. John Jacques was shot and killed. Listen to what she's saying. This is at the trial. This is at the trial. So the boy is already dead. She already sent her brothers over there saying, shoot this shit up. Don't shoot him, as though you can differentiate, like bullets got a name on it, right?
When you're angry, you say things. I'm sure everyone in this courtroom has said something when I'm trying to speak. If you want me to answer your question, you have to let me answer your question. Well, if you were responsive to my question, I wouldn't have.
All right. Answer the question, please.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
Question was shit. What does shit mean in the context of that text?
Anything but him.
You see in this video, right?
Is this so? Luck says she was wrong, right? But look at this shit though. So she says, go shoot his shit up. Her brother says he's a dead man walking. There's no reply after that. In terms of no, don't shoot him, right? She said, I'm sure we've all said something like this, egregious like this before, out of anger and spite. But the difference is the boy ended up dead. Travis Rudolph let off, 60 shots. Right. And the reason why this example is so pertinent is because this happens. I say this all the time. You go to the hood right now. There's the first grave's about $1. The next one about a woman, for whatever the reasons are. I know these 2 boys who are now dead. One died over the sink. The other one died in the grass with his ass in the air. And the girl that they was going back and forth about, right? Whatever the information she shared when he went over there with the burner, they both dead. She the one called the police. So this is the absolute opposite of nurture, for sure. What about this? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What is this right here? So let me make sure we read this first and foremost. Let me put it on the big screen. Excuse me. So this one says, Black women appalled by the concept of integrity. Now the headline is salacious, right? But is it in the vein, right? When our child walked out the store with candy, she didn't pay for because he didn't realize she had grabbed it. So wait, sorry, let me read this better. When our child walked out of the store with candy, she didn't pay for it because he didn't realize she grabbed it. So he went back and paid for it, shaking my head. So this is a blurb that's usually put on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? The typing in. And this is the response to him bringing the candy back in the store.
Went back in there and paid for a candy that she had already walked out the store with.
Yeah, she's done.
Why would you do that? I would never do something like that. I would just leave.
It's called integrity.
So you went back in there and paid for a candy that she had already walked out the store with.
Yeah, she's done.
Why would you do that? I would never do something like that. I would just leave.
It's called integrity.
So you went.
I just looked at this example, right? Just looking at different things that look at, you know, when you're talking about nurturing versus forsaking, right? And just looking at it, you know, is this how we were coached? You know, is this the concept? And this is just one lady, you know what I'm saying? But just looking at a bunch of different things, right? In terms of, is nature or is nurture natural? Because this is a little girl, right? Child, and she just took the stuff, and the kids do that all the time, you know? But the father made sure to turn back and bring it back in the store. The mom is like flabbergasted why he would do that in the first place. And it doesn't look like this is framed. It looked like she is actually recording it. So I just wonder what this is. Right? Does this speak against the natural nurture? Because she knows right from wrong. The baby doesn't. You know? So it's just interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So I'm playing catch up on this. Salute to the real Precious here, who shared this clip on Instagram. Salute to Precious. Make sure y'all go follow her channel. Her channel is dope as hell. She been grinding for a minute, man. Let me pause it. Just want to make sure. This doesn't seem naturally nurturing, right? This doesn't seem naturally nurturing. This seems like the absolute opposite based on what I've heard from this particular story. Even the text messages that said, I'm going to potentially take myself out while I have a kid. That's forsaking everything else that's important to you. Even putting that in the text message. But is her nature to forsake or to nurture? Let's see.
In a relationship, I think I have anxious attachment style. Everybody knows I'm an Aries. I'm a fire sign. I get very passionate. I seem nice online and innocent and everything, but you guys do not know. I will go to battle with my yelling, with my words, everything. I'm good at that, right? And if I gotta yell or check anyone, that's what I gotta do. That's just the way I be.
Clap back or sit back. I always have to choose clap back. I'm sorry. I'm a very kind person. But if somebody pokes at me or the people that I love, it's over for you. I'm an Aries. Sorry.
Never have I ever started drama with my boyfriend for no reason.
Put it down.
I you know. I'm territorial. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. Where you go, who are you with? That's me.
I am nosy, number one. Number two, I like drama. I just don't like drama in my life, but I love watching it in other people's. So,
in a relationship, I think I have anxious attachment style. Everybody knows I'm an Aries. I'm a fire sign. I get very passionate. I seem nice online.
What is the Aries sign? I don't know nothing about the sign. I don't know nothing about that. All praises. But she keeps saying, I'm an Aries, right? But we're looking at, this nurture? So is nurture under scrutiny? Are women naturally nurturers? Nothing that she said in those clips, nothing she presented would say, would speak against it. They would prove that really it would be the opposite. She literally said, I like drama. I like to start drama. I'm an Aries. I'm a get back person, etc., etc. As we go through that case. Yeah, maybe so, Johnny. I don't know anything about the signs at all. You know what I'm saying? None. Aaron with the $2 says, let's please talk how our women practice witchcraft. You calling the signs witchcraft? Reaper with the $5 says, can't to the Sherelle forming Sherelle Cointel Pro. What? She'll be eating chicken with Trump, watching a crash out over her commands. Oh, if Sherelle was in office. Johnny with the $2 says, salute to you and everyone here. Salute, Johnny. Appreciate you, brother. Like Dawn with the $5 says, hot take. Most women are naturally opportunists. But I was just looking at this display on this case. It doesn't seem like nurture is natural. If protection is in question, nurture, women being nurturing would have to be in question. And I thought it was innate to them. So how do we process this? Right? Are these examples good enough? What's up, Sunshine? What's up, Kinfolk? Zagu, what's popping? So I didn't even watch this one yet. I ain't gonna lie. Carmen, what's up? Hey, Bell, what's up? So I didn't even watch this one actually myself. So Academics was talking about it. I know he usually does like a good job of kind of breaking stuff down a little bit when he's going over the information.
Vision of becoming a big label owner, serious instead of shitting on my dreams every second you get. Then Hallie says, if you don't want to be with me, that's okay. I won't beg no more. I will be successful. I don't need to be with someone who's going to demean me either. You like that I'm insecure. It makes you feel good about yourself. I'm not doing this anymore. Keep your phone on airplane mode, but when I die, don't say shit. Chat, I've seen chat. This gonna sound maybe I'm damaged. I don't know. I've seen some shit. Chat, you ever seen like your girl about like she like, yeah, I'm ending it. You're like, wait, hold on now. Hold on now. It says, fuck you. Oh, it says, don't come to my funeral or nothing. By the way, I would wonder if she's drinking, but it's 12:35 in 12:35 p.m. It's afternoon. Fuck you. Don't come to my funeral or nothing. Be happy when these are the last text messages you get from me. Oh my God. Crazy how the one person I thought I could trust to be there for me constantly proves me wrong. You are wrong. You know that emotionally I struggle and have a hard time. Yet when I'm obviously going through something, you ignore me until I go crazy. Throw it in my face, my insecurity, and laugh about it. You put your phone on airplane mode and says you're not dealing with it. But when something bad happens, don't say anything because this was my attempt to beg you to listen to me. Just answer the phone. Hear me out. Try to understand where I'm coming from, but you don't. You'll regret it. You regret meeting me. Go back to the bitches you're used to. Go back to fucking thoughts. That's what you want. You never wanted anyone like me. You and your family hates me. Just admit it, but it's okay. Everyone does. But Poseidon, what? I will go and fly and just be fine in heaven. What the hell? She getting poetic? What type of poetic death threat is this? Be just fine in heaven without any of this, without any of you rude people making me feel bad about myself. And if you can show these texts to whoever you want, laugh about it. Laugh about it. Goodbye, Daryl. Yeah, I was in the shower. You good? And he says, then maybe you'll take my vision.
Yeah, nah, Ms. Liv, I just know I know he had the text messages that we needed to hear about. Right now, does this speak to the lack of nurture being natural? Is this just manipulation here? You know what I'm saying? So I wonder what this is specifically. But does this speak against women being naturally nurturing? Do other things, other emotions, or the emotions supersede the innate trait or alleged innate trait? Because this shit seemed crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? And I covered it once. You know, sound like he want to see the baby. You know, it's one of those things. But if this stuff and he released these tweets and they go into court and he got a restraining order and they fighting for the baby, I think he just put out something to where she can't take the baby out of the country, I think. You know? But naturally nurturing, is nurturing an innate trait for the women? Because I thought protection was innate in men, but it was questioned over and over. Is nurture natural when it comes to women? So let me show you guys this one.
Number are you asking the court to set your child support at today?
Honestly, I'm not expecting to pay child support at all.
You want the court to set it at 0?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why are you asking for $0?
Because me and Miss McDuffie fully co-parent. I fully get my son throughout the week, 4 days out the week. I'm fully capable of taking care of him when he's in my custody. She does the same as well. So I don't understand why I would be paying child support when we split. When she have him, she take care of him, and when I have him, I take care of him. She don't drop him off with anything. I don't drop him off with anything, and we fully take care of him. So I don't see why we have to pay extra.
When did you and Miss McDuff stop living together?
I would say the ending of March of 2024.
And since that time, have you paid any money directly to Miss McDuff?
Yes.
How much?
It's actually interesting what Callie and Rashard are saying. They're saying because they're emotional doesn't mean they're not naturally nurturing. But if the emotions continue to override your ability to be nurturing and you can't show it, and instead you are vindictive and manipulative, that natural nurture doesn't rear its head. Therefore, it doesn't exist. Right? Actions speak. Right? You could say everything you want, but if every action that you exude speak against your natural proclivity, then that proclivity doesn't exist. Right? Because y'all were saying if men run, that means they're cowards. So by proxy, they're not protected. So if your emotions continue to override your natural ability to be nurturing, instead you're vindictive and manipulative, you are not nurturing. Essentially.
I roughly, maybe off the top of my head, $400.
Okay. Are you in agreement to the order containing a retroactive child support judgment against you after credit, or are you asking that you be ordered to pay $0 in back child support?
Pay $0 in back child support.
Okay, can you tell the court why?
This is interesting, and I'm saying it and I mean it, right? No matter how you feel, no matter how he feel about his wife in a given time, no matter how much the kids get on his nerves, right? Yeah, I did. I thought I explained it well, right, James? But you don't get to not be on guard. You don't get to not protect if you're responsible for those people. So if I'm so upset and in my emotions at my wife and something were to happen, flat tire, right? She run out of gas, middle of the night, car battery stalls, right? Somebody trying to accost her, hurt her. She with me. Somebody's disrespectful. Somebody kicks in the door, right? I'm supposed to protect at all times, regardless of how I feel, because this is natural. Come on, y'all. Come on. Grape tea, stupid.
I wouldn't understand why I'll be paying back child support, because when we only been split for a year. Before then, I was paying the rent, the bills. We were both taking care of the kids. It was no problem. We only been split for a year, and I still get my kid 4 days out the week, and I'm fully taking care of my kid when he's in my care, and she fully take care of him when she's in his care.
Okay, and right now you're seeing the child at least
4. I would get him Thursday afternoon, Monday afternoon.
Do you have any safety concerns, Mr. Fox, with Ms. McDuff knowing your address?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay, then I will accept the agreed portions of this order, make the agreed portions the order of the court. I will order child support at $429 per month. I will order a retroactive child support judgment of $5,400 per month. Order that paid at $90 per month. Order court costs as billed. Anything further, Mr. Dell? The exchange location. The exchange location will be at the residence of the child. Mr. Fox, it is your obligation to pick this child up and take this child back home. Anything you and Miss McDuff agree to outside of that is fine. But neither one of you have safety concerns, so I don't see any reason to do a neutral exchange location.
What number are you asking the court to set your child's?
So I know this one may seem like how do you connect this, you know? And maybe I don't 100% know, but when I was looking and because Caesar sent me so many clips, this one spoke to this topic to me for some reason. I'm looking at the judge. Oh, y'all can't see the girl here, right?
For that today,
you know. So they broke up. They got a kid. He has the kid 4 days a week. How many days in a week? 7? He has a kid 4 days a week. And he's simply saying we share responsibility. Why is this happening, essentially? And I'm just looking at the girl, I'm looking at the judge, and they don't give a fuck about nothing he's saying when it's completely viable. And I'm just wondering about the dynamics. And I think what happens in the court of law when someone is allocated as a custodial, that person is, what's the word I'm looking for? Has the opportunity to ask for child support, essentially. But they don't give a damn. And I don't know why I said I gotta play this for the nurture, putting nurture under a microscope. But I'm just like, yo, judge, do you got a son? Like, do you got any type of, I don't know. It just spoke to me in that way. You know what I'm saying? And she's speaking, when the judge starts speaking, she's talking about the guideline agreed upon and whatever the case is. But what he said was 100% on point. She don't drop him off anything. I don't drop off anything. And then $5,000 in retroactive. $5,000 in retroactive child support because y'all were together. Y'all broke up for a year. Y'all been co-parenting the child, but she takes you to child support and ask for money in arrears and you have to pay it. And it's just like the judge just, I'm granting this. I don't, maybe it's just me. If I'm bugging, I'm bugging. I can understand. This one. Well, this one first. And when I look at nurture, it's beyond, like, it's just the love, the comfort, you know, that you show. And the reason why these examples make sense is because essentially this shit is diabolical. So it is difficult for me to believe that these women in these anecdotal examples are going to be the nurture that we dream about when we think about, you know, the women that hopefully treated us right in our lives, like our moms, as an example, and then put these women in the same category. You mean to tell me they could show this level of veracity in these examples and then you can put them back in the category with your mom? Let me show y'all this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So This is the Zion Williamson. Well, I'll show you the clip. I just want to play this one first for some reason.
Speculating that you maybe are Jane Doe. What's the deal?
So before I answer that, I would like to say I really hope all the victims, including me, get justice, and things that have happened in the past with him and with anybody else, everything gets resolved, because a lot of us don't deserve that. And I just feel like a lot of things have been swept under the rug for so long, and I feel sorry to the victim. I've been through a lot of stuff with him, and it's just shocking.
Has this suit that you saw, drop just now, given you any feelings like, hey, or inspiration to file your own grievances, your own suit?
I don't want to talk about that right now without my lawyer present, but I'm just shocked, and hopefully he changes, and the victim and me and everyone else can find comfort and move past all of this.
Any message to Zion himself?
Zion, I hope you can change your ways and just change, because this is disgusting what you're doing to everyone, and it's just not right. And this is not the man that I met a few years back. This is not who I thought you would become. This is not a representation of your job, and this is very serious. And I just hope you change your ways, because your job and your family and your legacy is on the line. This is serious. It's officially.
So this is Zion Williamson. She's a porn star that he laid with, whatever the case is. So now he got lawsuits, accusations of rape and all types of shit, right? And that shit is very serious, She's calculating when she's talking to the TMZ. But then look at this, right? When she not being interviewed and the lawyer ain't present, and this is just a short clip, right? Because I'm looking at this being can be so nurturing, but you can get to this level of vitriol. But if the nurture is natural, you would think that nurturing person, the innate nurture of the person will override. Let me show you this.
Well, now that your NBA career is officially potentially over, that means no money for me equals no money for you. Well, now that your NBA career is officially potentially over, that means no money for me equals no money for you.
I'm just looking at the fact you nurturing, but this like you did some like Dr. Evil shit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Have y'all seen this person? I'm going to play this clip so y'all can refresh. The natural nature of a woman is to be nurturing. That's what's under scrutiny right now.
Anthony now on TikTok. Let's recap why she's so awful. In July of 2008, Cindy Anthony reported her 2-year-old granddaughter Kaylee missing, claiming she hadn't seen her in more than a month. The toddler's mother, Casey, had told various lies about Kaylee's whereabouts, before eventually admitting that she hadn't seen her daughter for weeks, during which time she'd been out partying. 5 months later, Kaylee's remains were found near the Anthony home with duct tape around the skull, and Casey was charged with first-degree murder. During her trial, prosecutors alleged that Casey wished to free herself from parental responsibilities and killed her daughter by drugging her and duct taping her nose and mouth. The defense otherwise argued that Casey simply suffered from pathological lying and that Kaylee's death was accidental. To the disbelief of millions across the country, Casey was soon acquitted of the murder charge, but found guilty on providing false information to law enforcement. She was released after serving just 3 years in prison and remains free to this day. With Casey Anthony now on TikTok, let's recap why she's so awful. In July of 2008,
Murder. Verdict as to count 1,
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity.
As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity.
As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict.
So when it even says that she did 3 years, it's because the trial took so long, right? The trial took so long, so she was in prison while the trial was taking place. So it's not like she got sentenced to 3 years, but she was going through trial, waiting on trial. So she was in prison for jail for 3 years. But if y'all don't know a lot about this case, you know, one thing that gave everybody such alarm is that while they're looking for the baby is lost. She's on camera partying, drinking. It was alleged that she just didn't want to be a parent anymore, but wanted to get her life back, you know? And that's why she allegedly did what she did, but she was exonerated for it, although most people in the court of public opinion haven't exonerated her yet. Here's what I'm asking. If a person is naturally nurturing, right? Ali was good. If the person is Ninja Cool, what's up? If the person is naturally nurturing, we're just wondering, like, how do you get to this levels, right? You would think that the innate traits would override, you know? But we see such diabolical anecdotal examples, and you're just like, damn, how much of this can we extrapolate to the greater populace? Now, I'm trying to find the shorter one to this, but I can't find it. So let me show you guys this lady real quick. And if this story doesn't get to it quick enough, I'll just break it down to y'all, but I think y'all seen it before.
Middlesboro, Kentucky is a small community with a population of less than 10,000. It is located between the Pine and the Cumberland Mountains, nestled within an enormous meteorite crater, which is the Middlesboro Basin. Middlesboro is the only city within the continental United States that was built within a crater, and the largest city in southeastern Kentucky. But it's also where a girl named Elena Rosalie Hembry was born on February 20th, 2022. Her parents, Erica and Trey, were both only 19 at the time of her birth. Elena was a bright, blue-eyed baby with round, chubby cheeks and sandy brown hair. She was described as goofy and always laughing by her family. Elena also had an older sister who reportedly lived with her grandparents. Elena's mother's social media showcased multiple videos of her dancing with her child, soundtracked to sentimental music. Erica Lawson's TikTok specifically appears to have been removed, but clips from her account have been re-uploaded and continue to circulate on the platform as well as on YouTube.
As young couples often do, Erica Lawson and Trey Hembry ultimately separated not long after Elena's birth. After relocating to Mount Vernon, roughly an hour-and-a-half drive north of Middlesboro, Elena's mother maintained primary custody of Elena. However, some concerns regarding Elena's welfare began to arise in the late spring, early summer of 2023. It was during this period when Erica Lawson's uncle reported signs of CA at the Middlesboro Police Department. According to these reports, her uncle allegedly witnessed burns on Elena's knees, as well as bruising on the child. The police responded to these allegations, but were unable to locate the child or her mother when attempting to make contact. Only a few weeks after the reports of CA surfaced, Erica brought her 17-month-old daughter to the Middlesboro Appalachian Regional Healthcare Hospital on July 28, 2023. The child's mother informed hospital staff that Elena was having trouble breathing. Allegedly, Elena had been struggling to breathe for upwards of 45 minutes before her mother decided to seek medical attention. Shortly after arriving at the hospital, it was evident that her condition was dire, and Elena was airlifted to East Tennessee Children's Hospital in Knoxville, Tennessee. It has since been reported via social media that Erica Lawson drove to the hospital in her vehicle while the child's father, Trey, and his parents accompanied Elena in the helicopter. The baby was placed on a respirator and stabilized by medical staff, but tragically, Elena failed to show any brain activity not long after arriving in Tennessee. 2 days after being brought to the hospital, Elena Hembry passed away on July 30th, 2023. A currently unverified Knox County forensic document circulating on TikTok states that the child allegedly suffered skull trauma and had widespread bruising, which included the child's anal region. The nature and area of the bruising suggests that Elena suffered not only physical violence, but SA as well.
The police were immediately notified of the toddler's death, and 21-year-old Erica Lawson was subsequently arrested. Elena's mother was charged with manslaughter, criminal abuse to a child under 12 years old, failure to report CA, and wanton endangerment. Now, wanton endangerment refers to any crime that involves reckless or wrongful conduct, creating the risk of death or serious injury to another. Days later, on August 4th, the Middlesboro Police Department released a statement regarding Elena Hembry's death on their Facebook page. In addition to the evidence gathered in the investigation, DNA samples were taken from multiple subjects questioned in the case. The Middlesboro Police Department stated that these DNA samples had been sent out for testing, emphasizing that law enforcement was making every effort to ensure that proper protocol was being followed to bring those responsible to justice. Meanwhile, the police urged the public to be patient. The Middlesboro Police Department claimed that the DNA results could take up to a year to return due to the number of samples and the complexity of the case. While building their case, the state alleged that Erica Lawson had failed to provide aid to the child after learning that Elena was struggling to breathe. Also on their Facebook page, the Middlesboro Police Department insinuated SA had occurred, in the time leading up to Elena's death. For obvious reasons, this caused an uproar on social media, with individuals online wishing death upon the child's mother, Erica Lawson.
On August 22nd, after waiving a preliminary hearing date, Erica Lawson was indicted on 4 counts, including murder. The other counts were failure to report child dependency, neglect, or abuse, criminal abuse, and wanton endangerment. This last charge, the state alleged, was regarding her alleged drug use while Elena was under her care. That same day, prosecutor Lisa Fugate proudly touted on her Facebook page the following quote: "Today I had the privilege of presenting the case against Erica Lawson to a Bell County grand jury. I'm proud to say Erica Lawson now stands charged with the murder of her 17-month-old baby." The post included a screenshot of the newly filed indictment. The thread that ensued underneath this post exhibited the strong bias that had already formed amongst the Middlesbrough community regarding the alleged factors involved in Elena's death. The citizens demanded to know the names of other culprits they thought were potentially involved and what their charges would be. In response, Commonwealth attorney Lisa Fugate promised the public that the DNA analysis was being expedited. The prosecutor boldly said that the results were going to come any day and that those involved would be brought to justice. On September 5th, 2023, Erica Lawson was officially arraigned. Commonwealth announced its intention to pursue the death penalty by filing a motion of aggravated circumstances in the case. This was boasted once again by Lisa Fugate on social media. Prosecutor Fugate promised the public that the Commonwealth would get the death penalty for Erica Lawson, a vow she continued to post over the next few months. This social media activity would inevitably become a major part of the defense's exhibits in future proceedings.
On January 25th, 2024, the defense counsel for Erica Lawson filed a motion to strike what they were calling a defective indictment against the defendant in hopes to remove the death penalty. The motion argued.
So one thing here, right, when the baby passed, right, and I'll drop this link in the chat if you don't know this story, right, but I think they covered it extremely well. I think this is a dope channel also. Just
that the case was rushed by
as another FYI, but listen to the whole thing when you get a chance, right? The DNA swabs that they took from the baby, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, they found semen DNA sample, different DNA from either 5 men or 7 men. 5 to 7 different DNA samples from 7 different people in that baby. And the baby couldn't breathe for 45 minutes before they even elected to give her care. Why? Because of what was happening to her. Yeah, to look at this story when you get a chance. Right, and this is an extreme, right? It's a hyperbolic example, but it's anecdotal, right? But we look at stuff that is the neglect, essentially, right? And we saying nature is nurture natural. And I was saying on Wednesday that it is to women, you know, but when men are cowards, most men aren't protectors. I say, okay, how do we frame this to where we say nurture isn't natural to women? Here's some examples as to why. Now, what examples can you extrapolate to the major populace? Not this one, right? But we've seen things like this happen before. We just looked at Casey Anthony. Yeah, I'll drop the link. And then you guys know about this one here. I'm going to play this one. I'll drop the link too, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So you guys know about this story. I think I covered it. I can play it for if you want. But I covered this one here. Yeah, hot car one, right? Nails done. Yeah, that's a fact.
Mom accused of neglect, now out of jail.
She allegedly left her 3 children alone in a house of filth for years. Fox News' Robin Murdoch is live with the details this morning. Robin.
Good morning, Jay and Erica. This is a story that we have obviously been tracking for several months here at Fox 2, and this is a very significant development. As you just mentioned, that mother of 3, that Pontiac mother of 3, who's accused of abandoning her kids while they lived in filth and feces, she is now out of jail. 34-year-old Kelly Bryant posted her $50,000 bond just a couple of hours ago, so she is out of jail for the first time since February. And it was actually a welfare check back in February that brought this all to light. That is when Bryant's 3 kids, who were ages 15, 13, and 12, were all found alone in a Pontiac home. It is believed that they had been living alone for at least 4 years. Now, we are told that that house was covered in trash and human waste, and that the kids actually slept on pizza boxes. Now, Bryant's children have been staying with a family member ever since. Back in March, though, you might recall, communication privileges for Bryant were revoked after she reached out to her kid's caretaker. Again, the latest development in this is that Kelly Bryant has posted bond, and as long as she does not violate the conditions of her bond, she can remain out of jail. Her next court date is scheduled for later this month. Of course, we will keep an eye on this for you. We are live outside the jail here in Pontiac. I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
And so on that one, I did a whole Rel was good. I did a whole show on it, or a whole video on it. Let me see if I can drop the link if you want to see what the inside of the house looked like. So I was able to catch that footage before they took it down for the most part. But it just inside of the house, rotten feces everywhere. They was in there for 3 years. The boy went outside twice to get the mail once, and I think to touch grass, he said. And she was even seen dropping food off at the back driveway for the kids. You know what I'm saying? So this is like, natural nurture, but to just all this level of disregard. What's the norm? What's the actual? What's innate? Because I'm looking at, if you can go to this end, nurture will be on the other end. This shit is diabolical. What you seeing here is on a total opposite end of the spectrum from nurture. And you should have saw it. All McDonald's, pizza boxes, nothing good for the kids. This is the last one. I'm going to drop the link. But is nurture natural to women? If we saying protection and all that is not. This is the last one. People are jealous. People try to move on. People don't let them. And then you know what pops in my head? Young Scooter. What's the length at which someone is willing to go because they mad, because they fed up, because they jealous, because you ain't messing with them no more, or because something happened and they want to get back? Oftentimes people are dialing at 911. People are hitting, fighting, cussing, fussing, and they live with so much regret. But young Scooter lost his life. Let's listen to this call.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, so I'm a neighborhood watch, and basically like I said, these guys they're like selling drugs in and out of the house. All you see is guys coming in and out of the house with guns and stuff. They hold the guns in the air, and then it's like, I'm not sure if they're pimping, but it's the situation that's going on right now. This girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl. He literally fought the girl. I'm not sure what they was fighting over. If they was fighting over drugs, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like they were fighting over drugs. And then they started shooting. She had someone come over there and they started shooting. But the house needs to be investigated. They're definitely doing illegal stuff over there, and it's disturbing the area.
Shots were fired?
I would say 3. It was 3 shots.
When did it happen?
It's happening now.
Okay.
So I believe the girl is hurt.
And they're coming from 273 William Knott Drive?
That's not, yes. And the girl is hurt because she was like bleeding profusely, like blood everywhere.
Okay. Do you see or hear anything else?
Yeah, she's trying to get away and they're holding her. She's being held hostage. Like they brought her, the guy that was fighting her, she ran outside naked, and then he was fighting her outside. And then there was another commotion. She tried to get away. He dragged her back in the house. So now they're at the door, literally fighting. She's trying to get out. He's refusing to let her out. And it's like 7 guys in the house.
Did y'all hear that call? The brokenness. I heard 3 shots, 7 guys. They ran in and out the house. She was naked, bleeding profusely in the middle of the street. Now it's 7 other guys holding her hostage. You watched all this. You saw all this. 3 shots. None of this makes sense. It's happening right now. But you just said she called some people to confront the 7 guys that were there, and 3 shots rang out. Yet it's literally commotion in the middle of the street as we speak. Because of what? Because of why? Because of how you feel, what happened, get back. But now young Scooter lost his life. So I'm just going to play a little bit of this clip of the footage of her trying to exonerate herself after what happened.
Here today to clear my name that I had no intention to set anybody up. I never set anybody up. I was threatened by individual. There's a reaction for every action. This is part A. You guys didn't have part A. You guys only have part B. And the narrative, it looks like I was trying to set this man up because you guys don't have part B. Of giving you part B. Of giving you what led up to the call. I was physically abused. So I called to protect myself. I never had any intention to get anybody hurt. I was the one that was getting hurt. And I came here to say my truth. That's it. That's all. I don't want no clout. I don't want anything. All these troll pages. Y'all don't know me. None of y'all know me at all. At the end of the day, I'm a woman. And I was physically abused multiple times.
Right. Man dead for what? Man dead for why? And it turns out is we actually found out the reason why. But before I show y'all why, let me show you what happened to her for falsifying and making that false 911 call.
Demetria Spence chose not to appear in front of a judge, but the court did set a $7,500 bond for the 31-year-old, along with some special conditions. A Fulton County judge set a bond for Demetria Spence, who is facing charges for allegedly making a false 911 call. She was charged with transmitting a false public alarm after audio from the 911 call claimed shots were fired at a home on William Nye Drive on Friday. Spence made several claims, including that multiple men live in the home, and claimed illegal activity was going on there.
There is literally a whole domestic dispute going on. This girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting a girl.
But Atlanta police never found a woman at the scene.
At least she didn't get away with it. So now we went to Clubhouse, right, to understand why this transpired in the first place. What happened for her to make this egregious phone call? I got you, shot.
Jimmy got a bounty on her. She was in Kiddo's room the day before. Yeah, she was in Kiddo's room the day before, talking about how she had some threesome and all that. Y'all want to hear about it or no? Y'all cool? Yeah.
So right here, you're just gonna listen to real quick. So yeah, the 911 call was a lie. She got arrested for that. You know, when the cops came, none of what she said was accurate. So this is a Clubhouse clip of what why she did what she did. Listen to the reason it's for.
She was in Kiddo's room on the stage.
And I'll drop the video in the chat sheet if you want to watch it over.
So she was in Kiddo's room prior before, and she was talking about how it was supposed to be a threesome with him and some other girl, and basically she was pimping the girl out to be there, right? And then she had said that she played sleep. Like she said that she didn't really go to sleep. She just played. And the girl backdoored her and ended up having sex with the girl anyway. And she got up. She woke up from a fake sleep and walked in on her. So she got upset and she walked out of the house and she left the door open on her way out. And then she called neighborhood. She didn't call neighborhood watch. She called 911 pretending to be neighborhood watch, saying that the girl that was in there from the threesome, who she woke up to having sex with the guy that she put her on to, which just so happened to be Scooter. She called 911 and said that he had drugs over there, a kid over there. She seen somebody getting beat up. Not to mention, she said that she was seeing it. She said that she physically seen it with her own eyes, but then turned around and said that she was across the street. Then she turned around and said that she was in a whole nother. Okay.
So she called off bitterness.
And it's crazy because like she all in my IG comments. Now I gotta go delete her comments out, but I don't need them coming after me, honey. She all have heart eyes and hearts and it's crazy because listen, it's crazy because she only texts me. Like I've been on this girl for 2 years, and I'm so glad I don't have her phone number. She's only texted me ever in vanish mode.
So y'all can go take a watch. I'll drop the link in the chat, man. But you heard it. So essentially, she was pimping the girl out that she brought there. She fake sleep or act like she was asleep. Scooter was in the other room getting with the girl that she brought to have the threesome with herself, the girl, and him. She got tight, left the house out, left the door open, made this call. And now he dead. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Yo, what's poppin'? A salute to Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building. Gifted 5 memberships, man. Appreciate you, Ak. Love you. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain it. Aaron with the $2. Who do women care about? The baby or the boyfriend? Is that what you saying? I don't be knowing the acronym. Shit be crazy. Black Dawn with the $5 reporter. The kids slept on pizza boxes. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. What kind of twisted? I'm telling you, Black Dawn, I'll drop the link because I got a video of that one where they literally walking through the house, cleaning it up, upstairs, downstairs. Let me see if I can find it real quick as the everybody come up and hit the link. You feel me? Russ, as soon as you get on camera, I'll bring you up. Aaron was popping. Shot was goody.
Yo, my audio good?
Yeah, it's good. Yep.
Good. Before I jump into the topic, just real quick, just want to remind everybody that June is Men's Mental Health Month. Shout out to my homie Josh Marks, aka the smoothest 7-foot nigga to ever walk the earth. October 11th will be the 12th year since he succumbed to his struggle with schizophrenia. So I just want to, mention that for all the fellas to, make sure if you don't have a therapist, you got somebody in your life that checks on you and make sure you're good. In my neighborhood right now, Hamp, and I know Miss Fantastic, the guys in the military, shout out to them. For the last week, we've been having a guy in the neighborhood just being real erratic. We found out today that he's a man that's a veteran that's struggling with PTSD. You know, people been calling the police on them and stuff like that. So mental health for men is real. I just wanted to mention that real quick.
Yeah, no,
Appreciate you giving me that.
Bro, and just to expound on that really quick, Sean, right? I know that we are oftentimes skeptical of therapy, right? It seemingly not worked, right? And so when I tried it, I know that the yield is there if you pour into it,
right?
But you have to be 100% honest the whole time. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if you do that, I think that people can benefit,
right?
Because the therapist can't tell you what to do, but they can they can help you with tools if you're willing to apply them.
For sure.
You know, but
For
I
sure.
got a direct message inbox. Shy got one, Aaron got one, CJ got one, and at times that may be all you need.
Oh.
You know, but yeah, no doubt.
Appreciate that help. Just wanted to mention that, shout my homie out. In regard to the topic, man, and you know, we had this conversation in Discord a lot. I've always struggled with, not even struggle. I find myself deviating from a lot of men when we had these conversations about toughness and cowardice. Hamp, have you ever been to a funeral of a man who's been like killed or murdered, anything like that?
Yes.
Did anybody talk about how tough he was?
Kinda, yes.
Like tough, like with his hands, with his like the street type of tough. You actually heard people talk about that.
So not at the funeral, but it would be implied, if that makes sense.
Okay, cool. I can see that. Because the toughest conversation for me always feels like a trick bag, specifically for black men. And it was very interesting seeing like, and shout out to Jalen, that's one of the homies. But it was interesting seeing like Jalen kind of pushing that narrative, like, you know, most men are cowards because they run away from fights. You know what I mean? Particularly because I'm assuming she doesn't come from that type of environment where that's happening often. So I find it interesting kind of hearing, I think women hearing us talk about toughness and then adding their own spice to it. It just makes me question how we have this conversation. Because I said on the show, most men aren't cowards. I think at the end of the day, when put in a situation where their survival is on the line, most men are going to figure out whatever they need to do. If it's grab something, if it's shoot something, whatever it is, they're going to figure that out. And so most men aren't cowards. But I'm still trying to understand the utility of toughness and being hard outside of survival. I'm gonna pass the mic on this. I was thinking that you was going through the videos with the women. You know what I would love to see, Help? Like someone, or even you and more content creators, do a real like family planning session for men. What I mean by that is like we all go into these relationships with the hope that they last forever, right?
Yeah.
But in the event that they don't, what tools do men have outside of us doing the retrospective thing, which is be like, see how messed up it is? Like arming men with the information to know if in the chance you lose your family and you got to figure out here are your tools. Here's what you need to do to be prepared for what can happen. Because I think we had these conversations, but I think a lot of men don't know what to do in that situation. Seeing what happened to the guy, I'm like, man, that would have crushed me if I'm already doing my part and the law on my head.
Mm-hmm. The court, right?
Yeah. So I'm like,
no, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I think we need that. We need like real information that we can have it ready to go in the event it ever happens to us.
Yeah, you know what the irony about it is, you're 100% correct. And a lot of that court stuff is you need to be the plaintiff and not the defendant.
Yep.
You know, like that's where a lot of the leverage lies. Who files first, who goes first, right? And now the other person has to defend. Who's custodial? You know, so much of it is leverage based. You know, is based on that, predicated on that, literally. Right. You know. Right. And so all the tools that they have at their disposal, we do too. It's just the fact that they essentially enact them first.
Right.
Right. And that's why nurture, and I might be grouping a whole bunch of ideas together, but nurture seems to encompass more than just, you know what I mean? Like putting a Band-Aid on, you know? But 100, but you know, not to say it's that simple.
Right.
It's much more, it's right in front of us. Like it's like we eyes wide shut, you know, on a lot of that shit. But anything else you want to add? Go ahead.
One comment as far as the nurture, I think the same way I said about men, I think women innately have the ability, desire to nurture. However, and I was even doing a little reading about this before the thing started. Okay. Nature and nurture are always fighting each other. And I think we specifically talking about our community. A lot of us come into the world and we're in survival mode. Survival mode gets in the way of that nature. So if we're speaking on particularly Black people, I think a lot of us aren't seeing in general this nurturing spirit that does exist, that's fighting against what the survival makes you want to protect, control things. So you don't get time to spend a lot of time with your soft, open self. You're trying to survive, you're trying to control, you're trying to protect. But I still think it's innate in women. But I think it's the conditions in which particularly Black women are subjected to, I think it gets in the way of that nature.
So you think in their what's the best verbiage, right? Is it stereotypical, meaning like we assume their environments to be a thing? Or is it actual, like the actual environments in which they are subject to makes them have to put nurture to the side and then start to put other things that are a little bit more self-serving to the forefront to be successful or to survive?
That's what I see from my lens. I think you just articulated it perfectly.
Okay.
I'm sure there's people that disagree with me. I would love to hear counter argument.
Yeah. Let's talk through it. Aaron, Shalom, what's popping?
Shalom. I need you to do me a favor, bro. I need you to call my cousin Sean. I need him to cam up because I say the gender war been on for a few decades or so. But I think Sean just pushed the first button. Like, he just shot the first nuke. Like, calling out women on their nurturing is wild. Like, I don't think no man ever test that water, and it had to be Sean out of all people. Like, the man who come up here, he usually got a good thing to say about women. And he just
saying what he ended with?
Yeah, because it's 270 people in the chat on my side that I see. Somebody in here is another content creator or gonna tell other content creators. So this nature versus nurture for women thing, you're gonna see other people talking about this. And this is gonna spread, and this is gonna cause a whole problem. Like,
what's the problem you see?
Women getting called out. You know they don't like accountability. So now you're calling them out on the number one thing that they use against us. I'm a nurturer. Women are natural nurturers. He just called that out.
So do you think they are?
No.
Do you think the examples I showed are extreme or hyperbole, or do you think that that speaks to the? Go ahead.
That's women. Like, that's women. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, there's not a lot of nurturing women. Like, which goes back to there's not a lot of wives. To me, in 2025, 10% of women are wives. So that's 10% are nurturers.
So let me ask you this, though. Do you think that they are in survival mode, which is why nurture has to be put on the back burner?
Well, how long they been in survival mode? Because most women been hoes since the beginning of time.
Jesus Christ.
So, and this is why I cammed up, because I want an apology for me, CJ, a couple lives that we done been on, a couple of the YNs telling us just pick our best hoes. Oh, y'all young niggas got to get over it. Do we see the women that we have to deal with? Like, come on, bro. Like, I'm 34. I could deal with women in their 20s, 30s, or 40s, even up to their 50s, and they are wild. So I don't want to hear it's an age gap shit. It's just women in general. We go back to biblical stories. We go back to war. I'm watching a show called Mobland. Shout out to Mobland. Y'all got to watch that. Just know, ain't no good women on that show. They causing all the problems. It's power all over again. Power. Every woman on power. They cause the problems. Most women are not nurturers. They're not wives. They're wild women who do wild shit. They have sex with women. Like I said on the live earlier this week, they hump pillows, they hump niggas, they hump trans, they hump other women. They do all kind of wild shit and then say It's men's fault. Men are the gay ones. Men out here doing all the wild shit. Like, men is causing all the problems in the world. How did Emmett Till die?
White woman lied on him.
Woman. And all black women sat up there and said, this is what y'all get. They use examples like that to run us away from white women. But then we got thousands of examples of black women doing the same thing. It's not just black women, white women, it's all women. Women are evil. Like, they do evil shit. When you push them to the limit, they will do the most diabolical evil shit. That's just women naturally. I'm sorry, but for some reason we love y'all. I don't know why, because I still want to get married. I don't know why.
No, you can't, but you can't say all the stuff you said, and then if you still want to get married, you
literally call women evil.
Hey, wait, everybody, hold on. Let y'all respond.
All I'm saying is, if women are as evil as you just said they are, you got to make it sense being a more logical person that you still want to be attached to one for long term, and with all the stuff you just said about it, you got to make it make sense.
Open for the 10%, Shad.
You said you open for the 10%?
Men from the beginning of the time even if he had multiple wives, or if he had one wife and was sleeping with multiple women, he always was hoping that he could find one woman that was just super solid. That's just men in general. Women want to just destroy shit. They just want to, if shit don't go their way, they just go crazy. Tell me where I lied in any of the examples that I just said.
So I guess if you're speaking on like a one-on-one, you mean like for your own individual life experience, I won't tell you you're wrong. Because all I'm saying is that same sentiment can be made on the other side too, Aaron. Like it's not. I mean, let's talk about and this ain't me trying to protect women, but let's talk about
this. We go straight. I'm talking about the women right now, bro.
No, I get that. We talk about everything after, Aaron.
Aaron. Let him mind through.
All right, go ahead.
We talk about everything, Aaron. You're right. We're addressing women specifically in our conversation now. We also talked about men being cowards, so we're still talking about people in general.
Yeah. But who judged that men are cowards? Women.
Well, I think Sean
said men are cowards also.
But do you do that when you running outside? You just see a man and you like he a coward, or is he have to be put in a situation for you to call him a coward?
Wait, ask it again. My bad, Aaron.
You walking in the earth and you walk past a man. Do you just look at him and say that man's a coward, or do you have to see him in a type of situation for you?
Yeah, I didn't. My bad. I cut you off. My bad.
I'm asking you, Shad.
No, I don't think that.
So, do you think men just walk around naturally and
Shad didn't? Aaron. Slow down. Shad didn't say men were cowards.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Now I'm asking him an example.
That's what I'm saying. Let him work through what he was saying so you can respond to what he ends, like in the entirety of what he's saying.
Oh, I thought he was finished. Go ahead, bro.
No, he was actually articulating. He was just saying the conversation we had involved both sexes.
Yeah.
So when I'm looking at men, because I have it up there, most men are cowards, most women are forsaken. You see, so it's allowed to be in this conversation. The reason why I focused on the women is because the men were focused on Wednesday.
Okay.
You see, so now we have both on the table so we could discuss.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Go ahead. I mean, not trying to just take. I just be like, again, this when I heard Aaron kind of with his opening statement and then ended with, "But I still want to marry one." It just makes me question: do you really believe when you say all women? You said most. You said most women are evil, and it's 10% that aren't.
Yes.
And I think I just wonder, like, when we have these conversations, are y'all only talking about the lens through romantic relationships? Like, is that how y'all see women only through romance and like how they perform and show up in romance? Because just in general in the world, that the idea that most of the human beings in the world are evil, I just don't. It don't make sense of what's going on in the world, but that everyone's so evil.
No, I'm not talking about just in romantic situations. I'm talking in general. Women, the same things like, okay, equality, right? We both work most of the same jobs. We know there's jobs that women don't work, right? But I'm talking about the jobs that have both men and women in it, right? Or just walking down the street, just natural stuff in life. Women do a lot of wild shit, bro. and we don't call, like, they don't call their own shit out. Like, that accountability shit is real. Like, because women basically don't want to be judged for the wild shit that they do. So they're not gonna call out other women wild shit. So even if, let's say, it's 100% of wild shit that they do, right? But she only do 20. She looking at it like the 20% of wild shit that she do, she don't want no woman calling her out about that shit. You feel me? Like, so she let the other 60%, 80% do whatever the fuck they want to do. Like, they could do whatever the fuck they want to do because I got demons too. And this is why I super chatted earlier. We gotta check. A lot of women do witchcraft shit, bro. That's a lot of stuff that we don't point out. That mother nature, that spirituality. Women are smarter than men. This is all coming from ancient teachings. I got women that I worked around that admit that, yes, they have family members that practice witchcraft. They know, y'all know the stories. Come on, man, about Hispanic women, what they do to your spaghetti.
Let me ask you a tough question.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you say my Dukes falls in all this?
My mom?
Yours, mom's, yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, my mom is tough as shit. Like, she rough as hell, bro. Like, I tell her.
Is she evil? Is she evil?
She has her ways. Yes.
I just want to. I ain't trying to make you. You know, that's your mom. You gotta be careful. It's the internet. But I'm just. So is your mom evil?
She has her ways. Yes. Trust me. And and just know I've seen it. I've been on the spectrum of the nigga who caught the strays plenty of times.
Okay.
I mean, like,
wasn't aimed at me, but I got hit.
You talk about like unadulterated evil, like, hold on.
Like, Don, did you
Hi to the panel?
I'm next too, motherfucker. I gotta go. I don't got time. Hold on.
Real quick, you mean like straight unadulterated evil? Like, she like some
I'm
like
talking about that
extra
nigga
shit.
I'm talking about that nigga gotta leave, and somehow I got thrown in the category with that nigga. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, what the fuck I do? That was my question. Like, what the fuck did I do? Like, I'm talking about begging homie, like, please don't leave, my nigga, because you just fucked up everything. Like, we ain't about to eat breakfast at night no more. Like,
breakfast at night.
you know when your mom just do random shit. Like, she always cooking.
Hey, and I just got
you made it seem like that was normal though. You made it seem like that was normal.
I just got one more question for you, Aaron. What's the quality about them? You know, and I'm saying I'm accepting everything you said about what you've seen in your experience. What's the quality about women that make you, despite what you know to be true, you still want to be attached to one? What's the quality that's making you know they're evil, but you're saying, but what is it?
Well, one, I fear God. And two, nigga, I got bust a nut, bro. You got like,
that's one really, nigga. Don't
bro. I know TJ said it before. I didn't want to prove.
I'm not going.
God damn, bro.
When they chilling, they be dope, bro. You know it, bro. When they be chilling, but when they not chilling, it's run for the hills, bro.
I was hoping you didn't say that, but you got it. Damn.
This dude said I would literally fuck Satan.
Satan is a bad bitch. You might.
What the fuck?
TJ, what's good?
What's good, man? Great show. I'm gonna give you your props, man. I like what you were saying in the beginning. I don't agree with how you ended it, that they feel unsafe. This is the safest society has ever been. How could they feel unsafe? They work in air-conditioned jobs. They dress like they dress half naked when they go outside. They can't feel unsafe. Where's the unsafety? So we just want to give women excuses so bad. And I agree with most of the shit that Aaron said, man. Evil it's a tough word. It's hard to prove how evil they are. But I believe that they damn near evil. And you showed a lot of anecdotal examples, but it's not to that extreme. But women are very selfish. Like I said before, they don't really like men. They like using us. If they can't use us, they don't give a fuck about us. They'll discard us. They don't give a fuck. And women are more violent than men, I believe. Or if not violent, they will get the men that they could control to be violent. Like in their mind, I think in their mind they like violence more. They just can't enact the violence more because they're not as strong as us, as strong as us. It was a crazy show today, man. Go ahead.
So you don't think they're natural nurturers? Do you think nurture is innate to them?
No. And it's tough because I think most animals want to protect their young. So I don't think that's nurturing though. That's protection. That falls under the protection. Nurturing. This is a tough topic, Hamp. It is tough, feel me? Are they natural nurturers?
I'm so confused. So I got 2 questions. It's like
Right.
so the first question is when it comes to like evil, like what scale are we using here? Like we using like Saturday morning cartoon evil or Satan evil or what?
Darth Sidious convincing Anakin to kill all the Jedi's evil, bro.
Evil. If you see what women are in control, how society ends up. You see how black women are in control of the black community, and it's the parts that they are in control of, like that's super matriarchal. It's the worst.
Real quick for the
It's
non-nerds that reference. He basically just called them Hitler, basically.
And wait, and I had a point. And if there was such natural nurturers, how would women would be so against deleting their offsprings? It would be fucking insane. But they promote it the most. Most women, most people that promote this shit, they use this as a point to get Kamala Harris to push for her. That hey, we believe in the right to delete our kids. Women should have been against this in outstanding numbers. But they championed it. How could they be nurturers championing something like this?
So you're saying they're not natural nurturers. You also believe that men aren't natural protectors, right? Innate protectors.
I kind of switched my stance a little bit on this. I think it's innate enough to protect the things that we love. So if we protect the things that we love, then we gotta be called protectors, even if we don't protect things that's outside of us. Feel me? So
you had
I'm a little bit, yeah. I switched my stance a little bit.
You switched from
Oh, nigga, hold on. Hey, everybody. Hey, how's everybody doing?
Yo,
Yeah, this big baby whooped my ass the other day, tried to jump me, and now what? Look where he at, right back home.
But that's because both of us are protectors. Feel me?
Hey, brother, how you doing
I
there,
gotta
brother?
go to jail, man.
My bad, let me mute back up.
Yo, Hamp, can I say something real quick to the
Hey,
nurture?
great
thing,
points,
real quick?
Aaron. Hey, great fucking points, Aaron.
Can I say something real quick to the nurture?
Yo, CJ, real quick. I did 2 a day yesterday, but I spar in the morning and the night, nigga. 3,000 calories, man.
I'm about to go spar right now. Happy. Tough too.
You don't even feel like it.
Hey, pray for your boy right now, man. I'm going to the Lions Den right now.
CJ, hold
bro.
on.
That's it, man. Move
CJ,
your
hold-
fucking head, nigga. Go ahead, Aaron.
Do y'all damn, I wanted him to stay real quick. I think how you could tell if a woman is nurturing if she doesn't have children is if you see if she how she cares about other people's kids, whether it's her family or just kids in general. Because I notice a lot of women don't care about other people's kids outside their own. And I think that falls a lot under how you could see if a woman is nurturing or not. Just how she sees a child and how she like gets those butterflies, or she wants to help a child do something. And you know, like when she comes around, let's say she has nieces and nephews, they love her the most.
Do most women do that?
No.
From your anecdotal example?
Yes.
They don't?
No, I know a lot of women. I know a lot of women that drop.
You're saying most women you know do not take care and nurture the kids around them.
No.
That's different from my experience. It's always like,
No, you got the floor anyway. What's up?
Where he at again? In what? He in Philly, Baltimore, Memphis?
New
York.
Yeah.
Yeah, my difference is completely. It's like
But you don't have to comment on that. What were you? Did you want to say something overall? You can comment on that. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. Oh, the second question was like so the thing I want to iron out the most is like, what do we mean by nurturing? Right, exactly.
Say it again.
What do you mean by nurturing exactly, specifically? Like, I hate being pedantic, but I'm not sure what exactly or how we're using that word, right? So what do you mean by nurturing? Like, they took care of you, they fed you, they gave you a house, or because the thing is,
pour into you, boost you up.
Yeah.
You know, like the. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like me growing up, was just like everyone, at least everyone around us, or number one, like our first cheerleader was always our mom. Like they'll always like support us no matter what we do, no matter what happened. So I'm just really interested in seeing you guys like how y'all grow up and your backgrounds, because I've lived almost damn near in the same neighborhoods as most of you guys live in. Like single mom, impoverished, never lived in a house until I was in college. You know, like I'm just still really confused. Like if something were to happen, the first person that'll be there on site will be my mom. So I'm still really trying to wrap my head around this.
Yeah. So like Dawn, so just so you understand the premise, right? Men's innate traits that we thought were innate, like being a protector, were called into question. And then it was said that those aren't innate. And then it was said overtly that most men are cowards. You see?
Well, most men aren't cowards. I mean, that's just
no, but I'm just take this walk with me. I'm just giving you the framing. So the reason why I approach today in this manner is because coward is the extreme weakness of a man, you know? So now we're looking at nurture, because that should be an innate trait that women have. You know, that's probably the most agreed upon thing. You know, we say they nurture. And so that's why I called it into question. I agree that it is innate. But then when I made sure to find examples, I'm like, well, damn, would these examples make people question if it was or not? You see?
Yeah. I just disagree with, like, I guess both for the sake of the title, I disagree with like both premises. The first one don't even make any sense to me. Most men are cowards. I mean, in my opinion, if you like give a man a reason to do something, he'll do it. Most men will do it. I just refuse to believe that most men are just gonna lay over and just be a bitch. Like that's just not how most men operate.
Yeah.
And to say that most women are forsaken or most women are not nurturing, all of us, majority of the people in the chat on this panel, I don't give a fuck what none of y'all said. Y'all grew up with your mom, and they did a pretty decent job. They weren't the best mom in the world, and this is why I wanted to talk specifically about the nurture spectrum. Like, what exactly are we talking about nurturing? Because some moms do it better than others. Not all moms are equal. 100% agree with that, right? But they definitely nurtured you to some degree, to some capacity.
But it doesn't mean it's a good job, but it existed, right?
Yeah.
And now that's what we're trying to mine through. So Aaron said, no, for all intents and purposes. I know he doesn't mean absolutely no, his mom never did. But he's saying, yo, if he had to categorize, he would categorize based on his, maybe the things that are most memorable, essentially. Because I agree. My mom, there's nothing that she wouldn't do. Like nothing, So
that's why it's important to get to like nitty gritty. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what it got to get down to.
Yeah. It's like, what did she do that you thought that it wasn't nurturing to the point to where you just disqualified her from that category altogether? And I feel like if you ask most men that question, that'd be a pretty damn hard thing to do. Just saying that she didn't want to take care of somebody else's kids, which is understandable. I mean, somebody else's kids, or not wanting to be around somebody else's kids, but she took care of you.
Here's the other thing, though, right? Just to play, I want to make sure that it's fair to once we start mining through it.
Yeah,
we are biased. We have blinders on when it comes to my Dukes. So when I think Aaron was asked a question, are you talking about romantically? I think those people that you don't have a natural proclivity to give benefit of the doubt, second chance grace, you may give a more objective POV about the nature overall, right? Because Ma could do no wrong. We all been raised like that.
Oh no, of course. I mean, I'm taking that into account too. Trust me, my mom, love you, mama. But like,
you watching?
I doubt this shit.
See how scared he is? He gotta speak it into the air, like love you, mama.
But like, we all have our I know she has her shortcomings. we all know like the things that she did, like especially growing up, like after you reach the age, like I don't know, like maybe like 21, 22, you're like, if you look back at her, you'd be like, damn, my mom really fucked up. Shit. You know what I mean? Like she did some shit. But I'm pretty sure overall, I think you could say that she did a decent job in nurture. I just refuse to believe
Can you call out mothers on their, you know, like on their fuck ups the way we call out fathers?
Yeah. If you there's a different
I'm
so
saying
you can't do it.
Accept that feedback, like
Yeah, but you can't do it the same way that you can with dad stuff.
What you mean? What you mean?
What you mean?
Yeah. What you mean? Can't do it the same way? What you mean by that?
Yeah. So with dads, well, just with men in general, we're like way more direct. Like we just like.
Like, no, you know, you put yourself in a hacky, not a hacky sack,
no, I set you up.
potato sack. You don't tied your legs up now because what you about to articulate is an issue because they can't take it. We're not going to be as honest with them.
You know that was a setup question, right?
Okay, so let me ask this question. So can you communicate in a different way, but not have it be dishonest at the same time?
If both of your parents was fuck ups, right? Can you go to your dad? No, can you go to your mom the same way you go to your dad and say, yo, you was fucking up?
No, you can't go the same way. You have to
Exactly.
go with a different approach.
But I guess I just question if the same way, if it's honest, as Black Dunn said, like the same way isn't as important as we make it. That's what I guess is what I'm coming from. I don't think it's
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like that doesn't mean you have to be dishonest about it or lie.
Shad, do you have to tiptoe around your mother a little bit more than you have to do? So what I'm saying is if dad is a fuck up, right? And you just whatever, you know, kids grow out of that phase where they realize their parent a fuck up, right? And they tell their parent, you a fuck up, right? Can we just come to our moms the same way we come to our dads and be like, yo, you was fucking up? Or do we have to find nicer ways to tiptoe around the situation?
I think if I'm speaking for in general, I'll concede you will probably be more tiptoeing around like your mom than you would your dad. That the majority of people probably that's the experience. So I'll concede that.
Yeah, but do you have to be dishonest though? Is the core?
No, you don't have to be dishonest, right? But everything matters in delivery of information if you want somebody to improve, you know? So at what point do you present that with a level of grace or understanding or empathy, you know, after the 10th time, right? So like my kids, I'll say, don't do this, right? If I get to the 10th time, nigga, it ain't, listen, you see what I mean? Like if somebody messed, you know what I mean? Like it's up, especially for Chug, you know what I mean?
You growing, Hamp. I'm shocked you giving them 10 times.
No, I'm being nice to the thing. I mean, Chug don't really get much of nothing, but you know, Rock, that's my man, Rocky, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know,
Rock get 12 times.
Yeah, Rock just a little bit of cry, like, here, take it, fuck it. Reaper, what's popping, man?
What up, man? Salute to everybody, man. Salutations. God bless. Hopefully everybody's good, man. Salute, bro.
What's goody?
Whoa. I'm looking for that nigga.
Fix your internet first, bro.
You just seen
my internet. Look at him frozen.
5 days straight.
Look at him frozen up with the Obama phone talking about, I'll go first. Look at that shit, bro. Your shit ain't even working right.
Man, Dad's been here more than I've been here.
Go ahead, Mr. Robot. Go ahead with your fucking janky ass internet. Go ahead, bro.
Yo, first off, nigga, you gotta wear that losing ass Knicks hats to cover up that same natural hairline. So let's not do that. Okay? Double L. I don't know why y'all niggas try me with this. Okay? And it's not my phone. It's not my phone, sir. It's a satellite that's receiving. But anyway, shout out to everybody, man. About going to the gym. So nah, man. It's just crazy. And shout out to Sean. But yeah, brother, y'all know we talked about this a long time ago. This is nothing new. It's just new to y'all over here, right? So this whole nature versus nurture thing has been challenged a lot. And I still think it's innate. I think it's natural. It's just the fact of the matter now that society has helped women forsake it. who was, I think it was CJ. CJ brought up a great point of, women wanting to get rid of their babies. That's a fairly new concept of it being publicly acceptable and talked about. Even though they've been practicing it now for, I think, what was it, like 40 years or 50 years, still publicly supporting it and women going to bat for it. A lot of women fighting for the right to, delete unborn babies is wild to me. It's always oxymoronic. I don't even understand why all these living people that were birthed by women want to fight so hard for other babies to not be birthed by women. But hey, that's another thing for another day. But again, feminism and society have helped women forsake their natural inclination to be nurturing, right? Now, what Aaron said, I agree with wholeheartedly. I think it's very, very hard for a lot of men, black men specifically, to understand and learn. The first woman to betray you is your mother. And a lot of the time, it's not nefarious. It's just out of the fact that if she shows you the ways of women, now you get to see her ways. You feel me? If she shows you and she tells you and gives you the game on the bullshit games that women play, now you look at her different, and it takes away that mystique that we're talking about where mom can do no wrong. Well, if she never tells you that, of course she can never do no wrong. And then after the fact, once you've grown and you start doing this shit, and it's like, well, what the hell is this? And she, well, baby, can't, this is, well, damn, that, don't you think that would have been something you should have been telling me, at least in my teenage years, not my whole life, but, once I start liking girls, but then too, like I said, she has to keep her number one option for you. You know what I'm saying? You got to always be willing to be there for mama. I think most dudes is wife or whatever, whatnot, what have you. That's why we bring up the question, right? Is it an easy decision if your mom and your wife is fucking falling off a cliff? You got to say one, who you saving?
Your wife.
Is that an easy answer?
Yeah.
I'm breaking up. My bad. Am I breaking up now?
Yeah. Is it easy answer for most people? I'm not. I have to think through it. Well, you save your wife, right?
Well, yeah. For most, that I don't know. It depends. Did she piss you off that day? That bitch done. Hey, did you forgive her for cheating? She been out here doing dicks. I'm just saying.
You still with her?
Did you think about it? You
Callie with the $5 says, Carmen, sweetheart, quote, pushing them to the limit, and quote, that's them naturally is an oxymoron. I think that's when Aaron was talking.
I think that's what I said, though.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. The thing is, in fact, she gonna scream.
Huh?
No, we're talking about like most men are cowards. So what I'm thinking is, if a woman gets into a fight with another, like a man or something, she's not gonna fight back. She's gonna like scream. Most women, right? You push a man to a limit against another man, eventually at some point, I think most men are gonna fight back. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see. Oh, Nika with the $2 says, can we stop running, quote, yo mama tactics? Saul with the $5 says, girls are often taught to be caring and emotionally tuned in. So if a girl is never taught that, is she still held accountable because she's a woman? Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Most men are held accountable for not being masculine. Talk about right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Hamp, I don't know if anybody kind of addressed what I felt. I just wanted to know if they thought not necessarily an excuse, because as the super chat said, at some point in your life you're gonna be accountable for whatever upbringing you had. But do y'all think it's a valid reason that I would argue a lot of women, particularly in our community, they're battling like that nature and versus that nurture, where the environment sometimes interferes with what may be innate? Do y'all think that's valid? Or y'all think it's like that's bullshit?
What you think, Reaper?
I think part of it is valid, right? If you're taught to do something right and you fuck up, right? You get the excuse maybe once, but once you know better, you're supposed to do better. And I think many times, shot that people know they're supposed to do better, but they could rest on that excuse, right? They don't have to improve, right? You know what I'm saying? So when we talk about the ills and some of the cycles we go through, not even men and women, we know we're not supposed to be doing certain things, but at the end of the day, I could just rest on that. So I get where you're coming from, but when you know better, you're supposed to do better. At one point, you go from being ignorant to just being stupid. When you're ignorant, it's okay. You didn't know. But once you start, you keep doing it. Once you know, you're stupid. So
that's fair. That's fair.
So, Reap, what you think about the just the overarching topic?
Several things, man. First of all, Miss Fantastic said a lot of what I want to say. With your moms being the ones who betray you, and I was just thinking about some of the celebrities, right? Who they get in this relationship with these ancient women, and the cycle happens where they get divorced. And I'm like, PJ Washington, you know, such and such. What happened to your mom telling you about the game? Your mom is supposed to be picking out the women and saying, nah, she ain't good for you. So not saying it didn't happen, just, you know, in my head. But that was one. Two, no woman should ever say a man is tough or whatnot. If you never got punched in your eye and had that white thing for like a good 3 seconds, and you had to reset your whole Nintendo system, don't talk about another nigga being tough or not, because y'all niggas don't have to fight. Y'all don't have to judge in your head. You know what? That man bumped me, but it's not even worth it. Even if I get a victory, it might be a Pyrrhic victory, and it might load up to something worse down the line. You know what? I'm gonna let that go, right? So I don't want to hear no woman talk about no man being tough. The only time I be thinking that men truly are cowards is when they deal with women. A lot of niggas ain't real with the women they deal with. That's why down the line they get into trouble, because now they got to take down the veil they put on when they first got you. And the woman's like, oh my gosh, I've never seen this about you. It's like, nah, that's the real me. And that's where some of these issues come about. So all that shit about men as cowards and shit, man, shut that the fuck up. Because y'all niggas be around women y'all don't even like. And y'all be friends with them for 30 years. Don't fight, don't split up or nothing because y'all scared. You know what I'm saying? So that was one. I was just a little bit pissed at that comment. But on the flip side, my last comment, and it goes to what some of you guys have said. I think women are naturally nurturing, right? But again, it goes to the quote I love saying, man, there's no measure of health to be adjusted to a profoundly sick society, right? Krishnamurti. We live in a society now, like Mr. Fantastic said, where they're pushing women, socializing women to go against their own nature. And Miss Fantastic said it before. You guys said on the panel before. You could get vagina from a woman quicker than you get a dinner if you're talking about dating. Not all, but a lot of women, where they don't even want to show you that side of them. Where I could cook for you, I could do these nurturing things. They'll give you pussy on the first night. They might even let you smash raw, right? So we're twisting that. And so when Shab was talking about excuses, I give them that excuse that a lot of women have been socialized to not be nurturing. But at the end of the day, I do think they are naturally nurturing. But we've seen so much of it, we think that that's what they truly don't want to do. Half these women that sit up here parading, deletion rights for the kids, they taking pills. They taking antidepressants because at the end of the day, when they're away from the parades and the marches and that stuff, they're depressed. They gotta compartmentalize that. Damn, I did delete a kid. I did delete somebody out of here. But then when they show you the faces, hey, I'm proud to kill I had 8 of them. Blah, 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 blah. So a lot of these women ain't really happy. They know something is fucked up. So I do think that they are naturally nurturing, but something in the matrix is all fucked up, right? And so you have people who think that it's good, or they try to put out the face that it's good when it's not. So.
I had a Mr. Fantastic level, but I do have a question because the abortion conversation is very interesting to me. Do you think the majority of men would be cool if abortion was outlawed, period? So that means anytime you with a chick, even if you don't plan on being with a long time, if you don't use protection, and she get pregnant and you forced to have that kid, you think the majority of men would be cool with that? That you gotta have a kid?
Oh, you asking me?
I mean, yeah, you first. Anybody want to come in?
Oh, nigga, we talked about this before. Shy, your mic might be like running into your shit.
Yeah, it's like cloudy.
I bet.
It's not a bowl or something.
Or you know what? Hang it, pause on the chain, the mic itself. Don't take the chain off.
Oh, just hang it on the shirt, right? The front of the shirt.
Reaper. Come on. Hang it on the chain. What about him? We had this conversation before. Matter of fact, it was a live show for the meetup we had in Houston. Shout out to Angry Man, he was up there. We got all the men to agree that niggas is complicit in the motherfucking abortion stats.
So that's why when guys start bringing up the abortion conversation, I just kind of like are y'all what are we doing here? Because if there were no abortions allowed, I think niggas would be. Come on, man.
I think niggas would do what they was doing thousands of years ago. Niggas would move to another country.
Or most dudes wouldn't be having sex.
True. Yeah.
You know, like I feel like it's like a two.
You
What's it
act
called?
like
Double-edged sword. You know what I mean?
you
Like,
act like
yeah,
the I'm going to get milk hasn't evolved in different ways. Like
So you
that
saying
is
niggas-
it's been around from the beginning of time. I'm going to go get some cattle. That's what they were saying thousands of years ago. Nigga was you knew it was nothing but fucking rabbits and shit jumping around, and
You saying-
he was gone.
So you saying that's what men do, Aaron?
No
So you
good niggas.
you realize if niggas is doing that, then you know what argument you help bolster? The argument of women. The argument of women are in circumstances in which they have to put nurture aside and put survival at the forefront. So now they have to take on traits that a man would be there for because he left to get milk or cattle, and so now she can't afford to be nurturing because she got to live in this earth alone and raise that kid, and now she got to be more like a nigga.
When that bolster the abortion argument too, like it's like, okay, I know this dude's not gonna be
Yeah,
here.
abortion, but I'm more so
gonna
working
be-
it back to the nurture natural
okay.
thing.
Yeah,
You see,
But she chose.
that's what Scott was saying. The circumstances, they can't afford to be nurturing now because nigga went and got milk and never came back.
But she chose that tyrant.
Okay. Ain't no woman choose a dude that be like, I know he's gonna abandon me. I can't wait for him to abandon me and make me a single mom. Like, come on,
Bro, I always say a woman vagina, her body is the start of a kingdom. It is the fertilization of the ground. She chooses what man she wants to start planting gardens on that ground to build a kingdom. Now, if he fuck up that kingdom and you chose a dictator or a tyrant or a nigga who gonna run off and go start another kingdom, that's the nigga you chose. Pick a nigga who is a good king.
Do you think
Pick
a majority?
Pick a nigga who gonna be there, who gonna have a council, who gonna build this family up the right way. Stop picking tyrants, stop picking dictators, and stop picking niggas like Genghis Khan who wanna take over a whole continent. He can't sit down in one kingdom. That's their choices.
I don't think a lot of women chose Genghis Khan. By the way, I'm just gonna put that out there.
I
don't
think a
that
lot
was.
did.
You'd be very surprised. No, they did not. That was not their choice. But that aside, though, do you think like most women like today is just like, I can't wait to be a single mom. I can't wait for him to abandon me and leave me.
Girls
Like,
on the regular, bro. Yes, they out here, bro. I'm okay. Not being funny, bro. When my job went from making $17 an hour to $36 an hour, there was girls like, yeah, I'm about to get rid of this nigga. There was girls talking about, oh yeah, I'm about to have this baby now. Girls, I've witnessed it, bro. When you're in an environment, when you work at a job where, let's say it's 100 employees and 60 to 70 is women, they are free to talk their shit because there's more of them. And it's like, fuck you, nigga. It's like, who cares about y'all opinion? There's more of us. I've watched girls. I'm pregnant. Oh, I'm about to go get pregnant. And she over here just last week was saying how all 3 niggas that she got is treating her like shit and won't wife her, won't make her a girlfriend. My nigga, I heard tragic stories. Valentine's Day story. This nigga taking my car, going to his baby mom's crib. A lot of them got the rose petals on the bed, waiting for this nigga, and he done got my car. He ain't bring my car back till like February 25th. Like I've heard it, bro. I've heard the wild shit, bro. Like, and they up for it. That single mom shit. The whole I've heard women say out their mouth to me, like, if I go get pregnant, gay nigga, bro. I'm telling you, women is wild, bro.
That's crazy. I never heard no shit like that. That's news to me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You gotta get them in an environment where they feel like they got the leverage. When they feel like they got the leverage, we always say this. Hamp always say, you find the dots. You get them comfortable enough, they start saying shit that they know they shouldn't be saying. They're wild, bro.
Sean, what's good, man? So Sean said that most men are cowards. Not to say you have to go into that, but I just want to make sure.
I'm disappointed. Damn, bro, I'm disappointed.
Look, so my honest opinion is that coward, the word coward is the performative word, but I don't believe that. I believe that most men are just normal people, is what I'm saying. They're just normal. That's why
They're citizens.
Yeah, right. That's why I was trying. That's why I was saying like they wouldn't hurt a fly. They wouldn't do anything. I'm not so coward was just the performative word, but they wouldn't hurt a fly. So it's not about them being cowards. They just peaceful, harmonious people. They don't. You know what I'm saying? I believe that we innately have the ability or the potential to be violent, but I think we get socialized to become violent. So that's really what I was trying to say. I don't think most men will ever do anything violent. And which too,
Will
when I
they
think about
protect themselves?
Say that again.
Will they protect themselves?
Protect themselves.
If you don't think niggas will protect themselves, that's a coward.
Right? Like, yo, that's crazy to me. Like,
You slapping that nigga all in his head and shit. You saying most niggas just going for that?
just die.
I in our community, no. But when my brain when I start overthinking this, I start thinking about the other communities. I think that we are naturally with the shits. I don't think that some of the other people are. I think we naturally protect ourselves because we socialize to do that. And I think so the answer to your question is yes. But if we walk outside and each of us go smack a 5'6" Asian man, he gonna notify the authorities. He ain't gonna swing back. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
But the white people have been the most violent in the earth. So I know you got to put them. What do you think?
Yeah. They fucking cannibals. They eat humans. You know what I'm saying? But look at it, right? Most of the humans in the world are some form of Asian. And so culturally, the way that they're socialized is different. Like, look at it. It's like in America, it's 300 million people. Over there, collectively, it's almost 3 billion. So I'm thinking about those cultures because it's exponentially more of them than us.
But so let's make it tangible then. When you're looking at men in the USA,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
what do you think about men in the USA?
I think men in the USA will defend themselves for sure.
Okay, so you think most men in America will defend themselves?
Absolutely. Yep. Mm-hmm.
But you think it's because of socialization?
Absolutely.
What about on the continent?
Yes, they will. They'll defend themselves. Yeah.
South America?
Yes.
So you just don't got no faith in the Asians.
And a lot of Europeans too. Not all.
Okay. That was smooth.
But that's
going to Africa next.
Is a function of the culture, the cultural impacts of things, the socialization of things. You feel me?
So you don't think it's innate?
I think the ability to is, or the innate. There's an innate desire to protect yourself, to have the capacity to be aggressive, but we get socialized to be aggressive. We get socialized. Hey, look, turn the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? Or don't turn the other, or whatever the case may be. Like if a nigga hit you, hit back. And that's what I was trying to say the other day. Like my mom was like, hey, somebody do something to you, nigga, don't come back in this house if you don't fight back.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't naturally like that. I just wasn't. I didn't want to fight at all. Desire. Zero.
Would you think that's nurturing, Sean?
Yeah, it is. It
For
is.
your mother to tell you to go back outside and fight and get your ass whipped?
Mm-hmm. Well, she didn't say go back outside. She just said don't come. She said don't come back in the house. Basically, don't
So
not
you
fight.
not wanted in this house unless you go outside, get your ass whipped. Is that
Nah, that ain't what she was saying though. She
think
just
it's
said
just
if you get into a conflict, don't come home. Let me find out you didn't fight back, win or lose. Yeah.
Because I see in our community a lot of moms do that.
It's a nurture thing, you know.
Yeah, it is though, but it's necessary, right? Because our community is like that, bro. If niggas start doing something to you and you allow it, then everybody feel like they can do something to you, and you gonna allow it.
But when did our community get like that?
But it's like that. It's like that.
When y'all say community, you're talking about like little scuffles as kids.
Yeah, you a teenager.
That ain't just a black thing, you know. I think that's all culture.
Every race.
Yeah, all culture go through that. It's
Damn,
part of
so
like
they
socialization.
Go back outside and fight. I work in the white community right now. They not out there telling their kids when their kids get knocked down and stuff by other kids. They want to go talk to the other parent and figure out why was they kids pushing my kid off the swing and stuff. They not saying, yo, go back to the park and knock that little nigga out off the swing. That's what I'm saying. Like the stuff, like, yo, I'm telling you, like, there was one day at my last job and the girls was just wilding like usual. And I don't know, we was talking, but we was arguing back and forth like we usually do, but we was joking. And like one of them had like cursed at me and said something like, yo, go get this or some shit. And the Indian girl came to me and just asked me straight up, like, yo, do y'all just like enjoy, or is like this just natural for you, black men and black women to just go back and forth with each other like that? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, is that natural? Like, and I asked her later, like months later, to break it down. And she was like, yo, like that shit would not be allowed. She was like, back home, she like, you see,
She lying. Tell her stop fucking lying.
Bruh,
Yo, you can't, bro. You ever been to a? This is the thing. You live in a neighborhood, right? And so the demographic in which you live in, often you'll see certain behaviors, right? If you go to that Forsaking trailer park, guess what you're gonna get?
I'm not talking about a trailer park. I'm talking about
but I'm saying,
India.
what environment do you reside in?
The black neighborhood.
But what type of black neighborhood?
Socioeconomically, like
a little mix of both. It depends. You go to South Side, is wild. You got a duck. You feel me? You on the North Side, it's most likely chill. You feel me? Like niggas is chilling, but it's still black activities going on. But it's
let's consider black. See, you do us a disservice, right? What the fuck do you think that nigga Hitler was doing over there? What do you think? Well, I'm just saying, like, what do you think those crusades were about? What do you think when they underdeveloped Africa? These are the most heinous people in the world. But you talking about cause a mom say go out and defend yourself? That's more heinous than.
No, I'm saying I asked the question: is that natural?
Yeah, like, if your dad was there, he would do it.
And what Sean said, like what I asked was like, is that in every community? Because we just was talking about how the Asians is soft or whatever, and then we went to continent to continent. So now what I'm asking is just like, is that natural across the board? Like, would any parent, not just black parent, any parent, tell their child to go back outside and fight? Or is that just a black thing? That's all I was asking.
Yeah, and we said because you weren't asking, you were making a case why some lily white woman came up while y'all were talking and she tried to demonize how y'all were interacting with each other when y'all were having fun. Her understanding doesn't trump or categorize what y'all were doing as black or negative at all. Just because she don't understand.
She was Indian.
Give a fuck what she was. Indian, white, same shit to me.
No.
Right? Her lack of understanding doesn't define
any profanity back and forth to each other.
It don't matter. It don't matter. She ain't. Who the fuck is she? Just because she don't understand, don't mean you explain it and then you negatively label it as a black thing. You got to think about how you processing it.
So
giving her a lot of credence.
So in Aaron's defense, like, because I've been around other communities.
You don't gotta defend Aaron. He's fine.
I'm just saying, I'm doing more content. You leave me alone. You don't leave me. I'm about to.
You barely said hi, nigga. You know I'm sensitive.
I'm sorry. Hi, Ham. But like, to Aaron's defense, though, it's like when it comes to like answer specifically what he was saying, there is a higher level of it that is a little bit more aggressive compared to other communities.
Bro, have you ever been to the Appalachians? Have you ever been to like middle of America with a plane just fly over it? I'm gonna send you a couple YouTube links. I'm gonna send you a couple YouTube to see how they operate, bro.
Telling you, John.
It's like it's so different, bro. It's so different. This shit ain't unique to black people, dog.
It's not even a black thing. Is it natural for men and women of the same community to just be barking and talking to each other and say that it is just joking and that's regularly talk? Or is it natural for a woman to talk with a feminine tone towards a man on a regular? That's what I'm.
For who? For what? What do you think? What do you think? That's better. It's better that you answer as opposed to ask with a presupposition.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
What do you think?
And I'm.
What do you think?
I don't know, cause like, if I'm being honest, if we was just to look at like the other communities and stuff, maybe they do. They are arguing amongst each other, but it's behind closed doors. It's not in public. It's not even being taken as a joking way. Like I'm talking about like, like I don't know about like where y'all from and stuff, like, but naturally we just talk to each other with so much aggression and then just say like, yeah, we just joking. Like, so certain words that men will fight other men for, like women where I'm from, they think that shit is just regular talk. Like they could just do it, like, and say whatever the fuck they want to say, and you supposed to just take it as a joke because like I fuck with you on that level. So that's what I'm trying to get to. Like, is it okay for men and women to just be talking to each other in disrespectful ways and say it's like it's all joking and it's still all love? Is that natural?
No.
That's what I'm trying to get to. So if Sean, you talking to a girl, but y'all
Sean, you didn't have to answer. Aaron already had on this my man's right. This my little nigga. I already know he already thinking what he thinking. That's why I just want him to state his premise.
Okay.
You see, when you said no, that nigga start doing jumping jacks and all that.
Hamp, I'm slow, so I'm a little confused.
I'm just no, you're not though. What I'm saying is you're not confused. You know the premise that you want to lay. Just lay it and then allow somebody to retort it if they disagree. Feel me? So you saying that essentially they don't do it out in the public and such. And I know what frames our ideology often, the social media and then our neighborhoods, right? And people most often convene with people that look like them. We don't frequent around enough white people to say you guys act like acting ass. We don't go to their clubs, but if you go to their clubs, they drinking, fighting the bouncers, all types of dumb shit, right? ODing in the bathroom, whatever else they do. You know what I'm saying? But we're not around it, and our algorithm don't show them. I just think we are making certain assertions.
All right.
But go ahead, Sean.
One of my main things with this, the way I feel like I feel, if we were having a racist conversation or we were listening to white people talk and they were saying that black men are inherently violent, I would hope that we would all be arguing with them saying, fuck off. You know what I'm saying? So my premise is that we're not inherently violent. We can be socialized to become that way, but we're not inherently violent. Is that something y'all would agree with, disagree with?
I definitely agree we're not.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We're not inherently violent.
I think that's consistent with what I've been trying to say. Maybe I hadn't been saying it properly, but that's what I'm trying to say. We're not inherently violent.
Noah, can you hear me? Noah, can you hear me? Hold on, y'all.
Sorry.
No, hold on. I got somebody in the back. I just never seen them before. Hold on. Where's she? No, what's good? Can you hear me?
Who the fuck?
Probably give me a thumbs up.
Ricky Lake is crazy.
People be doing weird shit on the internet. That's
Ricky Lake.
What up? No?
Why was the Ricky Lake picture on stand?
Yeah, why that picture?
Yo, you uploaded that shit?
Yeah, that's my shit for like just in case somebody try to do some wild shit. Right. I got P-bomb like one time, so I said, let me put Ricky up here, man.
Oh yeah, he ain't got no facial hair, bro. I don't know. He might be one of them flashers. Flashing
with the damn, man. Okay. No, what's popping, man? You been listening? What's goody? Aaron Loaded. How's it going?
Doing good.
You got the floor, man. What's popping? What you think, man?
Yeah, I just I learned a lot. I got checkmated. So
yeah,
I got checkmated.
By what?
Just like I realized like my upbringing was like it was kind of like toxic. and kind of messed up my brain, the way I think about things, and my confidence.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, I was kind of like a slave, kind of. You know what I mean? Like,
Kind of. So like, talk. Well, we gotta walk this path with you. So you gotta give us a little bit of information. So like,
Control,
what with your mother and your father?
really, my mom, she like control. It was all like control.
Control. So like, she ordered all your steps. Whatever you did or didn't do, she made like all decisions or something.
Yeah, basically. Like,
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 23.
What do you do now?
Just graduated from Central Florida, University of Central Florida, and right now I'm looking for jobs.
What field?
I told my mom, like, when I called her, that I wanted to join the military. And she told me no. It's like she thinks I'll get killed. So I'm
What
just like,
branch?
Air Force or Marines. But I can't swim though, so I gotta learn.
Yeah, that'd be good. Aaron. So Aaron, right here to your left, he's a Marine. Okay. So, but you gotta tell us more though. So she control. So like, what you had like a curfew? Like, what was your like? How was it?
Yeah, I had a curfew. I had that.
At what time was your curfew when you was a senior in high school?
I had to go to bed like I think at 9.
As a senior in high school?
Yeah.
You had to go to bed.
Wow. Like you had to be in the bed at 9?
Yeah.
Damn.
I became like a robot. Like,
break it. All right, walk us through your day. So you say 9 o'clock. No, you understand? You 17 and a half years old.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to be in your room in the bed at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I got to be in bed at 9, which is crazy.
Get the fuck out of here. And then she let you go to college? Did you stay on campus?
I was like, because of my upbringing, because of COVID too, I was like inside the whole time. I was kind of like in confinement, kind of, because like I was like, I had such low confidence. I was like social anxiety to go outside. So like,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, walk this down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I need to understand this. I need to understand what your senior year looked like. What activities were you involved in? So was your mom nurturing?
Yeah. Well,
or you saying it was controlling?
Yeah, it was still like I kind of was treated like I was still 12 or like 11.
Yeah.
So I got hit, you know.
You said you got spankings?
More so like because of the way she was raised, and that's how like Haitians are. So she would still hit me.
Okay. So as a senior, and you going to bed at 9. Was your father there?
Well, they got divorced when I was like 13, because over some personal stuff, and yeah, that was a crazy year. You know, I was kind of, I almost failed that year too, because I was like
why didn't you stay with your father?
I did stay with my dad a few times, but he has like he has like a small apartment because
And
he's
the
kind of
living
like,
quarters weren't exact. So okay.
yeah,
So
he was like saving money, so he was like thinking like that.
So did you? So you didn't stay on? So how was college during COVID? Was it virtual?
Yeah, it was all virtual. I went to Valencia College, so I did it all like online. So like, I was pretty much inside the whole time. Just
Okay.
working out, because I used to be big. I used to be like 250, so I lost a lot of weight.
Mm-hmm.
So because I used to play football. I used to be like O-line, D-line. No, O-line. I used to play O-line, like guard. So
Okay.
I lost a lot
How
of weight.
tall are you?
I'm 5. Like the doctor told me I'm 5'10". That's why people think I'm not 5'10". The doctor told me I'm 5'10", but I'm like, I guess I'm 5'9", like something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So pretty small guard, but how'd you do?
Oh, my coach, because of my mom, like, I basically my whole life had to take care of my brother. So like my mom, I missed my one like the scrimmages, and after that I got benched. Like I had to split time.
Or so did you play as a senior?
Yeah, the first 2 games, and when I stopped playing, I just left. I checked out because I got benched. Yeah.
Oh, so you only played 2 games?
Yeah.
Your senior year?
Yeah, only like 2. Basically, I played in the games, but I came late though.
Okay.
So basically, I was like the backup. That's what I'm saying. So
your mom, she let you quit though?
She didn't want me to do it to begin with. She didn't want me to play any like football. Yeah.
So what activities did she allow you?
What activities she allowed me?
Mm-hmm.
Anything like inside, right? Anything like inside, yeah.
Video games?
Yeah, basically that. But even that has a limit.
Okay. So you got your degree. What's your degree in?
Public administration.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, you think about the military. She doesn't want you to go to the military, obviously, right?
No, because she thinks I'm gonna get killed.
Do you think that she killed your confidence?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you dealt with like women and things of that nature, or she even stifled you there?
Basically, like when it comes to women, it was like I couldn't have any girls come over. I couldn't do any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I basically had to like. I basically was like kind of like a prison, like kind of like prisoner, or like she basically like I don't know if she was taking out on me because of my dad, but it was like I don't know why she was treating me like that. That was crazy. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, bro, I just want to say your awareness is admired, bro, because like the fact that you can kind of articulate your experience, you a lot further than you might think you are. And also, like, I kind of will push back. I feel like your confidence is weakened, but it ain't killed because you came on a national platform and told the story, bro. So clearly, you have a foundation of confidence in yourself. You kind of are aware of your deficits, and you're trying to work through. I wanted to ask you now that you kind of, would you say at this point in life you kind of own your own? Like, are you able to make decisions for yourself now?
Yes, but at the same time, I like second guess myself a lot because of that confidence.
For sure, which is expected, bro. I think, man, for you, definitely getting around some other men, and I'm willing to be a resource to you, bro. Just like to have conversations and figure some things out. I'm in public health, public administration, and public health are kind of close, so we might have some cross in there. But I just want to say that to you, bro. Just like man to man, like the fact that you can acknowledge where you are, you a lot further than you think you are, bro. So like your confidence ain't killed. You just probably need you need some boost. You need some boost in confidence, but it ain't dead.
That's what it's been my whole life. It's been like getting like I dealt with racism, all type of stuff. So it was crazy going.
What part of the country you grew up in?
South Carolina. When I was like in middle school, high school, then Florida when I was in elementary school. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man, it's interesting. So in terms of the topic, do you think so? What do you? So I know you said it wasn't nurture, it's control. Aaron laid out a spectrum, right? Where it's like they didn't nurture all the way to evil. Does any of that resonate with you in terms of how you were treated?
Yeah, I think I was losing my mind. I'm not gonna lie. I was losing my mind.
Were you allowed to have friends?
Even when it came to friends, she would like not trust them because she didn't want me around other people.
I just wonder. And so, how involved was your dad? Seemingly allowed to be. It sounded like your mom controlled a lot of the interactions. How much were you able to go to his house? Were you able to stay? I know you said you couldn't stay because his house was a little bit smaller. You got a brother, but like, were you able to see him?
I didn't really see him that much because I would like stay with my mom.
And so they interacted very little, I guess.
My mom and my brother that they interact a lot.
How old's your brother?
He's like 2 years older than me. He's like 20, 25. Yeah, he's like 25.
So you have a younger brother also?
No, that's it. Just older.
You said you had to take care of your brother?
Yeah, he's kind of like crazy. He's kind of like autistic, but he has like bad autism. He's like Asperger's, so he's kind of like all over the place. So
Is he verbal?
he like repeats the same things and stuff like that.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Noah, I want to thank you for coming up here, because by you saying a lot of the stuff that you said kind of made me think about what I was trying to say this whole time. And thank you, Hamp, for saying to what you said to him, because then it activated to what I was feeling. The stifling thing, the stifling your confidence part. That is a big thing that I don't think we talk about, especially when it comes from these single mother households.
You know, Aaron, that's one thing I think about. Maybe Sean, Aaron, Black Dawn, epigenetics in that way, right? Because you had.
I'm confused. What?
Well, like particular traumas. The study is that the particular traumas can be passed down. So trauma and experience can be passed down. And so if you see those clips, right, a protective way was to dumb down or stifle the boy during slavery so that he wasn't taken or, sold off as a hot commodity. So they would say, this boy's dumb. He can't do this. He can't do that, in order to keep him with the family as opposed to being sold off. So they were always downplaying the boys for that specific reason. The children, but because the boy just for what they could do
on slavery times.
Okay. So I could see the manifestation. I liken, you see the correlation, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
What part?
I don't know about what?
What you said, like the slavery thing. From what Noah said, it comes off more as like a mother that's over controlling and overcompensating because the dad's no longer there. And then with the slavery things, like systematically trying to keep them for generations so they could be sold as property. I think these two things are. That's why it doesn't really resonate to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It might be the processing. I understand why you're not processing the same way, but what it was a stifling of the confidence.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So here's what happens, right, Black Dawn? The reasons, you're on the reasons, right? But for a 3 or 4 or 5 year old kid, all he hears is his mom saying how dumb he is. You see? So the mom during slavery could have been doing it to protect him and keep him there. But the kid is still being stifled. You see? So his mom could be doing it because he's controlling. But as a kid, you still just being stifled. Right? And so the result, the manifestation of it.
Could that manifest in a way like Hamp? If like the child wants to do certain things and the mother is like convincing him on why he can't do this or making up excuses on why they can't do this. Like, for instance, like sports. You want to play sports, but
it's fear.
Who's gonna take you back and forth to practice?
It'd be fear. It'd be a lot of it be fear. They don't understand it enough to allow you to do it because they can't control it. Right. So all of it, his example is circular in terms of you can go back to that same issue, Now, Noah, one thing Shah said, there was an offering there, So can you see the private chat in the StreamYard? Are you on a computer?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. So put your email in a private chat because like Shah was saying, what he does for work is adjacent to what you want to do, at the very least what your degree is in. Also, put your email in the back chat. So Aaron here is a savant, an engineer, a world-class chef, an asshole. Sorry, so all this stuff, right? But he was in the Marines as well, right? And so I recommend that you put your email in the back chat so you can have a real conversation about a man who actually did it to see what the potential opportunities are. You know what I mean? But now here's the thing about it, Noah. You have to reach out to them. So they're going to put their emails in the back as well. You have to reach out to them if you want the resource.
Okay.
All right. And I'll put my email back there as well because I just want to be kept abreast of it. You know what I'm saying? But I think that there's a lot of help here. There's a lot of strong men here, capable, but that's tough. And Shad is 100% right. I retracted killed. I said killed. You didn't say killed, Noah. I said killed. But I think Aaron used a better word in stifling.
Yep. Oh.
Right. So I think that's okay, man. So, and just to be clear, you never went off to college, right?
Oh, I did. I went by myself to downtown Orlando, Union West. It was like
Central.
Yeah, Central Florida.
How long you go there? Just your last year or a couple years?
Well, that was a year. That was my freshman year. Then after that, I just went. I went back and forth from South Carolina to Florida because it's expensive in Orlando. So
yeah, a lot of that's tough too, right? Because it's even harder to foster relationships if you sometime in and out. So when you look at your situation, though, you realize that the circumstances of what you've been subjected to, it makes sense why you are where you are, like Shah was saying. So you shouldn't be thrown off by anything, right? The things that you had to deal with, the thing you were subjected to, it makes sense where you are is where you kind of should be, and understand that there's so much upside. You know what I'm saying?
Hell, when he first came in, I think he kind of mentioned that maybe our conversation gave him a new perspective on something. I was curious.
What did you say you got checkmated on? Yeah.
Oh, basically, I realized that I was controlled.
As opposed to what though? What did you say? Because you used the word checkmate. So what did you think and then was changed? Like what was the what did you get disproven on?
Everything. Like everything. I was like, I didn't realize how I was thinking the opposite of everything.
It's been
red pilled.
You thought it was positive. You thought what your mom did was what everybody mom does.
Yeah, I think I was attracted to that. I was like, bro, I'm attracted to that. Cause like, for example, like if a woman like did something nice for me, I would be like distant. But if she did something bad, I'll be more like, I would like be more like aroused by it.
You could recognize it.
Yeah.
Pause too, but yeah.
Have you ever had therapy or anything like that, Noah?
I do need therapy.
So you've never had it though, right?
No.
Have you ever had any type of diagnosis? Not saying you would have to tell what it is, but have you ever had that?
No, I've never had a diagnosis. No.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
he never had a diagnosis for sure. So no, I'm gonna put this link in the back too. I might put some parameters around it. I'm gonna put this link to. We have a Discord.
Okay.
I might put some parameters around you.
He need.
That's the wrong link. No, sorry. That's the StreamYard link. Hold on.
Don't fuck with him, roll.
This the link too. If y'all want to see that lady dirty ass house where them kids was at for 3 years, I'm gonna drop it in the on the public chat. But let me get the Discord link.
And you know why he's doing it? I just want to clarify. Are you saying like today was the moment when you had this kind of like epiphany, or you kind of been spending time with yourself, being like, okay, the way my mom did things was the appropriate way?
It was basically I don't know. It was like on the P show yesterday because you guys could see me, so I was like, damn, you guys could see me. Like I was like, damn. I was like, who's watching? You know, that was crazy.
And I guess it's just to you, Hamp. I guess I asked that question because it's just showing how powerful these types of communities and conversations can be when held when had the right way. So I think it's dope just to see in real time that like we see somebody who was kind of paying attention. They came up like, hey, this helped me. So now, bro, on a whole new path to getting where he needs to be. So that's just super dope to be a part of that. You know what I mean? So salute to you, Noah, for coming up, bro.
Real shit. And I want to make sure like you see, you got Shad's email in the back. Right? Because he,
Yeah, I see it. Did you?
And the thing about it, right? Shad took the first step, so it's only right that you take the second one, right?
So I email him like
yeah, just email him and then y'all
we'll go from there, bro. Just say what's up. We'll go from there.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'll drop my email too. Just shoot me an email. Just put in the subject. Just put your name. You know what I'm saying?
Did you do an internship or anything like that?
Yeah, I did an internship with like Orange County Public Schools for emergency management. So I did an internship with that.
Good.
So,
Okay, that's good experience.
Damn. So you got a lot. And then I put the Discord link. So that other one, Shaw, if you click that Discord link, it'll bring you in. I don't know if you have a Discord, but you may have to set it up. And then Sean dropped his number back there too.
okay.
There's a lot of resources here, man. A lot of resources, you know. Sure, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys for doing that because it takes a lot of courage to do this.
For sure.
Like I was like hesitant, and then I saw the comments and I was like, I gotta do it. You know.
No doubt.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you for real.
Oh man. Damn. This shit, Noah. Let me read these couple super chats. Reaper, why are you smiling all crazy?
Yeah, you look too excited, bro.
You got the veneer? You got the veneers?
Hamp, I think he got the mustache back, bro. I think he got the mustache.
Hold on. I don't even niz. Y'all dirty ass niggas don't brush your teeth.
Let me ask you though, why you put the wild gap in the middle like that?
Damn.
Why you check? Yo,
it's always something with you. Like it's always something with you.
Look, hey, he did this like he was gonna close the gap.
Yo.
Come on, man. Yo, you always doing like you be so close to right. You be so close to right, and then you just like
Yo, son. Yo, son. I bursted out laughing like a day after. One time you said something that like it hurt my soul. You said, "Yo, son, I hate your fucking haircut." I'm like, "Yo, son, I've never had somebody give me such vitriol for like how I look." So that shit, I randomly started laughing like, "Yo, what the fuck is wrong with son? Like, who the fuck said that shit?"
Yo, real shit, bro. Gosh. Your haircut made me suck my teeth, my nigga. Like,
I fucking hate your haircut, nigga. What the fuck?
Yo, Dre with the 20 ball says most men will fight to protect themselves.
Shit like that.
They will
shit
also
like that,
fight to protect the weakest amongst them.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
If I didn't have a son or needed a job to survive, I'd fight every single day.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
If someone introduced gunplay, no shame to back them. Yeah, definitely hit the nigga, but you got it. Girl, you better. What's up, Dr. G? I ain't gonna lie, I had it well. Language and the way we use it is cultural. Comparing our cultural behaviors to others in a negative way is crazy. Thank you, Hamp, for walking that line of thinking to the graveyard. But nah, Aaron just had to think through it some more. You know what I'm saying? He would have got there eventually, I'm sure. Deborah. Yeah, man, salute to Noah. The IT with the £5 says, shout out to Noah for telling his story and to Hamp and the panel for supporting him. Yeah, nah, it's good. I just want to make sure I see that activity, man, now that he got potential resources. You know what I mean? Dre with the $2 says, COVID robbed so many kids of a normal social life. That's true, bro. That shit was. Girl, you better. Dr. G with the $2 says, the brotherhood in full effect. Great work, guys. Salute Dr. G in the building. Matreon was talking. Perfect. Noah, thank you for sharing your convo. It showed a lot. That's a fact, bro. Dre with the $2 says, Noah, your level of introspect is praiseworthy. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Triple Black was goody.
What's up, man? What's up, everybody on the panel, man?
What's goody?
I mean, I didn't get into the whole thing what he was talking about, but when he was talking, it kind of reminded me of the whole My Brother's Keeper thing and the suit thing with women. You know what I'm saying? When like you remember the whole Obama initiative where they were trying to, I guess empower, the little boys and things like that. And then, you remember you had that suit picture that went viral, and the women went crazy. And I don't know if I don't know his mother. I don't know if it's something like subconsciously she, because I think there is a study out there that says that like the especially the women, they push their girls to be a little bit. I mean, like they kind of praise them a little bit more, and they kind of push them. And then when the boys succeed, like academically and stuff like that, they kind of hold them back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Try to kind of put them in their place, especially if they're a single mother, especially if you resemble your father or have any type of there's like that boy, you still ain't shit type attitude toward that. I could be way off base, but I think something like that might have been happening because, if you have those accolades, you would think that she would be running, like she would be telling everybody, my son just, went whatever. And I would think that you would have a little bit more confidence on that. So I think something like you probably noticed something earlier in the process, like, you know what, whatever I do is not going to really satisfy her to that level, and I'm here. I'm just here. I'm never going to elevate. So I could be wrong, but that's what I got from that whole conversation.
You think they raise their daughters and coddle their sons, so to speak, or you think they downplay their sons? Is that what you're
downplay their sons? Downplay, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I don't know if it's a subconscious thing. I don't know if they're doing it consciously, but you see it all the time. You know what I'm saying? You see it all the time. It's like the only time that you really see them, like for instance, praising, like how many like regular black boys you see getting praised like on a regular basis, other than them signing an NFL contract or going to like doing something big. You know what I'm saying? But let that daughter get straight A's. It's going right on Facebook.
Y'all want me to fight with Triple Black, or y'all don't got nothing to say? I don't feel like
I'm listening again. I'm on Triple Black side, so.
No, I'm just saying. I'm trying to. I'm seeing if y'all want to respond.
You did. The internet is proof. They always trying to marginalize black men, black boys, or whatever. They're always trying to marginalize them.
I guess in my mind, I'm trying to reconcile because again, I'm accepting people's anecdotal experiences. Maybe mine's a little bit different in the environment I grew up in, but I'm trying to reconcile like the idea that the majority of black people are raised in single parent homes, usually the mom, and black people are doing fairly well. So, and I guess Hamp, you had a conversation about it a while ago about was it because of or despite of, right? So that's what this kind of conversation took me back to. Because it's like now I'm hearing like the majority of us are under the covering of these horrible women, and we're just finding a way to still be well-rounded, not just success as far as financially, but like you can look at kind of like what Noah, how he kind of presents, and then just kind of compare him to everyone else. Like we all are kind of, fairly social, mentally stable people. And we all grew up with mom. So now it's like, what's really happening is mom at home destroying us. But I don't see that in the outcome. So I'm just trying to like really understand, like y'all perspective is like most kids are like being stifled, destroyed by their moms. That's what we said.
Like I said, I think it might be a subconscious thing. For instance, think about women are survivalists, right? And sometimes they look at, unfortunately, some of them look at their husband their son as their husband or their protector or whatever, right? And if he grows, he's going to eventually outgrow them. So there's a little bit of paranoia there, I think, sometimes. You said, I can't let this, I just can't let him get too big or too big-headed. That way he's going to leave me out there. You feel me? Or he's going to find someone that's way better than me. And he's going to start, like, I think there's a level of fear. They're not going to admit it, but I do think there is a level of fear. Because, this is case in point right here. It's like you would think that his mom would be screaming through the rooftops and he would have so much confidence. You know what I'm saying? But you can kind of almost feel, and I'm not saying he does, he's like, down or whatever, but it's just, you would see that confidence exude when he's talking about the situation, and I just don't see it. So I think there's a little bit of that going on.
No, I think Noah's situation, like you said, I agree with you totally. Your kind of observation of Noah's situation. I guess I'm just struggling to think that's the majority of black people having that experience. I guess that's the part I just.
How What age range is your mother in? Not being disrespectful.
No, you cool. 60 plus.
60 plus. Okay,
Yeah.
I gotta give that age range grace because what Triple Black is saying is true, bro. It's either it's either your mother tossed you out, or you're her husband, and she keeps you around to make sure that you taking care of mother forever because she birthed you, she raised you. When the other case, they toss you out, it's you're a man and you got to learn to survive. Whereas the daughters get away with bloody murder, bro. And the mother is going to find a way to protect the daughter unless the daughter is competition when it comes around men. If she's no competition to her as far as when it comes to men, then the daughter has free range to do whatever with the mother. But the sons, he has to make a choice. And this is why I know y'all don't watch the show, but Rick and Morty put this down perfectly. And I think it was earlier this week I was talking about it. But yes, women, I think most women would just rather have it where it was a planet where they could do whatever the hell they want to do. And they use the men for what they want to use us for and then discard us. So the premise
What's interesting was, I guess what's interesting in hearing you say that, Aaron, is like when you started off with your opening statement, you were kind of like, most women are evil. Then I asked you, what's the redeeming quality about them that makes you want to engage even with this information? And I don't know if you remember, bro, the only thing you really had was sex. So think about what you just said. It kind of sounds like that's what everybody's doing on both sides. Men are discarding women too if they don't got a vagina.
So the context behind the evil thing is how far they could be pushed. We all know hell have no fury like a woman scorned, right? So that's what I'm meaning. A woman can bring dark ways to a man's life in ways that a man could never do to a woman. If she want to destroy you, she want to destroy your kids, she want to destroy the family, she can, bro. And she knows she can. I'm telling you, go watch Mobland. It's a good show. It's on Paramount Plus.
Bro. Netflix is it.
And they'll do it. They'll cry. They'll come in the room. They'll cry to you. And they'll sit there and boo-hoo and make it seem like they don't know that they're causing all these problems behind the scenes. We know this to be true, bro.
Yeah, my argument isn't that what you're saying don't exist, but like just putting that jacket on all or majority, 10%. It's evil. It's evil. It's just like, God damn, bro.
You said 90% of women are evil.
Yeah, you said basically 90% of women are evil.
So evil come in different ways. It don't just come in one way.
No, that's true. That's true. But I'm saying they still, regardless of what they do, they land on evil. That's what he's saying.
So some people believe LGBT is wrong, right? So that includes
being wrong is not evil, though, right? That's why I'm being really pedantic with this. I want to put this on the spectrum exactly, right? Because with Noah's like mom, with no disrespect to your mom, I'm not trying to just, but just as an example that we know of right now on this panel. I don't believe Noah's mom was evil. I believe she was over controlling, and because of what she did, it led to negative consequences out of that. Just because someone took a negative decision or a negative action, that doesn't inherently make them
evil, right?
So that's why I'm asking specifically for a spectrum. Are they misled? Are they misguided? Absolutely. Especially, we all know having a father in the household makes these sort of issues not happen, right? So, absolutely, I agree with you there. But does that make them evil naturally, inherently?
I think without any constraints, I think they do give into their evil side without any type of constraints. Because how many women do you think they can resist running a man's pockets if she could? That's evil. If you put 10 of them in the room and they had free reign to run a dude's pockets, how many of them would be like, well, you know what, this is completely wrong?
I'm saying they're boundaries, bro. Women nowadays do not have that much boundaries, bro. They will do what they gotta do, and in their eyes, it's justice. They label it as justice, so they don't even go from good to evil. They just see it as justice. To them, aborting a baby was the right thing to do. In that moment, they don't care about no Roe versus Wade. They don't care about the left or the right. They just like, listen, that little nigga at this moment, he gotta go. He gonna ruin my hot girl summer. I've had it said to me, bro. So don't even.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure you have. I believe you.
Yeah.
But again, we're not talking about anecdotal because again, we already had this conversation. You think the majority of women that having abortions are a part of like a union with someone who has said to them, we gonna rock this out, or we gonna raise this child, and they still going and say, no, I want to keep my body, so I'm going to get an abortion. That's the majority of abortion cases.
That's interesting. Maybe, I don't know.
Because I'm saying, like, I get it. I understand the statistics. But I'm like,
we can't hear you.
I went out.
Yeah, your mic went out.
They're starting now.
No, you good.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm just like, when we had these certain conversations, particularly about abortion, again, it's like we know how many abortions happen, but when you add context, are these abortions happening in committed, planned situations? And some girls like, you know what? I know we planned this. We plan our lives together, but I don't want to do this anymore. I'm gonna have an abortion. That's really what's going on. Because if that's what's going on, that's pretty evil. That women just saying, you know what, man, forget what you're talking about. I'm just gonna go kill this baby. Forget that.
Shad,
I'm
can I
pretty
just
sure
fight
it
back
happened.
a little bit against that? I don't necessarily disagree with you, Shad. I think that is the case, but then it's like, why don't the groups that are marching and fighting for that point that out, right? Why is it that when they're marching and fighting for it, they're almost like, it's my, whatever, I can do whatever I want with it, which is not a good. It's an argument. But it should be, yo, man, look, I made a mistake. I should be seeing a whole bunch of commercials saying I wasn't ready. I fucked up. So I'm not using this as a tool to say I'm a woman, hear me roar. I'm using this like, man, if I brought a child into this world, that child would live off a worse life because of my decision. I was not ready as an adult. Now, people may use that and say, well, then you shouldn't have control over it. I'm not on that side, but when you see the people marching for a shot, they're not pushing that. They going to the extremes. They doing crazy shit, these marches on Washington. You know what I'm saying? So I don't disagree with you, but why not? Why isn't that message being pushed out?
I mean, I can't necessarily answer that question, Reed, but I guess I just go back to the same thing. Do you think that these folks are advocating just to be able to kill? Using kill babies is very like crazy, but they're doing it just to be able to kill babies, or it's more about having if necessary, having the choice to do it.
I think it's more so the latter. Like I think to the core of it, it's like to have that option, but then the messaging is what is on what you said in the former, right? Like I could kill my. Hamp talked about a few days ago with the girls in that video talking about we listen, we don't judge. I had 8 abortions. Like I should never hear about that.
Right.
You should be crying. You should be depressed. Right,
sure.
Because you had 8 of those things, right? It shouldn't be, clap,
For sure.
Reaper.
I know a lot of you guys are well versed in the Bible, and I'm here to learn, right? Most of the women that I hear that they talk about in the Bible are, that have that evilness to them. What are some virtuous women that you guys can recall in the Bible?
That's Hamp. That's what Hamp do. Hamp got the word. I listen.
Oh, y'all can't answer. That's fucked up.
I don't do the Bible thing.
Good women in the Bible? Huh?
Wait, what was the question?
Virtuous.
Judith, Ruth,
Did you say
Deborah, Esther, Leah.
So they advertise the bad ones more, you would say.
No.
So you think about equal?
No, yeah, it's the same. It's just that people don't read. So yeah, I did a couple lessons on those women. There's a mom that's unnamed in the Apocrypha. They don't actually say her name, but she put in a lot of work. Her 7 sons died before her eyes, but she also died because they wouldn't eat eat unclean food, so they got put to death for it. But her son stood tall. And she made sure that she boosted her youngest son up right before they burned him alive and shit like that. So yeah, that was 5 I named, I guess. 7 I named, 6 I named.
If you had to ask, like, if I
Hold on.
asked you, okay.
So yeah, what it is people black, they just don't, for some reason people ain't reading for themselves, right? You know, so that's the crux of the issue, biblically speaking. You know.
Out of
Go ahead, man.
curiosity. Oh, sorry.
Is it along this line, Black Dawn?
No, it was for what Aaron was saying before.
Oh yeah, all right, go ahead, Aaron and Black Dawn. Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say if I had to ask, like, straight up, if you had to pick between a woman and a man, who came up with the game, we listen, we don't judge, who would you say came up with that game, a woman or a man?
A woman.
A woman.
Okay, so think about this now. We listen, we don't judge. And since that game has been on social media, have we not been hearing the most craziest, diabolic, demonic stories? Like, because they want to have the freedom to say the wild shit out and don't be judged. The problem is right now, we will be judging them or saying, yo, that's wrong, or that's fucked up that you had 8 abortions, but they don't want to be judged. So now we are demonized because we look at having 8 abortions is wrong. You see, like, so that whole game is just a way for women to just say out loud all their sins.
I guess
y'all just gonna Aaron. Hold on, let me first say hi to Aaron because at times he wait for me to say hi to him before he talk. Aaron, what's poppin'?
Greetings. Thank you. Yeah.
Big Aaron. All right, go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Go ahead, Aaron, and then I'll because I'm about to get in here. But go ahead, Aaron. You are in the middle of the
I'm done. All there. I'm done.
It's all you, Aaron.
Oh, all right. So listen, I think, Shad, you gotta get real good at cutting through the hyperbole. I can't speak for Aaron, and I'm not saying that what he's saying is true or not true or what he's trying to say. But what I'm hearing him say is there's a gross absence of things like virtue, of things like nobility, of things like principle in the mindset, in the psyche of a woman. And he's just using these different examples, and you attack each example and go, well, are you telling me that most women or all women or no. These are poetic or metaphorical examples to show you that there is an absence of nobility. And if you culminate all these different absences, it's going to look like evil. But he's not saying that all these women are some horned, fire-breathing dragon that lives in a mountain and comes out and eats the firstborn son of every family in the land. No, that's not what he's saying. He's just saying, what the hell? And then when you made the comparison about him wanting women for sex, I don't think that was him being evil. I think that was him just saying the only thing left that I can see that's any good in him is that. And it just happens to be the one thing that I want the most. But if it wasn't for that, they'd be, you know what I mean? Like, what? They'd be fish food, you know what I mean? Like, in my eyes. So I don't know what you're missing. And then who said something about, somebody said something to the effect that, I'm sorry, I gotta go back. Something about you can be honest, but say a thing in 2 different ways to the mother and the father.
That was me.
That right there, that's dishonest. Once you don't attach the same vitriol to your statement, then the statement changes. Right? What you say, it can be the same, but how you say it can bolster what you're saying. Right? So that's not being honest, right? If you're just as upset with someone as you are with someone else, but you curtail that message that you're upset for someone else, then it's the impact, the sting isn't the same, which now means you're being dishonest. And as far as, well, I'm on a rampage today, aren't I? And it was Sean Antonio saying that to be courageous is to not exact violence. I think the gentleman Noah just disproved all that. Because I don't know him from a can of paint, but he doesn't strike me as the type that would go out and seek to hurt a fly. But I've never seen a bigger display of courage in my are have a propensity to be cowards, or because they won't enact violence, that they're more likely to be cowards, or whatever the case is. I would ask, have you been to Asia? Because I've lived in Asia for a long time. Japanese, the Filipino and Korean culture, the Filipino, they have this thing called modern arnis and Cali. It's stick and knife fighting. They fight each other to the death for sport, for fun, my friend. I've trained with ROC Marines, Republic of Korea Marines, that implemented training techniques that were new to them, that are some scary shit that only special operations personnel get into, and they just dove right into it just to see. There's no cowardice there. It's what it is communism, right? They've been socially removed from the propensity to being brave. It's quite the opposite. But they are inherently a brave bunch of folks, and violence is nothing that they will run from. But violence does not beget brave. Just in fact, I think that if you have the propensity to enact violence on something weaker than you, then that tells me you're a coward. If you're quick to hurt a fly, to me that tells you you're a coward. My wife thinks I'm Buddhist because I escort spiders. Fine, but that takes a bunch of courage to not want to hurt the thing. I'm being anti-violent. I want to spare the life of this thing. But this thing could also bite me, right? But that takes courage to try and scoop this little thing up, take his ass outside. Bees, too. They get in the house, they can sting you. I tried to get a cup. I got it on the glass and chasing them around with paper and shit, trying to get them outside. That's not cowardice. That's courage. But it's not violence either. It's the preservation of life. So I don't know. This whole conversation has been driving me nuts, y'all, but I just had to add those perspective changes. I'll mute now.
So out of curiosity,
I got it. Well, let me see if he address me first. So, Aaron, if, for instance, though, a white man came on the panel and said most black people are dumb, that's kind of hyperbolic, right? Should I just accept that, or should I want to get to what they're actually saying? Because you told me when Aaron made the comment that most women are evil, I should have just accepted that versus trying to kind of like mine out like what he's actually saying. So I'm just curious to know if a white person was to come on the platform and say most black people are dumb. Or for instance, a real example, when Matt Walsh said that black males are inherently violent, should I just left it at that and kind of try to just understand what he was actually saying, or should I kind of go through an exercise to really figure out what's happening right now?
Well, no, what you're saying is devoid of any context whatsoever. So no, I would not say you should tolerate that or even seek to mine anything out, because what you're saying is in a vacuum. All you said was a white person jumps on the panel and says most black folks are dumb. We don't even know this man's name. We have a context behind what Aaron's saying. We've listened to his narrative for a long time. We kind of know the guy. So, like, there's a conversation there. So, yes, if you had that kind of background information, yeah, I would absolutely suggest you grab a shovel and start mining, right? So that's comparing an apple to a railroad spike. That's not even. I mean, I get what you're saying, but no, that's not the same.
I thought I gave you enough examples. I bought a portfolio and everything.
No, you're fine. You're fine, Aaron. What Aaron told me, what I did was, instead of just accepting what you said and understanding what you actually meant, which is what we kind of did. We kind of went through. I kind of asked questions. What do you mean? Like when you say most women are evil, help me understand what you're saying, because I'm just taking what you're saying, what you said.
I didn't say you should. I didn't. No, well, don't mischaracterize me. I didn't say you should accept. I said you got to get better at cutting through the hyperbole in what he's saying.
So what is that?
Because in all of the things that you got, well, I just laid it out to you. In all of the different questions that you asked, I laid it out to you how I've been able to cut through the hyperbole. When I first said, I said I can't speak, but all of these different examples that he's using, I'm giving you how I'm cutting through the hyperbole. I didn't say you should accept anything.
So we're not I guess as men we can't use experience.
1 second, Triple X, just 1 second, if you don't mind. Now, I understand that, Aaron, you didn't accept the comparison. You know,
that's just goofy. I'm on the highway.
Oh well, because when I was listening, I know he didn't accept the comparison, right? Apples to a railroad spike. However, does that nullify the logic that you were trying to convey, Sean?
I'm not really sure what Aaron's like issue is with what I did. I mean, he said cut through it. I don't know what cut through it means. Does it mean ignore it and don't have the conversation in a more granular way, or does it? I don't. You know, I don't know, Aaron. I don't know. I'm confused.
I think what OG is trying to say is like, I didn't just come up here and just say women is evil and put a period at it and just left it there. Like, I gave examples, I've explained even before you asked, and then even when you asked, I gave more examples. So what I think he's trying to say is like, he
I'm gonna tell you one thing, Aaron. If somebody asks you, duck.
Yeah, just duck.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay, can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Well, let me say this to Aaron. Let me say this to Aaron Triple Black. You got me. So, okay, Aaron, cool. Well, the Matt Walsh guy that I mentioned is a content creator, very popular content creator. When he made the statement that black men are inherently violent, he provided statistics to go along with it. Should I just be quiet and say, well, there's the context? He's a pretty popular conservative voice and brain that a lot of people seem to accept and follow. Let me just understand that he's being hyperbolic, but let me cut through it to use the phrase that Aaron used. I need to cut through the hyperbole. I'm trying to figure out how I would do that.
Wolf said most black men are violent. And
he said black, young. He said, I think he might have said young. So he said young black males are inherently violent, and he had statistics to back up his claim.
Okay, and you're saying what should you have done next, basically?
Well, I guess Aaron is not here now, but you seem to agree with him, so I'm trying to understand what would be the different, because I will fight back on that as well. Same way when you made the statement that most women are evil, and your context was your anecdotal experience. It wasn't even backed by any statistics. It was backed by your personal life.
Well, is he even trying to understand how he comes to that conclusion? Because the thing about it is, all right, let me ask you a question. If a person tries to keep a child away from their biological parents, would you say that's inherently evil?
I would say that's an evil act. I still don't think that's being inherent. That's not inherently evil. No. That's not inherent.
You don't think it's inherently evil, but you think it's an evil act, right?
I think.
Okay, who has who's most likely to do that? How many men do you know have restricted their child from seeing their mother?
I would agree with you. I think that would be something that women are more likely to do.
Doesn't that venture on the realm of evil?
I think that's an evil act. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah,
okay then. I think that's where his thought process is at. I think that's where his thought process is at.
How would it
be? Like some of the most egregious and evil things, women have I guess a higher propensity to do it. So I guess that's where he like, come on, man. We've all seen it. We've seen it like most of the guys in here have probably seen a baby mama that has no reason of keeping the kid away from the father. No reason other than she's upset, right? It's not in the best interest of the kid. It's not in the best interest of anything. It's just her pure evilness.
Okay, cool. So we don't got to go back and forth. So, okay, if a white man comes on a panel with stats that back up his claim that black men are inherently evil, we should all just say, you know what? I get it. We shouldn't have any pushback. We should just accept that to be a fact. And I'm asking you, Triple Black and Aaron, would you do that? If a white man came up and said that, would you?
Is he saying
that's a bridge to nowhere because that's a bridge to nowhere because you can't quantify it. It's kind of like I don't even know what term there's a bridge to nowhere. You can't quantify evilness. It just exists.
Wait, I got it. Wait, we can't quantify evil, but that's exactly what Aaron did in the beginning. That's exactly how we got here. He said most women are evil. That's a quantity, bro.
The problem is, and I don't know if Aaron's still listening somewhere. I know the problem is you're doing massive generalizations, and you're describing that generalization with an extreme. That will always be challenged no matter which panel you are, regardless of who you are and regardless where you at. That will always be challenged for good reason. There's no way you could say, regardless of the context you given, there's no way any sane person would be like a majority of this one group. Oh yeah, that's just evil. That will never happen. You just like I don't understand. Like
Hey, Hamp. Define the term. You always talk about this all the time. Modus operandi. Modus operandi.
Yeah.
Define that term.
Mode of operation, how a thing normally operates on a consistent basis.
Let's just say in a co-parent relationship, right? They're both single. The guy gets into a new relationship. Who do you think is going to act a little bit more different in that situation? The guy or the woman? What is their natural modus operandi? Let's be truthful. Come on, we've seen this shit too many times.
If I answer your question, say women is cool, but Triple A, we can do this all day. Why? Who's more likely to harm their partner physically? You see what I mean? Like this is kind of a point.
Women.
According to statistics,
you might not see it. Yeah, of course. I mean, they're usually the initiators of domestic violence. It's just because we're bigger, stronger, faster than them. It doesn't really matter. But they're usually the initiator of. It's crazy. I don't know that many men are just going out beating bitches' asses just to be beating bitches' asses.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just doing your hypothetical exercise. That's not what I'm saying. I agree with you. Most dudes are not harming women.
Harm.
For sure.
You said harm. So if she slaps you in the face, is that harm?
Okay. What about murder? What if I say murder? Who's more likely to murder their partner?
Oh, okay. It would probably be men. Right?
That's what I'm saying. Black. We can do that. We can do that all day. That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't want to do that. But I don't know if Aaron want to chime in. He's back.
Who's more murderous, men or women?
Men, right?
Yeah. What's wrong with that? That's to support it too.
Yeah, but if someone come on the panel and say most men are murderers, we would take umbrage with that.
They'd be correct. No, that's not what was said. They said who's more likely to be murderous?
No, I thought the
or who has a greater propensity? Who has a greater propensity for murder?
No, so the reason why I said that, I thought women are evil.
Your mic went out.
Yeah, we're gonna make to the original point, Aaron, that he said most women are evil.
Most women are evil. So if someone were to take that and be like, well, most men are murderers, we'll be like, no, that's kind of crazy. It's a very crazy statement to say.
Most men have a greater propensity for murder.
That's a different question there.
See, to say someone is evil speaks to a mindset. It's not an indictment of an action. Murder is an actual action that you can be indicted and convicted for.
This is why
evil is a mindset.
Okay.
So if we said most men have a greater propensity for murder, which is now a mindset, it would be true. That's not to say most commit murder. That's act. It indicates mindset. So what he was saying about, for example, the way women look at baby deletions. The baby deletion is an act that indicates the mindset that is evil. But acting the mindset
Yeah, kind of in and out. I don't know.
You know what? This is a hard conversation. What do you say all the time? You say, like, if you go to a graveyard or a cemetery, most the people there are either over $1 or a woman, right? So can we attribute a lot of women that are contributing to death? Would you say there's some huge killers too?
I just want to make sure you understand and the people watching understand my position again. I'm not saying that women are perfect. My argument isn't that women are perfect. Aaron tried to chastise me because Aaron 218 made a comment that most women are evil, and I didn't accept it on face value. Aaron said I have a problem cutting through the hyperbole. And I asked you a question. I said, well, if a white guy came here with stats and said most black people are inherently evil, none of you niggas are gonna sit here and accept that. You're gonna want to have a conversation to mine that out. So I'm trying to understand why, when I do the same thing in regards to women, now it's an issue. That's all I'm trying to understand. It's not a question of whether or not I think women are perfect. I don't think they're perfect.
Wait till Aaron get home for that, because
That's right. That's what I'm saying. We doing this.
Every time y'all about to have a conversation, his phone go out. So
we can move. Yeah, we can move forward to Aaron pop back up. I don't want to hold the conversation. He's not here. We can move forward.
Lex, did you talk?
Hey, howdy, y'all.
Problem.
Y'all was cooking. I was over here listening, but I just wanted to give my insight on the original conversation as far as like the nature versus nurture and put forth, because Shad had said earlier about women, things happening to where they cannot get into their nurture mode because in the sense of the nature of a situation. And I would like to pivot to say that in that instance, women are cowards, because, and this is off of experience of my own people that I've met and friends of mine who've been in a situation where the nature and their surroundings has put them in a place, and I've said to them, you can change that, you know that, right? You can make the decision not to do that. And it goes back to the nature. Like if they didn't have a mom that, like one of my best friends, she said her mom was more of her pastor than her mom. And if they didn't have a father in the home, but it's coward in a way, because I've seen these same women go get degrees, bust their ass, get these positions. They ain't scared of that, but you scared to take a moment to say, let me rethink this. Let me be that parent that my mom wasn't, or stand up and say, you know what, I don't have a father in the home. Well, let me try some other avenues to where I can try to make up that gap of difference. But no, I don't want to do that. That's what it is. Like, you just don't want to do it. So if it's a fact of, oh, well, because of this and that, there's a lot of people that take a moment and change the situation, or even try. You'll get something. People are more likely to help you if they see that you're trying. Like, but that's my point. I just wanted to say, because I'm in the
Why everybody freezing when they start talking?
Wi-Fi there. Wi-Fi's crashing. Explain it
I got a
now.
question for her too. Oh, there she go.
Oh, my bad. Look, let me get my charger. Wait.
All right.
Every time I see the sisterhood congregate, I see a bunch of cowards, because they're always squadding up and lying and not telling the goddamn truth.
That's what I said earlier. That's the only time you really see men be cowards. So like, women associate cowardice with, you don't fight for me. You don't, like, these are the same women that they'll put you in a situation where you shouldn't be fighting against another man they shouldn't have been around, fighting against dudes that touched them in the club that they shouldn't have been at, or, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to these panels, or just in general, when men, just like how you just guys said, when Hamp gave the example, when y'all said that you have to basically deliver the message a certain way, he used example of children. He used example of children to say how you'd have to talk to a woman. So if I have to talk to a woman like a coward, even if it's my mother, think about this. You're my mother. You raised me a certain way. There were mistakes, that substantial or substantive mistakes you made, and I can't address them. I have to put them in a certain bowl for you, despite the fact you had me. You know what I'm saying? So if you have to talk to them like kids, then that's cowardice. If you fucked up my life, whatever, as a mom, I'm not saying my mom, I'm just saying in general, I should be able to come to you and say, look, you did certain things in my life that led me to where I am today, and I ain't happy with this shit. This is some bullshit. She shouldn't be like, oh, the way you talk to me, it hurts me. She should be like, you know what, you're right. I fucked up.
You're speaking to
go ahead.
Are you speaking to the like the tact when talking to the mom?
Right.
Yeah, that's what Black Dawn was saying. Like you deliver it differently, essentially.
But why should I?
What you saying that's an issue?
If I'm your son, now I'm talking about like true things where it's like, let me not use Noah, but like an example where a mom truly put a negative imprint on a child, and that child is fucked up because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I, as a child, it don't matter how I delivered it. If I'm fucked up largely because of you, I should be able to look you in the face and say, you fucked me up.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck how you take it. I'm here. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay. Well, mind this through, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what Shaw was saying, essentially. So we talk about like the being raised by a single parent, right? Single mother and essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you look at everybody. Are the majority of us doing decently? Are we doing well? Are we doing poorly? What's the actual results? Because we understand when we focus on particular demographics, then we understand that single mothers would overrepresent, right? So as an example, we talk about the jail population. Single mothers are overrepresented there, right? However, it's 1 million people in jail altogether. So the populace in the penitentiary is nominal, right? So when we cast that jacket, but then we look at the majority of us who are seemingly productive citizens, right? What type of consideration are we giving that? How bad is it if the majority of us are doing pretty decently?
Yeah, but then you still have to
asked like an hour ago, but I don't know if it was like.
Wait, Hamp.
But even hold up, Aaron, just real quick. But even to that, you still have to mine out other factors, right? It's a multivariate analysis, right? Just because I'm doing well, I might be doing well despite you. So that means if I had good parents, I could have been up to the moon. Or if I had a good parent, I could have been doing 10 times better, right? We don't talk about, when you talk about statistics, right? Are the statistics for, I guess they probably are, functioning crackheads in high-end positions? Guys, people who are they look great on the surface. They making bucks, buku bucks, whatever you want to call it, but they are fucked up. And they forget even drugs. They may be depressed. They may have been in a position where they're doing well, but I never wanted to do, say, finance. I never want to do this. I want to do something else. I would have been more happier making less money, but I would have had a more fruitful life, right? I don't know how you measure that, but I do think we miss a little bit of that when you just look at, say, jail statistics.
No, 100%. I guess what I'm trying to get your 2 cents on is, right? Essentially, when we use the negative stats, right? We don't care about the nuances in them, right? Mm-hmm. So now when we're just simply saying, hey, it looks like most of us are decently productive, now the nuances matter more. You see? Like when usually the negative stats, they're not questioned, it's just like, okay, well, boom, you know?
So
I'm also kind of Go ahead, Aaron.
I gotta ask you a question because I forgot the word we used earlier when we was talking with Noah. I'm not sure if I said it or you said it, but it was like holding back. What was the word we used? Stifle. So as you was just saying that to Reaper, could it be that the praising of the single mother or the praising of how much good job that the mothers do, could that be stifling us back as a community to where we could have been striving and doing way better if, like Triple Black said, we had more mothers praising their sons up as like they had an NFL contract, even if he was just, an engineer? Because think about it, in our community, if you ain't got an NFL contract, NBA contract, or something where you're in the public eye, that really I don't see that getting praised. So I think it was Triple Black who said it about the regular man. And then you just said we're doing decent, but decency doesn't get praised in our community. So my question would be, could it be the overpraising of the single mother and the Black woman and all of that? Could that be stifling us as a community to be better than all these other communities.
Go ahead, Shaw. You unmuted.
So HBCU season, graduation season just ended, right? And so at that graduation, there was a lot of moms who were praising their son for getting biology degrees, chemistry degrees. I don't know. I just like we open pursue these like narratives to make a point, and it's not necessary to say improvement needs to be made, bro. The idea that the majority of black moms only support their kids when they get drafted to the NFL is like, man, come on, bro. Like, come on. Like, where is that?
Well, Shaw,
Well, why does it take a graduation? Why does it take a graduation?
Also, so what is the praise? Tell me the praise that you think.
Why does it take a graduation?
What's the praise you're talking about? What's the praise? What does it look like?
Noah, your case in point. How many times have your mother really praised you that you can remember? You know, coming as a kid. We have somebody right on the panel right now.
We've acknowledged his experience, Triple Black. We've acknowledged his experience. I'm saying you saying Noah.
I'm just asking you, why does it take a graduation or some prom or some shit?
Okay, I
understand. Why can't it be a weekly, daily? Why can't it be that?
So question, right? And we'll use a little bit, kind of make an anecdote a little bit. You didn't suffer. Did you suffer that, Triple Black, where your mom didn't show you love or praise you?
Oh no. I mean, I didn't suffer. I mean, my mom wasn't really around. I was a latchkey kid because she worked, different. But any chance she got, she definitely let me know. You know what I'm saying? She let me know. She wasn't. I can't really say. I mean, there's no shout out to my mom, but she wasn't really present like that. But the times that she was present, she did make it a point. You know, she made. Because I'm Haitian, and one of the things is like we get overpraised by our parents. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people say that our mothers, overpraise us, and we can't do no damn wrong. So I had a different experience. But I mean, a lot of my brothers and stuff. I mean, not brothers and stuff, but like a lot of friends and stuff like that. They had a completely different experience. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it makes a difference. It makes a difference in self.
All right, yeah, got you. Yeah, because my mom used to show a lot of love too, so I didn't have that experience. Reaper,
as in for my mom, love.
Yeah. Like showing love, like accomplishments and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely for accomplishments. Yeah, if you did something well, she would. It was just mine was probably I don't have a problem with mom. It was just annoyance with certain things, just because like she knew she could do it, right? So yeah, I had good grades in high school. You know what I'm saying? But I went to a white high school, and we have these, not to be long with, but we have these, psychiatrists, people that would talk to us. It was a better chance, whatever, right? And they would come up with. They used to try to say I was a militant black dude, which I wasn't. Right, so she would harp on me about stupid shit like that. I'm like, leave me. Why are you? I'm getting good grades. These white people just saying shit just to like have something to say, right? Just because I don't want to buy into the program. I wasn't. Hi guys. I wasn't doing that shit. I was just more like to myself, right? So it was just shit like that. But if you do something well, at least in like my household, you get praise for that shit. So.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
and I wasn't a lovey-dovey person like that either. So.
Yeah, no, I guess Triple Black was just saying essentially it seems like it takes a lot to get shown love, like a graduation or something, like a accomplishment. But it sounds like the majority of us had a decent experience with kind of, getting shown love throughout these journeys. But
Hamp, sorry, just to cut you off. You said to this point, I'm saying on topic, and I don't want to speak for Noah's mom, but you did say that sometimes you get. I'm paraphrasing, but you have to, certain ways to skin a cat, right? You have to treat certain children a certain way. Do you think that could have been the case, or that could be the case? And say again, no, I don't mean to talk in your situation, but do you think that's the case where she thought that was the right way to go? That maybe if I did give this guy overpraise, I've heard parents say like Bernie Mac, for instance, right? He said
But what do you think? What do you think? Because it's not a real question. You just. Go ahead. So what do you think?
No, I'm just saying, do you think that sometimes it comes from parents think that's the right way? Don't give a kid overpraise as to not spoil them, because I want them to be tough. I want them to
outside of Noah, yes, we see that. Right? We definitely see that. Noah's situation is much more nuanced than that. But yes, we do see that. Even when I'm coaching the kids, right? In practice, I'll be like, that's not terrible. When they actually did a phenomenal job, you know. But during the game, I'm telling them they did a phenomenal job. You know what I mean? So, but no, I catch your drift. That is a way to parent, certainly. That's a tactic that is employed. Fatty was popping.
How you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well. I was just confused about like when Chad mentioned Matt Walsh, he had sets to
Shad, Fatty. We're gonna start having a conversation. Shad.
You didn't say hi to me either.
Wait, what did I do?
I said hi in the back chat, and you just like.
Oh, I to you, Black Don. How you doing, sir?
You said Shad as opposed to Shad. That's all.
Oh, it's Chad?
Shad.
Okay, Shad. All right, thank you. He said that Matt Walsh had stats that prove that black men are. Was that like a just like a hypothetical, or that was actually true? Like he had stats that prove that black men are inherently violent.
Yeah, he used the FBI crime statistics essentially.
So is there any stat that they can prove that more than 5% of black men and black kids are committing violent crimes?
More than 5% of the volume, like the total?
Yes. Is there any?
No.
So how are black men inherently violent if 95%, 95 in 100 of them are not committing crimes? It's like being called in a hole to saying women are inherently whores when 5 of them are being whores and 95% are not. How is that?
What you're saying is what Shad said would happen if they came up there and said it.
Thank you, man.
What you're doing is literally what will be done.
And that's perfect. So my question will be this, right? Because we're talking about women, and this is based on opinion. Can we agree that women are selfish by nature and survivalist by nature?
Sure.
I would say the opportunist by nature.
Right? Like, for example, when people invade their tribe, they don't want to die with the husband, they will go with the winners, for example, like something like that. Is that fair to say? So isn't that fair to say that people that are survivalists by nature will do everything to survive, even including going to the invading tribe, having kids by the invading tribe, doing everything to go towards the easiest path instead of what's right? Isn't that fair to say that that's kind of evil? Because if men will do it, you call it evil. A man that tribe will invade their tribe and they will quit and change sides and always take the easiest path, never went to the most difficult path, that will be an evil person. You are a coward, right? But because it's woman nature, we kind of let it fly because that's how women do, right? But if somebody invaded my village, if Black Dawn invaded my village, and I said, I'm not dying with my village, I'm going to be Black Dawn village now. I'm going to have families with Black Dawn invader tribe. I'm going to do what's best for me, right? That will actually be considered evil. It's not considered evil because it's what women do since the beginning of time. But for the most part, women are survivalists and they are selfish by nature, meaning they are not going to go down with the ship. If they have a chance to survive and the man goes down with the Titanic, they will let him go down and they will go to save his place. So
I think
might not have stats to prove it, but if we actually apply this logic to men, most of us will be calling them evil and coward because you are the man that we don't want on the community because you are a traitor. So
aren't most men like snitches though? Like we get into
your mic is low, I think, Big Mom.
Said are most men like snitches?
Are most men like snitches? Like when we go to when we talk about especially the modern day rap scene, aren't they like snitches? Like those literally,
yes.
Isn't that technically
Yes, but I believe that most men are evil too. Most men, when push comes to shove, they will choose themselves over the people that are in front of them, the people that are around them. I don't have a positive opinion about men, but it's kind of funny that we are so easy to say, yeah, men are cheaters because if they have the opportunity, they will do it, and we attribute easily bad attributes to men. But as soon as we talk about women, we establish that they're survivalists, meaning you'll do everything to survive. We establish that they are selfish, meaning that you're going to put yourself first. And then we say, nope, they are not evil.
I don't think the act of self-preservation is evil, though. That seems like a long.
So if give me just 1 second, Aaron. So if somebody invades your house, Black Dawn, and you as a man leave your kids and your woman and jump through out the window and run, isn't that the evil act? Or do you think that most men will deem you as an evil person? You literally put yourself first, and the Titanic was going down. You caught the boat, and you didn't care about your wife and your kids, and you left them just to drown. Wouldn't that be considered an evil act?
I wouldn't label it evil. I'll
But
definitely
very close to it,
label
right?
it.
At least
I'll
very
label
negative.
it cowardice. Like you.
Yeah, but
you
at
a
this
Cowardice,
point, it's kind of semantics, right? It will be a very negative connotation. That society will approve.
Yeah,
of your
but it wouldn't be.
gesture.
It wouldn't be.
Well, let's just rewind a little bit. Like, so even like with the women, I guess let's reconcile it with how we used to treat women as spoils of war. So did they even have the option to die or not die, be killed or not? Because usually they were taken by the men because they were almost seen as cattle.
Yes.
So like I don't even know if they were making that decision.
They had the opportunity. POWs delete themselves all the time. Slaves, when they were cruising the Atlantic, they jumped ship. They didn't want to be. They rather go to the bottom of the ocean than be somebody else cattle. That's the difficult decision to
I think
take.
the majority of them did.
A lot of them.
But I mean, but Ham, would you wanna capture a whole bunch of loyal people and put them in your tribes?
You saying what I want to absorb them if they were loyal to
Yeah.
who?
If they were loyal to somebody else.
They're spoils though, right? So you're gonna
I know,
deal with certain
I
stress.
know, but women are not loyal though. That's what I'm saying is because they're very malleable. That's why they like you capture them.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? 'Cause they're very malleable. You can because they're not loyal. I mean, whatever person catches them, that's who they're gonna submit to. So would you go ahead?
They are
If
loyal.
they're malleable, then you could go fast.
I'm just saying they are loyal to things that has nothing to do with right or good. They are loyal to winners.
Right, and that's the reason why you acquire them because they're not truly loyal.
They're not loyal though. I mean, but in general, they're not loyal.
This is what we're talking about, the emotional people. Like we talk about this all the time. When the Germans invaded France during the Second World War, 1 million women got pregnant by German soldiers. And it was by choice. They weren't forced. It wasn't like a grape we are going like the Japanese did to the Chinese. They chose to do it. So
But if you had a choice of getting a whole bunch of loyal, go ahead.
But the thing is, if we establish that women don't care about right or wrong, they care about winners and losers, you might not call it evil because it's semantics and it's a very harsh word to use, but it's very close to it.
So, Fatty, to your point about the women, you said men going down with the Titanic. That actually, there's a true story about a man who, an Asian man. I don't want to say exactly where he was from, but I know he was Asian. He basically protected himself off of the Titanic. So when the ship was going down, he made sure like he was good or whatever. His country put him in papers and everything, and basically shunned him for why would you save yourself? And
that was probably Japan.
Yes. And
that's Japanese cultures like that.
Yes. So thank you, Aaron. And to your point of what you were saying, Fatty, about we will look at those men as cowards, that goes back to what Alexis was saying. And I think Alexis just opened up another conversation. Are women really cowards?
Yes.
So,
because if you put yourself first all the time, every time, you are a coward. Then it's fine. That's not you are a coward. The same way if I put myself first every time, all the time, like how many of I think most men would die for their woman, if for their kids. They would, like the Aurora situation where the Batman there was a shooting and you caught 7 bodies in front of their girlfriends in a fetal, like try to protect them. Like that's what men do. That's your first instinct. If you hear a sound, you go down there. You don't say, "Hey, baby, go." Oh, wait, let's not go there. Like I think most men will kill them. They will sacrifice themselves for their woman. Most women will never do that. So
I guess we're stuck at is like is an act of cowardice evil. I guess because if there was a guy that ran out of the movie theater, that didn't protect his girlfriend, I'd be like, yeah, you a bitch. But I wouldn't be. He's an evil person.
He would be a coward, but coward is attached to expectation, though, right? So you would characterize someone a coward if they didn't do what you expected them to do. So women wouldn't be framed as coward because that's not their expectation.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. But would you frame them as evil?
It's not evil because there has to be a
So
sense
we
of
going one by one. I'm just saying the coward. Just because we don't expect that of them, right? That's not their charge, you know. So if you don't do now, if a woman didn't protect her child, right, left her child out to dry, okay, boom. But if my wife doesn't protect me, right, we don't have the same expectations there.
Yeah, but the
If
thing
somebody
is,
ups the gun on you, no, if somebody ups the gun on you and you by yourself and you ain't got no strap and you're just like, you know what? Hey, you know what? You got it, right? All right, you got it, right? But if your child is around, chances are you're probably not going. If you do it in that situation, I would say you were a coward. But let's be logical about it. You know what I'm saying? If you're by yourself and
Triple
you
Black,
try to be at this,
Triple Black, you're a little bit adjacent to kind of what we're talking about. We're not really on that point per se, but I catch your drift. We kind of talked about that a little bit earlier.
I just wanted to tackle the expectations thing, right? Because woman, we're talking about 2025. I don't expect a woman to have dick discipline, a man to have dick discipline, right? So when he doesn't do it, it's okay. Most women are holding that against men. They're saying you don't practice discipline, you are a playboy, you are a hoe. Like expectations change completely. Women are expecting men to adhere to social construct that we created since the beginning of time, and they are flipping it on us while we still old woman as the woman of yesteryear that can have all the benefits of being weaker and less of a being, in my opinion, like don't have to do nothing that is right as long as he stores their children. Like looking at modern expectations, 2025, women have all the rights, have all the power, have money, credit cards, all of that. Like, is that a fair statement to say that we are not expecting women to do X, Y, and Z? Is that out of benevolence as men, or is that because we actually have expectation that women are going to always be the worst of the worst? They are always going to choose the worst option. They are always going to choose the easy way out. Like,
Yeah, you can't. Well, in fact, you just can't change the biology. So all the rights and everything are what they are. But when you're talking about physically protecting people, right, and being that, they just don't have the ability to do it, right? And so that expectation won't change, nor should it, because if they had to do what we do, we would be in trouble. When they put women in the infantry in Israel, and when men started seeing women die, naturally the men were less effective because of it. That's just not their job. So I catch your drift. Now, one thing when we fight the dick discipline argument, the truth is, based on the stats, I think you told me the stat, and Mr. Fantastic, about the 8 bodies. The truth is, men are disciplined, whether they have a choice or not. Men ain't going out here and taking advantage of women at phenomenal rates. Men control themselves, live, get what they can get, and move on. The truth is, the overwhelming majority of men are actually disciplined sexually, even if it's forced on them. You know what I'm saying?
yes, and that will bring to the major point. Do we expect women, since we expect men to be strong and protect, are we expecting women to be at least careful with who they give their body away to?
Expecting, I think.
Yes, that's a societal expectation.
You know what's ill? I think. Let me say it first and see if this is an expectation. I guess it ain't. We'd be hoping though.
But you see, and this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
The
So we give a little bit more grace in that category.
Like,
I see what you're saying.
I don't know about we.
Technically should be this.
Yeah.
Since we letting women get away with giving themselves away to 20 guys before they married, being bad mothers, don't know how to cook, don't know how to clean, leave marriages for nothing and all that, we should expect men to behave like modern men too. Because we should expect men to protect and provide. We shouldn't expect men to die for a woman. It's feminine. It's
But
feminine.
yo, you don't. But see, here's the only thing, right? I catch your drift. What you're saying is makes sense, but to acquiesce to, I don't know if acquiesce is the right term I want to use, but y'all understand what I'm saying. To acquiesce to bad standards and now lower ours because theirs are so low. I think I understand it, but as a man, why would we do that though? Like, why would we want to lower ourselves? We should still expect the best from ourselves.
That's perfect. So this is what I wanted to say from the beginning. I just needed to kind of understand what's going on. We had the social contract going on since the beginning of time. Women are not, they broke the contract. They are not doing their part. The men are still maintaining infrastructure, protecting, providing, all the men. This is the beginning of time. Woman broke the social contract. right? So, and I'm sorry for repeating myself. Since we're raising women to do what's right for them, right? While we're raising men to do what's right by overall, like we keep raising men to do what's right by my community, my YouTube friends, my mama, my son, my wife, and we keep raising women to do what's right for them because that's what they do. The community thing and the I'll care about my like this out of the window.
Sure.
I still don't understand how we hold ourselves to uh, prehistoric standards while women have the chance to be 2025 modern woman and they get away with that shit.
I catch your drift. I think the things that you named is the reason why men got to uphold their standards, because our standards of doing what's best for everybody is the structure of the society that you recognize. So infrastructure, getting up, making sure everybody's good, the garbage man, men doing the selfless task consistently is why society still is how it is. If men started to drop their standards and almost acclimate to how you saying women do it, right? One, it would make women overarching leaders, and two, everything that you see in society will also fall. It won't just be in relationships.
Can I challenge something real quick? Just real quick. Just
Sure.
take up argument, whatever. So you're saying that men hold most of the selfless tasks in society.
Mhm.
Are they holding these tasks because they're selfless, or are they holding these tasks because they have to do these tasks? There's no other job for them to do in order for them to keep living.
It's like I'll be quick, fan. You can jump in.
Yeah.
To see that's one of those speculative questions, right? Where the outcomes are what we would measure it on. So I promise you, if you ever watch those men work on those damn oil rig, yo, it's like you have to be strong. You have to be, and whether they do it because they want to or need to, whatever the case is, the truth is that has an overarching benefit to all of us.
Yeah, but
The reason in which they do it is you wouldn't be able to discern. You wouldn't know that unless you just actually ask them.
Yeah, but like so what I'm thinking about is like the average like garbage man or whatever. Like, are you doing this job because the guy's like, I gotta be selfless for my society and I gotta keep society run? Like, is he actually thinking that? Like, would he dismiss that job tomorrow and get something that's way better?
I'm saying men willing to do the things that they don't want to do is the key to why shit runs.
Your intentions are irrelevant as long as you do it. I don't have obligation to marry you. I don't have obligation to take care of my kid. I'll pay child support, you never see me again, and I'll go from land to land, try to get as much kids as I can. I don't have that obligation. It's not I choose the difficult path. I know you're going to be annoying. I'm going to have less money in my pocket because I have to take care of you too. I know I'm going to be more stressful. I know this is actually going to bring a level of pain to my life that I will have if I wouldn't have if I was alone.
You accept it.
I choose to do it because my
Yeah, it's the job.
You didn't choose the path, though. Like you were given that path, but you didn't have a.
So do women?
You didn't have a choice.
So do women accept your path without complaint?
He does. But like, no, well, you kind of but people. But the point is, people are doing a whole lot of shit that they don't want to do. They know it's going to add stress to them, but they do it anyway. That includes hard jobs. So, as an example, like moving, do you think I grew up saying, "Damn, I want to own a moving company"? Because loading up elevators with bullshit is fun, right? But when you see an opportunity, right, and you know that it's tied to substantial income and things of that nature, right, and you can also be good at it, then you do it, right? So, like as an example, under COVID, moving was actually essential work, as an example, right? So while everybody else had to sit down, we were still moving hand over foot because we move elderly people, so they were dying and shit like that.
So I'm speaking specifically what Fatty said on selflessness. So this is my interpretation of selflessness.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity, the ability not to do something, so you chose to do that thing. In my opinion, a lot of reason why a lot of these men are working these low, or I don't know what you want to call it.
Yes,
community job, right? Because they have to. Majority of them have to. That's the only way they know how to make a living.
Absolutely not. I don't have to be a firefighter. I chose to. I want to be a hero. Most firefighters choose to be firefighters and save other people because they want to be heroes. It's the same thing. Black Dawn, you are a little bit younger than us.
Yeah.
Everybody on our generation, 30 and up, most of us wanted to be cops. If you actually look at the kids, what do you want to be? I want to be a cop. I want to be a firefighter. like we as kids before the YouTube era and social media era, most of the kids wanted to do things that were altruistic. I want to be the hero. I'm not the superhero, but I can be a firefighter. You don't have to choose that. You don't have to choose it, but you actually want to do it either for selfish reasons or for altruistic reasons.
People see a benefit.
Yeah. Tell me a situation where a woman are literally going out of their way to put themselves in an hazardous position.
But as men, we have to
Out of her way to put herself on an hazardous position every day after day. That doesn't happen. They break down after
Sure,
that.
yeah. All I'm saying is like,
real quick. As men in society, we have to save women from them damn selves because there's certain infrastructure jobs that we cannot let them do. Because if they do it, we're all fucked.
And like
all I'm saying is, real quick. All I'm saying is, we're not as altruistic because my vibe when I'm hearing you.
Yeah.
I don't want to misinterpret you. We're not as altruistic as we think we are. You know,
Yeah. Most of humans are selfish by nature, right? Yeah. But that's the thing is when choice is given, right? Is I have to do something. When choice is given, I'll give you an example, right? And the women that are not like this, disregarded. You are an exception. When the woman in Ukraine had the opportunity to flee the war, what did they do? I'm staying with my husband. My husband is going to stay. I'll stay with him. Hey, peace. I'm out.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question though. Like, if you gave men the option, give me a mansion, a Lambo, and a bunch of bitches, or I could be doing offshore oil rigging that job.
I will choose the easy path. But if in a situation of calamity, if for example it happened during the COVID thing, I was so afraid because my parents are old, right? I was so afraid that something happened to my parents that I was literally outside every day when my country was literally shut down. We had no idea what the fuck that shit was. My sister was at home, the kid away and taking care of her. And I was going outside, going to the gas station, going to get some groceries. Like, that's what men do. It's my job, right?
Yeah.
So
But Fatty, but you also have to be fair to the example of Ukraine, right? Because like you said, you're doing the things that you don't know what the hell COVID is, right? Because I remember I had a similar example. But when you use the Ukraine example, you know what those men are doing? What you said. They sending their women out of the country too. See, that's the thing. So we gotta be, you know what I mean? That's the same. What you employed is what they employed.
Yeah,
So
but then
Black
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Aaron. Last thing. It's just like I don't want you to pay the bill when we go out. I want you to do the T-Rex arm while you're pretending to pay the bill. Right? It's not that I want you to. I just want you to say, no, baby, I'll stay with you, please.
No, okay. At least make it till you make it, right?
Yeah, for the most part, if women have the opportunity to go on that raft when the Titanic is sinking, you are looking back, and when you look up, hey, where's my wife?
You on that fucking ride. Yeah. Hey, every time my wife, like, we go out anywhere, small place, and she pay, I always take a selfie with her. Like with the person in the picture, the hostess. I always be like, she's like, stop doing that, but she can't get away. You know, I got her, and the hostess like, so yeah, no, I got you.
Black Dawn, you were saying about the garbage men, right? So I think a lot of men also like Hamp, right? Triple Black, right? Fatty, right? But I also think some men start off with just wanting a paycheck, and when you start off like as the garbage man, he don't want to do that. But once that check come in and he start getting consistent checks and he do that job on a weekly basis, he start realizing I'm important. I'm essential. So now he appreciates the job more. I think that's like, so even the guys on the oil, I think they realize
the money make it better, man. Yeah, the pride is there.
Better. And then you realize I'm important to the way the world
works. And Aaron, to your point, right?
You said garbage man. Garbage man. Have you ever heard of garbage woman? No.
I ain't seen that.
So that's our part.
That's just.
It's one on my route for sure.
I'm gonna tell you this though too. In hard work, even if you work in an office, generally speaking, people respect physical work. You know what I'm saying? I try to separate hard from physical, Paul, just because, you know, my father, if he had to type up an essay, that should be hard as hell to him. You know what I'm saying? But pouring concrete is like he could do that shit with his eyes closed. You know what I mean? So.
But do you think most men have a tremendous amount of respect for these men that are doing the hard work? Do you think most women? Do you think most women have respect for that?
Yes.
Hell no.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. They have to.
But
See,
no, Fatty, but like,
so now, wait, let me introduce this real quick. So like this sis right here, right? So we got the same dad. If y'all didn't know that, but essentially we always saw my dad working hard. Always come with concrete on his head. You know what I mean? He same boots, all that shit, right? So does it make sense why she respects it? You see what I'm saying? Like, if you see it all your life, like does that build respect? Or Fatty, are you saying men don't have to be around it to respect it, but the women they don't have tangible examples, they don't respect it?
Yes. I don't need to be fish. I don't know how to fish, but I have a tremendous respect for somebody that goes to IC to do industrial fishing, industrial farming. That shit is crazy.
Crazy.
Wow. It's crazy work, right? Tell a woman that if she wants to date an industrial farmer, if she has respect for it, they're like, yuck. What?
Yeah. That shit is hard. Like, they literally work sun up the sun because you have to work under the sun. You have to. Like, that shit is hard as.
I know, but if you look at the background of those guys that actually work those jobs, I mean, if you have a conversation with, you gotta respect it. Because, you know what I'm saying, if you look at the background of some of them, a lot of times, like, you know what I'm saying, if you work for the city and shit like that, you can't have a whole bunch of fucking felonies and shit like that. You can't, like, you almost have to get it out the mud. And a lot of, go ahead.
No, it's because your microphone is so loud that it's kind of so far away. It looks like you're not hearing the microphone on your ear.
You slide your
Yeah, it looks like you're.
Damn. Where'd you get them from? Yo, stay. We got an echo. Take them out, Triple Black.
Yeah.
Listen. Hold on, fam. Let me just give them this one piece of advice. Listen, that Marshall's aisle. I know this shit look nice and shiny. They got great packaging. Stay away from them headphones. Not if you can hear me, Triple Black. All right. Go ahead, Fatty. Go ahead.
I was just saying, and you know why I know they don't respect them, even though they say they do. There's a tremendous amount of women that say we don't need no man. They have no idea. They wake up at 8 a.m. in the morning. They have no idea the amount of men that were working before they woke up to make sure that the gas is on the gas station, the food is on the supermarket, the roads are paved, the satellites are working, the water is running, the electricity is going. Like, they don't even, you know when they actually care about men? When there's like a motherfucking storm and everything is covered on ice and they stay inside of the house while Black Dawn is trying to get the ice out of the road so they can get the job. So even if we look for their opinion, and again, I have reluctance in calling women evil, but I think that's something with them that if you're not doing something for them in their vicinity that they can see it, they don't even register that as we need men. Men are doing good things for us. They see the guy that is the rapist, that is one in 100,000, but they don't see the 50,000 men that wake up every day to make sure they're
But just to even
let me read these real quick, y'all. Let me read these real quick because I want to make sure that we answer before I get out of here. I just want to make sure because I don't know if Fatty heard the initial premise. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, Reaper, you can say what you're saying though. I just want to make sure we get that last question.
No, I'm just saying to the super chat. Go ahead.
Kurt with the final great conversation, fellas. Building in real time. Shout out to Reaper Rel, aka Shock G, aka Humpty.
Rest in peace, Shock G, man.
Yeah, rest in peace, Shock G. DC Slim with the final. I would love to hear something positive about Black women. Homeboy Blaze with the $10 says, thanks to everyone that donated. Thanks to Hamp for providing the space to make this happen. Thanks to Love C for all your help. It's much appreciated. You hit the goal, homeboy. Salute. And thank you to everybody who donated the Homeboys soon found success. You know what I mean? DG Slim with the 2000. Do y'all hate all women or just the sisters?
All of them by equal.
I love them. All of them. The Fatty been married for 16 months. He said, didn't God in the Bible say to someone that if the kid is from another man, the poison would make the baby be deleted? Might be wrong. It's gonna go bad. Sure.
Am I wrong about that?
No.
So God is pro-abortion as long as it's adultery. Damn.
No.
Oh shit!
No, I just don't. I've been,
No, he told him to do it.
Hamp
He
is
said,
looking up the answer right now on the internet. Watch it.
no. I've been drinking, so I don't try to spit the verses too much. But we'll tackle this when I'm sober.
Damn, that's cool.
I just don't like to read it and I be a little saucy.
What up, buzzing, flip a dozen,
Uh-huh.
holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Ezekiel Ben Israel with the 5 memberships, man. Salute. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain. Thank you, I appreciate you. DC Slim with the $5 says, I'm starting to think people come here to complain. Once again, the conversation has flipped to women's hate. Let's hear the solution. Did it? I thought we were talking about nurture. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $10 says, we busy pointing the finger at another on who's more evil. Or one another who's more evil. Regardless of who it is, we as a collective have to resolve the issue in our community. Love C with the $2 says 840 out of 1,000. Don't miss your opportunity to mind someone else's business. All right, so we almost there, homeboy. And L with the $2 says, imagine diving into sewers to unclog raw sewage. Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So again, I know the conversation has I don't know if we use the word evolve, but for the sake of conversation, I guess I will. Essentially to what we're talking about now. But remember, the initial premise was most men are cowards, right? Via the show on Wednesday. Most men are cowards. That's what was said and alleged by a couple of the ladies and a couple of the fellows, right? It was clarified, for the most part. But what was put under a microscope is, are men naturally protectors? It was said that they are not naturally protected. So what we're assessing today, and the reason why I brought out particular clips is because we need to understand, are women naturally nurturers? And I was looking at other extremes on the spectrum to where if you're naturally nurturing, there's no way you could do this type of shit. Leaving the kids in the car, leaving the kids at home for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff. John Benet Ramsey, right? The one little girl, I think she was almost a year old, had 7 different DNA samples inside of her when they did an autopsy on her because she was being farmed out by her mom. So we trying to understand. That's why I showed those examples specifically. So the example the question that was on the table is nurture innate in women?
For their kids, absolutely. Because for whatever reason, they see them motherfucker 2 seconds and it's the love of their life. But men have that shit too. You want to protect that kid. As soon as you see that kid out of the belly, you want to protect that with your life. You don't know him. So if we're going to go by nature, I would assume that we have this propensity towards kids. Men have propensity to protect what is theirs. Their village, their neighbors, their wife, their cousins, their sisters. Women have propensity to protect their kids and themselves. Other than that, you out of luck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why can't men be nurturing too? I think most men are nurturing as well.
I think actually most men, the way that men nurture people is with actions. It's not I feel I love you. I actually do things to make sure that you could. That to me is better nurturing than just I feel like I love you.
So Sean said at the end of the show, men are the better nurturers, better parents, Sean Antonio. So it's interesting for sure.
Better disciplinarians.
No, they're better nurturers, and you got it, Reaper. So men pour from an empty glass. Women never do that. A man can have nothing on the tank and still pour from an empty glass. I know some men that don't love themselves, but they love everybody around them. They care for. They can even stand and look at them in the mirror. They don't love themselves. They don't love how they look. They don't love how they think, and they still find strength to pour from an empty cup to other people because that's the only way they feel good is by taking care of other people. Is I don't love me, but if I take care of other people for whatever reason, I feel good. It's like I have a dog type of thing.
Yeah, when it comes to strangers, I absolutely agree.
No,
when we talk about when it comes to your child.
Strangers? What do you mean by that?
You just said men like to pour into absolute random people. That's how they get their nurturing. That's what I heard. My bad. I'm talking about specifically with your child. Do women just not do that at all?
No,
That's why I'm a little.
and even with strangers, if I'm putting my hands on another woman, y'all are going to jump me. You might not get me immediately, but let me give you a 2-piece, right? I give one, and you're like, oh, I give 2. You jumping me immediately. You don't know this woman. This woman might be the most. She might be the brick lady. You see this jump even on panels. We can be talking crazy with each other. Let me talk crazy with the woman and see what happens to the other man. I'm going to be jumped. So, like, what? So, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I agree.
Sorry, Ripper.
No. You guys are.
Why your face is shining, man? You can grow a beard. That's crazy.
Damn, bro. You say you Nigerian? I might have to
I
take
could
that
grow a
far.
beard. There's something called cheekbones. When you lose weight, it starts to come out. You should try.
You've been losing weight for like 7 years.
Damn.
You say you or me?
You.
Anywho's,
say you going through a famine. Shit. You're crazy.
Oh, this guy got makeup on talking shit. Anyway, all I was gonna say is that I think that men. Guy's gonna cook up another dish. I think that men are way more. I think that now that there's freedoms allowed, that men are way more protective. I mean, protective of everybody than women are nurturing, right? So I hate using anecdotal, but I just remember when I tore my calf, and when I got on the train, right, I had a boot, and I remember only one black lady getting up for me to sit down. And when I looked around the train, it was a bunch of women. Nobody got up for me. And typically, for whatever reason, when I was hurt, I saw like no men sitting down for the most part. If a man was sitting down, he'd be, oh, you want to sit down? I'm like, oh, I'm good. But I tested out, and I was like, wow, no women are getting up. Recently, I seen it where literally a lady gets on. Oh no, sorry, dude gets on with his baby in a stroller, and the only person who got up for him was a man. Like you guys said, if it's not their children, I have to agree with it. When it's not their children at home, women don't give a flying shit for the most part. But I've seen men after men get up for somebody to sit down. I've seen men, a woman is fighting with a dude is doing whatever. A man will put his life on the line to protect a woman he doesn't even know. Get deleted, possibly get stabbed up, $150, all that stuff for a woman that might go right back to that man afterwards. So when we talk about when now the playing field is even, there's no culture that really binds a woman to say you must be nurturing, you must be blah blah. Everyone has their freedoms. Men still hold on to whatever it is, that innate thing, while women move away from it. So that's what I want to say.
Maybe, and again, my view could be skewed, right? Because I got so many small kids, right? Like, let's say I'm out with them, my wife not there. Like, the black women especially are like, like engaging with them. You know what I'm saying? Like with the kids and all that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the white folks too. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's Texas, so everybody real, use a lot of ma'am, sir, and shit like that. But when they see the kids, they hold the door, close the door, make sure they don't leave if they run away. Like, it's a whole lot of that. I mean, it could be, and again, I'm just acknowledging, because it's so many small kids at once. Like, first off, they ask, are they all twin? They start asking all them questions and shit like that.
I don't know, maybe it's a white thing, bro. I be seeing the opposite, where I just be seeing white parents, a lot of their kids are walk. I'm like, do they want that kid to get kidnapped? Like, I don't know. So maybe it might be Texas, but here, motherfuckers do not give two shits about kids, man. Once they grow up, they just be. And even some of the black parents beat the shit out of kid just because trying to look at the window on the train and shit. And I'm just like, do people like kids in it? Like, do people like? Why did y'all have kids? Like, what was the point of y'all having kids?
I would actually say that they showed that you care.
I keep saying that we don't care.
Like, what?
I don't want. This is a monetized show. I don't want to go there. But I would say that if you climb on the window and you're dead, I think I actually care for it.
No. So on the train, where it's like on the seats, you can't get out the window. It's just like, oh, I want to see as the train is going, but you can't. The kid can't stick through and do anything. It's just, oh, I want to look up.
Yeah, but you know how black parents are. There's not the place to be. Go
fatty. So like that famous boxer's mom. So she must have cared a lot.
No, because she was.
Which one, Crawford?
No,
I'm kidding.
We're not saying control environment when you get knocked out and get your head banged on the pavement. I think it's a little bit different.
What, Aaron? What you saying?
I forgot because they done brought up the Terrence Crawford shit. That shit had me laughing.
No, we're just saying with the kids, when I'm out with the kids and all that, and the women like will say something, help, or say, "Oh, this kid's going this way." They show interest in the kids.
Yeah, because, bro, you got. If you got all 6 kids with you. You give off like a alpha type vibe, and now it looked like you got a herd with you. So to people, it's looking like a man who's leading a tribe more. So they're gonna respect you. You feel me? Like, look at this man handling all these kids by himself. So it's like, to them, they looking at it like your wife should be thankful. You feel me? Where most places, women don't think and men don't think like that. When they see men with kids, like, I agree with Reaper. I see it all the time. Like, niggas don't care about men with their kids. I actually started a new thing a few years ago where if I see a black father and he out with his kids, no matter how many he got, I always dap him up and tell him like, yo, thank you, bro, for what you're doing right now. But on the regular, I see people looking at that nigga like he's a weirdo. Like, who cares? He got a kid, whatever.
I disagree with you. The only way women have empathy for a random man walking around, if they have a dog or if they have a kid, there's literally the only way women look at you and say, "Oh, let me talk with this stranger," out of nowhere, because it brings like a kind of friendliness. If you have a dog and you're walking around,
so think
that's the
about
only way you will not become like you can be ugly or she's invisible. She doesn't care about you. You could drown on that. She doesn't even notice. As soon as you have a kid around or a dog around, women for whatever reason look at you in a sympathetic way. I don't know why, but that's what it
When
is.
I got my niece with me, the vibe from everybody's like smiling at me and all of that. Like, it's like, oh wow, like,
Kid is an icebreaker, yeah. It take attention.
I want to say to the man woman thing, I almost think to a certain sense it's like, it's almost because we're not supposed to be used, or we're stereotypically not supposed to be associated with it, that when we do embrace it, like being nurturing, we treat it like it's much more profound, right? If a woman could just pop out kids, right? It's like, yeah, she could pop. I don't know. Maybe she feels like, oh, I can just pop out kids. It's in me, so I don't take it as seriously, right? Versus a man is like, I can't pop out kids. Now I got this baby with me, or I got this kid with me. I gotta treat it with different care. Like, I'm in a whole nother zone. But if I want this thing to succeed, I gotta be a lot more. I have to. I don't know how to put it. I have to value nurturing a lot more than, say, a woman. I don't know how to put it. It's almost like if you're a woman take testosterone, have a lot more impact than a man taking testosterone, because it's like women don't have a lot of it in them, right? So it's like if they taking steroids, it's like, oh, they grow their hair and shit is a lot more, versus a man, it's like, oh, they'll grow it. But
I get what you're saying, Reaper, because like if I have like one of my nieces or nephews or little cousins, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like as soon as they with me and it's just me and them, I feel like I gotta step my shit up 5 levels. Like, and they just chilling. They just doing the same shit that they be doing when everybody else is around. But it's just like they with me. Like,
If you guys notice this, every time you call your male friends and they have the kids around, they're on a great mood, and you hear the kids on the back and all that. And every time you have a woman and she has the kids around, just stop it.
That's real fatty.
You ever notice, like when you're talking with a female friend, they always on a kind of and when you talk with men with their kids around, it looks like they are in bliss. They kind of like, hey, stop doing that. Hey, like it's I don't know why, but even in public, many are way jovial when they are walking with their kids and their nephews and all that than when women are. It looks like it's a charm.
So my sister has a 1-year-old, and my mom and my sister, since I moved closer to them, I've been hanging out with my nieces a lot more. And according to them, fatty, they like the 1-year-old. She be chilling. Like when I'm around, like we go to restaurants and stuff, they like, yo, she's way more lax. Like, and I'm not doing anything. I'm not punishing her or nothing. I just be like, yo,
is your presence?
Yeah, I'd be like, chill out, sit down, and she'll just sit down. She'll chill. Like,
it's male presence. It happens the same thing with my nephew.
Right.
When he's around us, it looks like he's woke. When he's with his, it is a woman around. Ooh wee.
Yeah,
He's doing everything and anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a discipline factor, you know. Like, it's just a discipline, and you know that's why I was looking at the nature of this shit, like because of how my wife, like, and coddle has a negative connotation, but I don't mean it negatively. like how she does like nurture and coddle them, right? You know what I'm saying? Is a value and it's unique, right? You definitely need both to be successful. Because if it was all me, like with the boy specifically, right? It's gonna how well rounded is he gonna be? You know?
And then, but there's a thing to that. Women inherently are afraid of disappointing the male figures in our life. If you
Yeah.
actually notice, I'm afraid of disappointing my male mentor. I'm afraid of disappointing my dad. I love my mom. I'm afraid of disappointing my mom. Hey,
Yeah.
mom, you, right? So even when we're talking about all these things, it's kind of a honor thing, right? If your wife catch you cheating, damn, I messed up. If her dad comes talk to you, oh my God, what the fuck did I do?
The weight. The
My
weight.
father.
It's the weight of disappointing the male is like the male.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
a Reaper, I really tried to do the manosphere red pill shit of I'm not going to give my seat. It took like 2 years. I'm back giving seats away. I see families coming in. I stand up and I go to the side. I see a woman and go I was fighting to say I'm not going to intervene if there's a fight going on. Something happens. Hey.
It's because it's
natural that
It's you want to fight it, then you want to say, you know what? We are going to be families too. It's equal rights. We can do that, man. It's just
Daddy, you know how many times I try to act like I was sleeping when I see that stupid ass stroller and they stop right in. They could have gone anywhere else on the train. They start right in front of me. So I'm like,
feel the pressure, the power coming.
it's like it's just something in you because it's like, bro, you in shape. But this person, let them sit down. It's 5 stops, it's 6 stops. Why are you? And I'm like, yeah, why would I do that?
But that you got no choice, Fatty Reaper. You don't, yo. It's in you. You gonna do it. You know why? Because we cannot stoop down to. We gotta keep this level. we gotta stay here. You're gonna keep moving around the way for family. Reaper gonna keep sucking his teeth when he see that stroller and get his $5 ass up. That's the job. That's the job.
But to the point before him, what is it that when we talk about with the nurturing thing, right? How we when it's to us, right? It's they say quote unquote a woman trait, and I don't know if you agree with it that we take it like we value it. Like you see when you see a father's like you see a really good father, you hardly see them being the kids in the public like you see some. Do the woman take the opposite that when there's a male trait? Because I see when a woman takes on a male trait, she actually pushes it toxic, right? Like when I see, it sounds terrible, people gonna kill me. When I see studs, they take on many of the so-called toxic male traits worse than us.
No, they take the righteous traits. They try to protect, they try to provide, they try to take that woman like a lady. The feminine woman that wants the toxic male trait, she wants to fuck around, don't have no responsibilities. The stud is
Daddy,
actually.
have you ever had a stud grill you when you weren't even paying
I don't know American studs, but I know Portuguese studs.
You're right.
Portuguese
right.
They are men from AliExpress. They kind of man, they move like man, they have the responsibilities of man. You can clearly see, that's the man on the relationship. But they kind of are just they're not men. But they try to traits of men.
Stud. Now, I think the simp term is overused, but if it need to be used, studs be buying shit, acting like they tough. All like they go full out.
They have to overcompensate though.
Yeah,
they ain't got like the wood, so they gotta.
That's good, bro. That's my girl.
Grilling me. I don't even think your girl looks good. You grilling me like nigga, chill out. Like
just tell them I'll put you back in the dress, and they'll shut up.
Man to man.
No, but it's man to man because the thing that I admire is studs. They want the full responsibilities of being the male figure. No, think about it. They don't want the easy path. They don't want to have all the benefits of being they want the male responsibilities. Go look at the feminine woman and how she talks about her stud girlfriend. It's like she's talking about a man.
So,
Like she's
so,
she's
so,
doing
Fatty, let
Is
me
that a
ask you a
positive
question.
trait though? Is that a positive overdoing
Yeah.
of a male, a typical
Yo,
male?
It's a positive because you don't want just the privileges, you want the responsibilities too. There's actually a massive positive.
so Fatty, should the studs start teaching the feminine woman about men and like tell them
Hey,
like,
hold on, y'all. Mute for a second. I hear like a buzzing sound.
Yeah, it's like
Is it me? Probably me. I have a fan going on.
No, it's Black Dawn. Black Dawn, unmute.
That ain't me.
now it's Fatty. Like
No,
a,
he
like
ain't.
a motor.
He
You
unmute.
said you got a fan on, right?
me.
But my microphone is $200. Be quiet.
Hey, that's that barber standing over Reaper. Like, nigga, let me just cut that motherfucker off.
So you've been here for the last hour, just like, yo, come on, bro.
I can't wait to hate on this nigga.
And
You
Duke,
was-
Duke don't got no hair on his head. First joke is crazy.
Now you know what's crazy, Sean. I had one in the chamber, but now I'm not even doing it. I'm not
Yo,
gonna do
Sean,
it.
yo, Sean, come on, Sean, all right, bro.
I'm not gonna do it.
I
I
haven't
promise I'm
fought you
good.
for like a good.
I'm not gonna do it, Reaper. I promise you. I'm not.
Bro, it's
So,
like you don't know what to do with his hair for real. Like I could tell.
Yo,
Reaper, you
that's
tryna figure it
wild.
out.
Can we get back? Yo, we had a good. Let's go back to the serious of the conversation.
It was Sean.
Ignore Sean ain't about shit. All right, let's get back to the damn conversation. I said, yo.
Nah, so for real, so since Fatty, you said studs take on all the traits that make,
yes,
like that's wild, but it makes sense what you saying. But so would you say like
then why is it that they have the highest DV rates?
Because the woman
they
started
actually know they could beat that woman
feminine
ass,
woman
bro.
started shit.
They can fight back.
Hey, you know why, Reaper? Listen to this, right? Like we have like two studs that damn. We have two studs that usually come on our show like every month and all that, and they like to keep for woman crazy. But when you ask them if the woman be doing them dirty just like they do men, it's the same shit. They put them through DV cases. They use them, make them pay everything. Use tears to weaponize. Like studs be treated just like men. Because as soon as you adhere to the masculine position, women assume that you are here to be used. And you might
But
be able
they
to
don't-
have
but
a
they
vagina in the middle
don't-
of your pants. But that's what happens. As soon as you assume the masculine position, let me take advantage of you real quick.
But Fatty, let's be honest. The reason I brought the DV rates, right, is that those studs, they're hitting the women too. When we talk about men, you know how many women they'll take the, you know what I'm saying? They won't hit the woman because they know how to compartmentalize, they know how to control their emotions, or they just won't hit the woman
Because they are
back. A lot of
women
these women,
But do you think they started or do you think they respond?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't have the stats on that.
Hey,
Maybe I know Fantastic probably has the
Hey,
stats on that
Reaper,
somehow.
no, I don't have stats, just opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody puts their hands on you faster than a feminine woman because she thinks she's not hurting you. Like all my girlfriends, at some point, like you know when a woman hits you a little bit harder and you look at her, what the fuck you did? She knows that she did something wrong. I think
Mm-hmm.
most men that ever been in relationships with most of their women, they're sport that woman actually put their hands on you and think I'm not hurting him type of way. But that's kind of
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with that. But then on the flip side, though, our society still praises men who don't hit that woman back, even if they're in their right to do so. So that's one of the positive traits where these studs, they're hitting back. The DV rates are highest amongst them, right?
Still girls, bro.
Yo,
But they do. I think he's mostly right though. They try to adopt all the positive things. It's just that when they get into that beef, it's still girl on girl.
It's still emotional. It's still
You don't know. She could be saying you ain't no real man. She could be saying the most hurtful shit to her, and now she got to take her and beat her with her Timbs.
Oh, according to Black Dot, I know you fake moaning.
Yeah, like you know you don't feel that. Like come on, you don't know what these things.
I never, but it's like the studs. They fool themselves too. That be the most. That be the nastiest work though. I'm not at school.
This is my dick.
Real shit though. Like even like they walk up. This stud in school, son. She like pulled her like the banger on like the hammer. I'm like, and I couldn't even take her serious. That's how crazy it was.
Oh, she pulled a
the hammer, yeah. Like I'm like, I couldn't even take it serious. Like I'm like, yo, if you don't like it just. But she just was in her head like I'm a nigga too. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I was in Puerto Rico. I was in Puerto Rico. I met some
Crazy,
shorties,
bro.
and I met a lesbian couple, and one was a stud, and we at the bar, so it's me and 4 girls, and one's a stud, right?
Why y'all do that? He didn't even start the story.
I'm over it. I'm too many stud stories. After my too many stud stories, man. Hey man, I gotta go eat, man. Y'all crazy enough, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm not reading this from Black Dawn because you need to grow up.
Put him in the fucking bed and get him out of here. Come on.
Sean, I know you just hit the link, man. You got anything you want to add before we get up out of here? What's popping, man?
Not really, man. Fatty, what's happening? What's happening? I see you on that weight loss journey, man. Great progress. Very
Actually, I just ate the pizza, so sorry to disappoint you.
Hey, look. Wow. Hey, look. I'm eating seaweed too. You know what I'm saying?
That should be the worst. Yo,
That shit tastes like
seaweed and
so
flavored.
y'all gotta try. Well, I know we're doing final thoughts, but y'all gotta try. Yeah, maybe y'all tried it, right? But the intermittent fasting is almost like the best thing if you can't do the straight up disciplined diet. You know what I'm saying? These shits, Sean, they don't taste the best, but this 30 grams, it kind of keep you straight until about I eat it like 4:30, 5 o'clock. But I ain't gonna lie, when I'm not streaming on Thursdays, getting to 4 o'clock is like impossible. You know what I'm saying?
Muscle milk joint yesterday.
Yeah, the muscle milk, it's so expensive though, and you don't even need all that shit just for what we trying to do. You know what I'm saying? You just need something to hold you over type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm doing 12 to 8 on the fat. Well, my eating is
that's good. What's that?
Just get a BBL. I still let a French fry.
Oh my god.
Have a great
Black Dawn, any final thoughts, asshole?
Wow.
I mean, this is good conversation. You know, I disagree with the title. Most men ain't cowards, and most women ain't forsaken. I think this is just things that are just exaggerated to a degree, and for the most part, most people are just normal.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, wait. My final thought. I'm sorry. Say something. Doubling down.
Mute Black Dawn. You just got a little like fan sound. Oh no, it ain't him. That's Noah. Mute Noah.
Oh, it's me.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh man, fucking up the broadcast for an hour and a half straight. Go ahead, Sean.
And look, men do the most nurturing. Protection is a form of nurturing as well. When you itemize it on both sides of the ledger, there are way more things that a man has to do in terms of nurturing that people never even think about. That growth and development, everything under growth and development involves nurturing. The structure, all of those things, that's what a man does. That's absolutely nurturing. And so I hope that the women are ready to squabble about this because, getting out of real nurturers.
We gonna do Wednesday. It's on, baby. Reaper, hold on. Noah, any final thoughts?
I appreciate y'all for what you did. I thank you for everyone. Like, y'all helped me out. So
you got everybody contact, right?
Yeah, I do. The Discord, I can't get in though.
You can't get in?
Nah, I can't get
Maybe
in.
the link is
Oh,
open.
you guys math, right? Did you text Sean?
Yeah, I texted Sean.
See if Sean can help you get in the Discord shit when y'all. You know what I mean, it'll be easier that way because you got to set up an account and all that.
Okay, I'll do that.
You know what I'm saying it's good to be good in there for too, and you got that camaraderie every day. That actually be pretty solid. I ain't gonna lie. Aaron, any final thoughts?
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Sean, for setting off the nuke. I think that this is gonna start a whole bunch of new conversations, and of course, it started here at This Might Be Risky. So, shout outs for Hamp for presenting Sean's argument. I don't think most men are cowards. I think most men just want to live. The men that we would say or women would say are cowards, I think they just want to live a peaceful life with no drama. I think women honestly want to see a little bit more drama. I think men are more nurturing. Now listening to what Sean was saying, from the other day. Yes, I do think men are more nurturing. I think, yeah, I'm gonna stick on that. Women are evil. I might switch up the words for Shad, so I might say wicked. So does that sound better, Shad? So like 90% of women are wicked, and 2025.
Bro.
No, I think 2025. I think women have lost their ways, and I don't think women want to nurture. And that's why I did.
Like, no, you read this shit.
Hamp, debate next week about men being true nurturers, and before women talk about their titty milk.
Uncut with the file says studs need to be locked up for going outside without shirts on. Them cut off.
Wow.
Man, I gotta be a part of this type of shit sometimes. God dang, I do.
You be like, am I supposed to laugh? Like, this is crazy.
Alright, stop what you're doing, cause I'm about to room.
Reaper, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a sexy ass nigga, man. Fuck all y'all niggas, man. Fuck all y'all haters. Good episode, man. Ain't no pause, nigga. Fuck
On
out
a
of here.
panel
bro.
full of niggas, you go.
I ain't told you. I'm told 10 niggas in the chat. Call me Shot G from Humpty Dump, and this nigga said, "Oh, let me get back," because he wanted to get the download the fucking beat for the Humpty Dump shit. You not slick, son. This nigga ain't shit. But nah, good episode, man. I'm looking forward to that Wednesday episode. I think Sean got a point. Men being better nurturers, especially compared to women, and the positive traits that they may take on from a man. And I guess you're gonna see it because Father's Day is coming up, so you got a whole bunch of women talking about their father and the mother. But yeah, just final thought, man. Don't ever let no woman tell you you're a coward. Most of these women want you to fight for shit that don't mean nothing to nobody. Every day we walk around, we can fight with niggas all day, and we have to take it. You have to think about it 2, 3, 4 steps ahead and be like, you know what, that shit ain't worth it. Because look what's happening right now. All the violence around with the young niggas, they doing that. A lot of them doing it like Hamp said because some stupid woman told them to do that shit. So ignore them when they say that dumb shit. Continue on. So good show, Hamp.
Word. Shot, any final thoughts?
Sure, man. Just reminding everybody again, June is Men's Mental Health Month. So meditation, talk therapy, having a couple of good brothers around you fellas is important to work on your body, but also your mind. In regards to the show, I think I'm gonna stick with what I said Wednesday. I think it's a blend. I think your nature is what sets the foundation, and then that nurture is what either facilitates it or gets in the way of it. The last thing, shout out to Aaron for insulting my intellect. If you're gonna do it, make sure you got a strong Wi-Fi signal, Aaron, Mr. OG. But anyway, but in regards to that, I just want to say the reason why I'm not just going to accept the hyperbole. Shout out to Noah for being a superstar today's episode for sure. Coming up, man, and sharing your personal story. When I come up, I think about guys like Noah who might be new to this type of content and trying to understand it. So I'm gonna always try to be thoughtful about it. I get what Aaron is saying for the sake of conversation, but now I'm gonna do it my way. So you do it your way, Aaron. I'm gonna do it my way. And I think at the end of the day, we all gonna get to where we need to go. So again, shout out to Noah for showing up, bro. I really appreciate you. I hope you email me and we'll talk and figure some things out, bro.
Yeah, I definitely email you. So
salute to you.
Let's get him in that Discord too for sure.
Yep.
Man. Aaron, any final thoughts?
Perfect.
Yeah, that analogy about the white man coming up saying all black men, I don't give a fuck what the white man thinks about us. I don't need nothing from him. He don't need nothing from me. I don't owe him anything. He don't owe me anything. When it comes to the black woman, we need to care about what they think about us, and they need to care about what we think about them. We should be able to be open to criticize them because we need each other. If you're not performing, I should be able to tell you you're not performing, just like you should be able to tell me I'm not performing. So that whole analogy with the white man coming up here saying some dumb shit, I don't give a fuck what he thinks. Let him say what he wants to say. I don't know him shit.
Word. 100%. Yo, the conversations have to be had, right? This is my ask, and I ask it every so often, right? Understand what's being discussed and the why, right? Compartmentalize your feelings from what's being talked about and the reason for which it's being talked about, right? We were looking at things that are innate, right? The thing that's on the precipice for men, protection, provision. The thing that's on the precipice for women, nurturing, right? So we need to mine out, is it actual, is it in all of us, or is it more culture and being nurtured, or is it the fact that it's being fostered in people that exude most of the characteristics or traits that make that person a nurturer or a provider or a protector, right? So I think I 100% agree with Shad where it's in them, in that person, pause, and then it has to be fostered, right? And helped by the culture and the people around them. But 100%, if you can get a woman in the best environment where she already got natural nurture, and then you put her in the best environment, that nurture is going to be out of this world. And I think we have a lot of examples. We have enough examples in our anecdotal experience where we can pinpoint. All right, 'cause I won't say a lot because y'all tear mine over. Right? And the same thing, you've seen men that are leaders. You see men that are willing to protect. You see men that go out their way to provide. But we always focus on the motherfuckers that we dislike the most, you know? But let's keep grinding. Wednesday gonna be fun as hell. I feel like I gotta make up the DJ set. Maybe I'll make it up one day this weekend. You know what I'm saying? But I love all my brothers up here. Noah, good job. You heard? Way to open up. And then make sure you improve from here. Reach out to every single one of them brothers. If they ain't responsive, that mean they busy. That don't mean they don't care. All right. And so you reach out again, you text again, you email again, so on and so forth.
Oh yeah,
I got a pretty terrible response time, to be honest. But that's no excuse. That means that I got to do better. You see? So, good work. Sean will help you get in the Discord for sure. Cause I think it'll be good, and we'll have to manage it because niggas be wilding. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.